All right, let's get started. Welcome to the first edition of Flutter Friends. And welcome to everyone joining online on our stream, which is on YouTube. If you haven't found it, it's in Slack and on Twitter. So I'm Alek, this is Lucas, and we're hosting this event today together with our dear friend Rida in the back, who's our graphic designer. So it's the first time for our Flutter conference in Stockholm, and we're so excited that all of you could make it here. And we, of course, have a great event in store for you today. And we've hoped that you had a great time during the social activities yesterday, and the dinners and the pub quiz. So this event is really all about community. And we hope you've been able to spot some fellow familiar faces once you enter the venue today. And since the social aspect of this conference is so important to us, we'd like to start off with a tradition that we do here in the Stockholm tech community. So let's start off by introducing us to our neighbors to the left and to the right. So all of you, please. Det här brukar ta typ en minut. Det blev ändå ganska bra. Ja, verkligen. So, this event, of course, couldn't happen without our great local and international sponsors as well. So most of you have probably seen our local founding sponsors, AppShack and Hackberry. And we also have Invertase and Scandia that are exhibiting in the area. I also want to give a special mention to our guests that have come here from Ukraine today, because we heard yesterday that some of you had a really hard time just crossing the borders and had to try over and over again, and one of you even couldn't make it. And I think that's something that most of us, it's an issue that we don't even have to think about when we travel. So I'd like to give a special shout out and applause to all the people joining here from Ukraine today. And, of course, give a big shout out to all of our sponsors. So, some practicalities. Bathrooms, if you've been in the exhibition area, it's out and to your left, behind the bar. We have an unstaffed cloakroom to the left of the exhibition stage, which is outside in the exhibition area as well. At 11:30, we're going to have lunch, and it's going to be one dish per person, but it's going to be served as a buffet. So you'll stand in one of the lines to take your dish. And I think we're going to have one meat, one chicken, and one vegetarian dish. So also, of course, if you experience any kind of safety issues, please contact anyone with a blue shirt or me or Lucas on Slack. So I'll hand it over to Lucas.
Thank you, Alek. Right, so today's schedule, you can, It's good to be able to change the slides too. Today's schedules you can find on the site and in the app that Felix has built, with the help of Shorebird, of course, because you will probably not be able to remember this terminal interface thing. But this is the plan for main stage today, so there will be quite a lot of things going on. And then at 1:40, we'll open the exhibition stage, which you saw on your way in, and we'll have some lightning talks going on there too. And yeah, remember, have fun. And without further ado, I think we can present our first speaker, which I think most of you have probably heard of him before. He has created the block library, and now he's on a new adventure to create Shorebird with hot push. Welcome, Felix. Give it up for Felix. Oh, I actually forgot one thing. So the questions here today, you're going to ask them through your mobile phones. So go into the site, and one of the menu items says like questions or Q&A or something. And for the main stage, you can write your questions in the link there. And out on the exhibition stage, you can just ask them directly, and they will be repeated so everyone can hear what the question was on the streams and the recordings later. All right. The stage is yours, Felix.
Thank you. Let me just get set up. Awesome. Well, hello, everyone. It's great to be here. I'm super excited to be speaking here at Flutter Friends. And can we quickly just give one more round of applause for all the organizers, sponsors, you all for being here, making this all possible. Let me find my clicker. Oh, is the clicker? There it is. Cool. So before I get started, before I start talking about Shorebird, I just want to quickly see where everyone's at. So can you raise your hand if you've heard of Shorebird before? Wow, OK. Way more than I expected. How about keep your hand up if you've tried Shorebird? OK, fewer people. Keep your hand up if you're using it in production. Do I see anyone? Oh, there's one right there. OK, perfect. Hopefully those numbers will go up over the next few days. But anyway, yeah, that's what I'm here to talk about. So I want to talk a little bit about code push with Flutter, thanks to Shorebird. And before I jump into that, for those of you who don't know me, my name's Felix. I started my Flutter journey back in 2018, I believe, at BMW. I was one of the engineers who was working on rebuilding the mobile app in Flutter from 2 native code bases. And then I moved on to work at Very Good Ventures, did a lot of work there on client projects, as well as started the open source team. So that's probably maybe how you know me from a lot of the open source tools. And recently I've joined Shorebird, like Lukas mentioned, and we're working on all kinds of different tools, which I'll talk about, and code push is the first one. So I personally love Flutter because I feel like it gives us developers superpowers, right? We all love Dart for the versatility, for the strongly typed language, for the JIT, AOT compilation, for hot reload, how you can target all the different platforms just with a single code base. Declarative UI, we can build our apps with widgets and kind of describe everything in a declarative way. You can communicate to native, you can communicate with native components using FFI or plugins, and the awesome developer tools make it really, really a pleasant experience as a developer. And so, as Lukas mentioned, when they first reached out and said that they're having this conference, and I found out I was speaking here, one of the first questions I asked was, do you have an app for Flutter and Friends? And they were like, oh, we don't really have too much time, so I don't think we're going to have an app for the conference. And then I was like, well, can I make you an app? Just because I thought it would be fun. I thought it would be a cool demo. And so I'm really happy to announce that it's on Google Play and the App Store. Hopefully you have it on your phone. And if you don't, you can download it. And I highly, highly encourage you to download it because not just will it help you with the conference and plan out what talks to go to and learn more about the speakers, but it will also help you actually participate in the demo later, hopefully, if everything works. So take a minute. Make sure you're on Wi-Fi if you're going to download it here because it is a couple megs. And try to download it if you can over the next few slides so that you have it on your device. And if the QR codes don't work for you, you can just search Flutter and Friends on the App Store and Play Store. While you're downloading the app, I just want to talk a little bit about what the app kind of looks like and what you can do. So obviously, you can browse the schedule of the conference day by day. You can see who's speaking. You can learn more about the different events and activities. You can learn more about speakers and the details of the talks. You can favorite your favorite activities so that you can build kind of your own personalized schedule of things to do while you're here. You can learn more about the sponsors that help make this conference possible. And obviously, we're all developers, so you can enable dark mode if the light mode hurts your eyes and you need something more, more pleasant to look at. And so that's all great. Like, Flutter is really awesome. It helps you build these apps really quickly. I had a lot of fun building the app, but there's one small problem when it comes to building apps with Flutter, and that's, you probably know this if you're a developer, whenever you write code, you're writing bugs, basically. Like, it's really, really hard, no matter how hard you try, to build an app and have it be perfect. It's never perfect, right? Things change, like requirements. You miss things by accident if you're staying up late at night. You're rushing at the last minute. Maybe there's a lot of pressure. And so inevitably, bugs kind of creep their way in. And so I had a few bugs in this Flutter and Friends app, unfortunately. So maybe it was subconscious, but I forgot to change the Twitter logo on the talk details page to the new X logo. And so I still have the old light blue Twitter bird there. You can see it for yourself in the app if you tap on a talk. So that is something that kind of slipped through the cracks, and I was meaning to update, didn't have time. And there's this other nasty one, which is kind of small, but it bothers me when you go into settings and you're trying to toggle light and dark mode. You probably noticed that it's inverted. So when you're in light mode, it says dark mode, and when you're in dark mode, it says light mode. It really bothers me now that I know that it's in there, and I wish that I had fixed it before I submitted to the App Store. And so a lot of times I end up feeling like when I'm building the apps, like, sky's the limit, I can build whatever, it's like super great. And then it comes to submitting to the App Store, and you're kind of at the mercy of the App Store and the review process, and you don't know if it's going to get accepted or rejected. And how many of you have submitted to the App Store here? Yeah, so you probably know that it's not just as simple as submit to the App Store. You have to submit to the App Store, wait, maybe you get rejected, maybe you resubmit, and then a lot of times you're like Kermit, just praying that it's going to get approved. And actually, funny enough, I submitted 1.0 of the Flutter and Friends app 5 days ago. iOS got approved within 6 hours, and Android got approved just like midnight this morning. So it took 5 days for it to get approved because I bumped the version to 1.0. And so you really never know, but that's just part of the problem. Even if the App Store approves your app really quickly, there's still no guarantee that your users will actually update, right? Some people turn off automatic updates. And so you might work all this time to build all these awesome features and fix these bugs, and they might take months before they actually show up on a user's device. And so that's where Shorebird's code push comes in. So a little bit about Shorebird. Eric started Shorebird pretty recently, and I joined him, and we're now a team of 4. And we're working on solving some of these gaps that exist in the Flutter ecosystem that maybe other companies aren't incentivized to fill. And we wanted to start with code push because you probably know out of the 85,000 issues on Flutter, code push is the #1 open issue right now. And I believe Eric mentioned it was like 25 on the top, like all-time GitHub issues is code push for Flutter. And so we thought that was a great problem to start with because it's clear people want it, people need it. These problems that I mentioned that I experienced while building the Flutter and Friends app are real problems that developers face all over. And so for those of you who maybe aren't familiar with code push, I just kind of want to explain a little bit what it is. You can think of it as a Flutter developer, you can think of it as hot restart in production. So basically you can make changes to your Dart code, and then you can deliver those updates over the air instantly to users' devices. So you're not waiting for App Store reviews, you're not waiting for people to update their app. You're in more control, kind of like what the web does, where every time you ship a new change, your users get the latest version. With Shorebird, we have seamless integration so that one of our goals was that you don't really have to change any code in your code base to add Shorebird. It's a drop-in replacement, so it's kind of like a build step rather than an integration. And it's free to try, so I encourage you to try it later. You can check it out at shorebird.dev. And so now that we kind of have talked about this hot restart in production, and we saw some of those bugs that made it through in the Flutter and Friends app, you're probably thinking like, okay, Felix, can you show me? Like, let's see you fix these bugs in production. And I will try that, but before I try that, I want to kind of talk through what I've done before this conference, leading up to this. So while I was building the Flutter and Friends app, the first thing I did was I visited console.shorebird.dev. I've followed the instructions and installed the Shorebird CLI. And then I've run one command, which is Shorebird init. And all that does is just tell the Shorebird backend, hey, this app exists. The backend assigns you, your app, a unique ID. And that's it. And then I built the app, and when I was ready to submit to the Play Store and the App Store, I ran 2 commands. I ran Shorebird release Android, and I ran Shorebird release iOS alpha. And those commands basically generate the same thing as when you run a Flutter build IPA or a Flutter build app bundle. And so I took the output of those commands and submitted it to Google Play and the App Store. And so that's where we are today. A little bit more about what this initialization process looks like. It's just one command. Shorebird will kind of detect, do you have flavors set up in your project? What's the name of your project? You can customize a couple of things. And then really at the end of the day, it just generates a single file in your project called a shorebird.yaml. And really the important thing is just the app ID. And again, that's not a secret. It's not something that you need to keep private. It's just a unique ID that tells Shorebird servers, hey, this is Flutter and Friends. This is how you uniquely identify the Flutter and Friends app. The only other thing I changed for this particular app is I've disabled auto updates. But by default, auto update is enabled with Shorebird. And so that means you don't have to do anything. You just build with Shorebird. And whenever users launch your app, Shorebird will check in the background, is there an update available? If so, it'll download the update. And then the next time the user launches the app, it'll boot up from the update. For the sake of Flutter and Friends, I wanted to customize that experience, which you'll probably see. And so I disabled auto updates, and I'm using a package on pub.dev that we published called Shorebird Code Push. And that lets you communicate with Shorebird and customize how updates are delivered and how often you're checking for updates and that type of thing. So all of that is completely optional, though. By default, it will just work without you making any changes to your code base. And the last thing is, in the console, this is kind of what I saw right before coming here. So I have a single app called Flutter and Friends. It's version 1.0. You can kind of see there's no patches. That's that little puzzle piece that says none next to it. And then if I click into it, I have a bunch of releases. So you can see some of the releases only made it to Android because Google Play reviewed them really quickly. Then some of them only made it to iOS because iOS, the App Store reviewed them quickly. But the important thing is this morning, we all have 1.0. So hopefully, if you have it installed on your device, you can check in the settings that you're running version 1.0 of the app because that's pretty important for the demo. So now, the fun part is we try to fix the issues that I mentioned. So let me pull up VS Code, and let me know if it's too small. Looks good? So the first thing I want to do is just quickly talk about the code base. So it's just a basic Flutter project, nothing special. A bunch of code in the lib directory organized by just different features. So we kind of have like talk details, schedule, workshop details, some theming, favorites, nothing too crazy. We have the shorebird.yaml file that I mentioned that Shorebird generated when I ran the init command. And that's pretty much it. It's just a vanilla code base that you can look up. It's open source on GitHub. And so let's go and see if we can fix some of these issues. So the first issue was in the details page of a talk. We have, let me get rid of my terminal. We have a, if the speaker has a Twitter handle, we want to render a Twitter icon button. And this Twitter icon button is rendering a Twitter icon. And I even left myself a nice little fix me that we should use the X icon instead. And I even conveniently have a widget called X icon down here. I just forgot to swap them out. But really, it's just instead of this light blue accent with the old Twitter bird icon, there's a black background with the X logo. Nothing too crazy. So I'm going to quickly just address that first issue and update the icon. The next one was that pesky settings. So on the settings page, we have the theme toggle. And the theme toggle has a nice fix me that says something's not right here. And that's because when we're in light mode, it should probably say light mode. And when we're in dark mode, it should say dark mode. And the icons should also reflect that probably. So let's fix that. And actually this morning, this was unplanned, but I noticed 2 more problems that were bugging me that I was like, we might as well try to fix those as well. So if you haven't added any favorites on the favorites screen, you'll probably see a message that says, tap a heart icon to add a talk to your favorites. But that's not necessarily true. You can add an activity. You can add a workshop. So I thought maybe this should be a little more generic, and we can say to add an event to your favorites. And the last thing, which is kind of embarrassing, is on the settings screen, there's a link to follow on X, the Flutter and Friends account. And that accidentally leads you to shorebird.dev. Not intentional. I did not mean to do that. And so that should be the Flutter and Friends Twitter link. So you can check all of these bugs should be on the build that you're running right now. You can verify that it's definitely, like this is linking you to Shorebird. The settings are in this weird state where it tells you the wrong theme. The Twitter icon is the old icon. All these are problems that are an issue on the current build if you're running 1.0. And so now that I've fixed all of these issues, you can see I've just made a bunch of Dart changes. I can just run Shorebird patch. I'll do iOS first. And this is going, first it's going to tell you in bold that iOS is an alpha. So I'm going to talk more about why iOS is an alpha. But just know that Android is stable and iOS is an alpha. So it's not for everyone. Hopefully it will be stable very soon. But next what it does is it's going to build a release. So this is going to basically do like a Flutter build IPA, which can take a second. It will also do some other things. On Android, we do diffing. So we'll pull down the release that you uploaded, and then we'll make a release of the current patches, and then we'll do the diff so that we only upload what's changed. On iOS, we don't do that yet, so the patches are quite big. But those will also hopefully get smaller. And we do some other checks that I'll talk about. But yeah, this one command will basically create the patch and then upload it to Shorebird servers and make it available to your devices. So how many people are running on iOS? Oh, wow, okay, majority are running on iOS. Okay, so it's good that I'm doing iOS first. So once this is done building, hopefully in a few seconds, I will send a notification to all of your devices. So you should see a little banner at the top of the app that says an update is available. And again, make sure you're connected to Wi-Fi so that you don't waste data on a pretty big patch for iOS if you're following along with the demo. And also, while that's building, I'm going to pull up my iPhone and my Android device so that we can follow along as well. So these are my devices. And let's move this over. And of course, it's taking quite a long time. Unfortunately, this project does have Firebase added to it, which takes a little bit longer when you do the build. Hopefully not too much longer. And Android should be hopefully a decent amount faster. If it takes more than a couple more seconds, I'll just keep going through the slides so that we don't waste too much more time watching it build. But yeah, the other thing that you can do with this is when you're using Shorebird, you don't have to use it to push patches to releases that are uploaded to Google Play in the App Store. You can also preview things locally. So if you want to distribute via test flight or just if you're sharing an APK with someone, you can also use the same exact approach and share updates to people. It doesn't have to just be distributed through the App Store. Shorebird doesn't really care. You can see really quick, I want to call your attention to the size of the update for iOS, 6.5 megabytes. That's really, really big, and we're working on getting that down. But again, that's because we're not diffing anything on iOS. OK, so iOS we've patched. So I have this super secret script to push a notification to iOS. So if you're running on an iOS device, as I am here, we should have received the notification and be downloading the app. And we do now see a little banner that says an update is available. So if you're following along. So if I tap on the restart now, we should have booted from the update. So all the changes that I made. And so I can tap. And I do see now the Twitter logo is no longer there. It's the X icon. If I go to settings, I see now it does correctly say light mode instead of dark mode when I'm toggling. You can also see a number 3, which I didn't call your attention to, next to the version of the app. That means that it's running patch number 3 for that release. Previously, you were probably running patch number 2. So that's another way to know that you've downloaded the patch. And oh yeah, and we should check to make sure that follow on X takes you to the Flutter and Friends Twitter account, which it looks like it does. So we fixed all those issues on iOS. I'm going to run the same command for Android. And yeah, I guess while that goes, I'm not going to wait for that one. We'll go back to the slides, and we'll check on that in a few seconds. And hopefully that one will be quicker than than iOS. So, quick recap. Basically, if you aren't following along on your device, like you saw on mine, you should see an update when you've pushed for the Flutter and Friends app a new patch. That happens because of a silent push notification that is being sent to the device. That tells your phone, hey, there's a patch available. I'm going to go download it. And then once it's ready, you see the little material banner that says, do you want to restart and launch from the patch? A couple things that Shorebird does in addition is it verifies hashes of patches. So when you create a patch and upload it to our server, you're also sending a hash, like a checksum for that patch. And before Shorebird actually applies those patches on a device, it verifies to make sure that those hashes match. So it does some integrity checking. It also will automatically roll back to a previous patch if you accidentally push some code that crashes your app. So Shorebird will detect that, oh, hey, this is a bad patch. It caused a crash. Let's roll back to the previous working version so that we don't make the user experience any worse than when you didn't have Shorebird. So we really want to do no harm whenever possible with Shorebird. And as you saw with Flutter and Friends, we do have Shorebird working now on iOS and Android, which is great. That wasn't the case when Eric gave his talk at FlutterCon Berlin, which is super awesome. And I just want to highlight a couple of things that we currently have that are either done or in progress, just so that everyone knows the current state of things. So Android is stable, like I mentioned. It runs at near native performance. iOS is in alpha, which I'll talk a little bit more about. We do support flavors. We do support add to app. So if you're adding Flutter to a native application, you can still use Shorebird to push updates to the Flutter pieces, which is super cool. And for both the flavors and add to app, we have guides on how to do that at our docs site, which is docs.shorebird.dev. We do have CI integration as well. So if you don't want to run commands manually, like I did, you can use GitHub Actions and CodeMagic. We currently support, but we're happy to add more as people need them. And we also support multiple versions. So Shorebird supports switching dynamically across multiple Flutter versions. If maybe one project is using Flutter 3.10 and another one is using 3.13, Shorebird supports that. One thing that we're currently working on that it doesn't support is assets. So if you want to update assets in a patch, maybe you want to update a font or you want to add a new image or something else, Shorebird currently does not support that. It'll actually warn you if it detects that you've changed assets. It'll also warn you if it detects that you've changed native code so that you don't accidentally push a patch that won't work. But we're working on asset support, and that should be coming very soon. Now, some limitations. It's not all good news. There's some things that you should be aware of. So in particular, iOS runs approximately 100 times slower with Shorebird than without Shorebird. And you can kind of see that in the Flutter and Friends app. This is just the Dart code, by the way. So the Dart code runs 100 times slower. So if you scroll really fast in the iOS app on Flutter and Friends, you can notice that it stutters a little bit. It's not like a super buttery smooth experience. And that's because the code is 100% running in this interpreted mode, which I'll talk more about. And we're working on improving that so that iOS is just like Android and runs at near native performance. But that's one of the biggest reasons why iOS is still in alpha. And so before you add it to your iOS app, do some benchmarks, see if it works well for you. Depending on the app that you're adding Shorebird to, it might not be noticeable. But on apps that are really heavy with animations and lots of interactive experiences, you'll probably notice that it's quite slow. Also, the patch sizes, as I mentioned, are large because we're not diffing. Another thing to note is if you need Flutter versions older than 3.10, we currently don't support older Flutter versions, but we're happy to add support as people need them. It was more of just like a prioritize the most important thing. And so we're currently supporting the latest stable version almost as soon as it comes out within a few hours. And we go back to 3.10. And we're also only focusing on mobile. So if you need desktop, we have an issue open that you can upvote if you're interested in desktop support. That is something that we'll eventually add. So now I want to talk about how Shorebird works. But first, let's check on Android, because we don't want to leave Android hanging. So Android built. Again, you can see this warning that artifacts contain some changes. In this case, I'm OK with that, because I know that the app has everything it needs. And that looks like that went through. So let's push Android. Oh, let's push Android. Oh, no. Of course, we didn't update the permissions. And now let's push Android. No? Oh, did I do capital X? Thank you. This is why I love having developers. Thank you, thank you. OK, so now let me pull up. My Android device went to sleep. Hopefully, it's still connected to the network. So it should have received the notification and be downloading the patch in the background. maybe. I don't know if I'm even connected anymore. Someone give me a thumbs up if you're seeing an update on Android. Nothing yet? It's there? Oh, okay, so maybe my device is just not connected. The other thing you can do, this is a cheat, is if you tap on the version, you will force the app to check for an update. So if you don't see it, you can always prompt it to check by tapping on the version. So there we go, we've updated it. I can double check on Android now. We've updated the Twitter logo to the X logo, and light mode and dark mode seems to be working. And what was the last one? The Twitter link seems to be working. So great. We're working on Android and iOS, which is awesome. So now back to how Shorebird works. So when you install the Shorebird CLI, it pulls down a custom version of Flutter with it. And that custom version of Flutter includes a custom Flutter engine. And that custom Flutter engine includes the Shorebird updater, which is a component that's written in Rust, and that's the thing that knows how to check for updates and apply updates to your app. So you'll probably notice if you install the Shorebird CLI that it pulls down its own Flutter, and that's part of the reason why we've kind of not gone all the way back in time to every old Flutter version, because you can imagine that takes a lot of time and effort. But that's just how it works at the moment. I'll explain a little bit more about why. It also has a custom Dart compiler and Dart interpreter so that it can comply with App Store policies, which I'll also talk about. And then the other big component is the backend. So the Shorebird backend, all it's there for is just to host the binaries. So we never see your source code when you're using Shorebird. It's only the uploaded artifacts, so the things that you would normally share with the Play Store or the App Store. And there's this optional package, Shorebird code push, which I mentioned, which I'll also talk about a little bit more, but that's for advanced usage. And so this is just a high-level visualization of all these different components. Again, we have the backend. The CLI talks to the backend and uploads patches and releases. We have our Flutter version, which has or our Flutter revision, which has its own Flutter engine, updater, and then Dart. And the reason for us doing it this way is so that at the end of the day, you can use Shorebird as a drop-in replacement for Flutter. So instead of running Flutter build app bundle or Flutter build IPA, you just run Shorebird release Android, Shorebird release iOS, and you don't have to change anything else. It's just a single build step. If you're running that in your CI, you change it in your CI. If you're running it locally, you just type that command instead, and you don't make any other changes to your project. You don't need to add a dependency to your pub spec. You don't need to annotate your code or do anything crazy. We wanted it to be as simple as possible to integrate. And with the Shorebird code push package, you're in control of the update experience. So you can do things like check if there's a current patch installed, so that like in the Flutter and Friends app, you can surface the current patch that's running for your end users. You can check if there's a new patch available to download. You can download the new patch. All this stuff that you want to have low-level control over, you can do with the code push package. But if you also don't care and you just want the app to update whenever the user launches it and do its own thing, you don't have to do any of this. You can just add Shorebird and then not think about it, which is super nice. I also wanted to share just a quick snippet of what the CI integration looks like. So if you've used Firebase, you're probably familiar with logging in this CI mode. So similarly with Shorebird, you can log in with the CI mode, go through the OAuth flow, and then it spits out a CI token, and then you can add that as a secret to your GitHub repo or whatever. And we have this convenient GitHub action called setup Shorebird, which handles installing Shorebird and setting it up in your CI environment so that you can just run commands directly from your GitHub workflow so that you can do patches and releases in an automated way. And the big one, so everyone always asks, is it safe for stores? And the answer is yes. The way we've built it is intended to comply with App Store policies. So the Play Store has restrictions that apply unless you're running in a virtual machine or an interpreter, and Shorebird uses the Dart virtual machine. And on the App Store, you can interpret code, which is why we have a custom Dart interpreter that Kevin is working hard on optimizing. And all of this is so that we can comply with App Store guidelines and also deliver high performance eventually. I realize iOS is still not high performance, but that's again because it's running in this 100% interpreted mode. In the future, we want it to run in this mixed mode where code that hasn't been modified runs just like it would natively, and then only code that you've patched is interpreted so that you get that near native performance. With all that said, there's never been a better time to try Shorebird. We recently just upped all of the specs of all the different tiers. So with the free tier, where you don't have to put any credit card info in or anything, you get unlimited apps, and you can sign up for an account, and you get 5,000 patch installs every month. And one question that people always ask is, what is a patch install? And that's just one patch is delivered to one device. So we wanted it to be charged based on usage and not based on team seats or things like that. And so if Shorebird provides a lot of value to you, then obviously we're providing value, so then it's worth paying for. But if you're not really patching that many users, like for example, Flutter and Friends, I can get away with the free tier because we don't have over 5,000 patch installs every month. So yeah, and if you want custom pricing, you can contact us. We're more than happy to talk to you. If you have an app that, for example, has over 1 million users, we're more than happy to figure out a price that makes sense for you all. And pricing is not intended to be a blocker for Shorebird. If anything, we want it to be as accessible as possible. And so hopefully this talk kind of showed you like why you might want to use Shorebird and what Shorebird has to offer and how it kind of looks to use Shorebird in the wild. But if you are curious to see like how can I actually add this to my app, how can I go more in depth on trying this out for myself and seeing if it works well for the apps that I'm working on and my users, I highly encourage you to check out the workshop tomorrow, where that's exactly what we'll be doing. We'll just be going in depth on adding Shorebird to an existing app. And you can bring your own app, or you can follow along with an example. Totally up to you. But at the end of that, you should leave with Shorebird fully integrated into an app of your choice, which is pretty cool. And there'll also be swag. So if you want to come by and get some swag, it's always a good time. The last thing that I want to mention is one of the really cool things about working at Shorebird is the way that we work, and that's just entirely in the open. Almost all the code is open source with the exception of the backend and the Dart SDK, which we'll probably open source at some point. And we do everything in the open in terms of like stand-up updates. We talk amongst ourselves as engineers publicly on Discord. We answer community questions publicly on Discord. So if you want to learn about what we're doing, what everyone's working on, and get your questions answered, definitely check out discord.gg/Shorebird. And we also use Twitter to kind of communicate updates and releases. So if you want to follow along, you can follow us on Twitter/X at shorebird.dev. And with that, that's all I have. So I really appreciate everyone coming out, and hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for a great talk, Felix.
Thank you.
And now on to some questions. Are you ready?
Yes, hopefully.
So first one is from Thomas. Could you elaborate a bit on the up to 10 times slowdown for Shorebird apps on iOS? Has that improved, and what's the expectation/time frame for future improvements?
So I don't want to make it sound bad, but it's actually 100 times, not 10 times. And the reason for that, that's based on a benchmark that Kevin ran, the Dart team uses. I think it's called Richards. Basically, that's just because, like I mentioned, all the Dart code that is running in your iOS app when you add Shorebird runs in our Dart interpreter, regardless of if you've changed it or not, regardless of if it's the release or the patch. And so that leads to the 100x slowdown. That is the #1 priority. That is what Kevin is working on every single day to fix. And I think we're getting close. I think Eric was estimating probably next month we'll have a big update on iOS, and hopefully we'll be able to announce a stable. But yeah, it's coming very soon. That's our #1 priority.
Nice. I hope they are happy with that answer. From Anonymous, will code push help pushing native lib components like dylib.so, etc.?
Yeah, you cannot update native code with code push. That's one of the limitations. So if you want to make native changes and you have Shorebird in your app, you have to create a new release. So assets is another one that you have to create a new release, but we're working on fixing assets. I don't think native code is something that we'll be able to address. So any native changes, like if you're adding a plugin or adding libraries, you'll have to create a new release. So that's something to keep in mind.
All right,
oh,
so
yes.
I can repeat the question for the stream. So even if you package the dylib as an asset, would that be possible?
Then that should work once we add asset support, but that's still currently not supported. It is something that we're working on, and it will be available somewhat soon. So there's an issue open again. With everything with Shorebird related, if there's something that you really need and there's not an issue, please open one. And if there is, just give it a like, and that will help us prioritize. Because at this point, we're working on what our customers really, really need. And so if asset support is super important to you, we will make that a higher priority. But that's already pretty high on our priority list.
All right, and a question from Albert. Does reverting an update on Android also use their update diff mechanism, or are we downloading the whole app for the rollback?
Oh no, the rollback just rolls back to the previous. So Shorebird maintains the most recent known healthy patch, and then the one that you're trying to boot from, and so you're not reinstalling a whole new release. And also, we never remove the original release from the App Store, and so you always have a fallback, which is the original app that the users downloaded from the App Store. So they're not going to have to re-download a whole new binary.
Makes sense. This is a good question. What can go wrong, and what is the worst thing that can happen?
That's a great question.
During code push?
The absolute worst thing that could happen is you push a patch that causes a crash for whatever reason. Maybe you ignore Shorebird's warnings and you use the -- force flag and you make some native changes, or you rely on some asset being there and your app crashes. What will happen is your user will install that update, try to boot from it, the app will crash. Shorebird will see that it crashed, it will mark that patch as bad, and then the next time the user launches the app, it will launch from the previous healthy state. So the worst case is one crash and then back to the previous. And that's if you ignore Shorebird's warnings and you force push, or if we have some bug that we're not aware of. iOS probably has some known crashers still, which is another reason why it's an alpha. We fixed many of them actually in the process of releasing Flutter and Friends, which is another good reason to do it. So Android is really, really stable, whereas iOS, there are still areas that we're unsure of if they're fully stable. Like we're really working through all those issues on iOS right now. So definitely use iOS at your own risk. I would not add it to like a 1 million user user app at the moment. Just try it out and get a feel for it, and hopefully we'll have a stable release soon.
All right. I think we have a lot of questions here, but I think this will be the second last one. From Chagatai, can you send updates for only some countries?
Oh, yeah, that's a good question. Currently, we don't support having like a percentage rollout or target audiences, but that is something that we have the infrastructure to support. We just haven't prioritized it yet. So if that's something that's like a blocker for you to adopt Shorebird, definitely, again, let us know. I think there's an issue already open for that, if I'm not mistaken. So it's not available yet, but it's something that we've thought about. And we're only a 4-person team, so we're trying to prioritize things that people really, really want. So we'll get to it, but not at the moment.
All right, thanks. Last question from Thomas. What does near native performance mean more specifically? Yeah, so it means that most of the time you won't notice any difference. It will, if you've downloaded the app on Android, for example, I'm sure you probably can't tell a difference between an app with Shorebird and an app without Shorebird. That being said, if you decide, for example, you want to push a patch that rewrites your entire app, which you probably shouldn't do because then you'll probably get rejected by the App Store. But in theory, if you change the entire app and pushed it as a patch, then you will not have native performance anymore because you'll kind of be back in the original boat of everything is being interpreted on iOS. And so near native performance just means if you're using Shorebird to patch things like critical bug fixes and small improvements like what we've done in the demo here, your users won't be able to tell a difference. But if you're changing everything, then you'll have to kind of pay the same price. And one thing on the previous question that I just thought of that I wanted to go back to is you can achieve that percentage-based rollout yourself if you want to, using the Shorebird code push package and your own backend if you wanted to, because you have all the information available to you about is there a patch available, who is the user, presumably you know that information, and so you can kind of build that infrastructure yourself, but that is something we'll probably also support for you, like out of the box. Right, but if it's super critical for you, it's not completely blocking if you're a big company. Just a comment on here. Crazy idea. Thanks, Felix. Thanks, Shorebird. And with that, let's give a big round of applause for Felix. And we're just going to set up the next computer here, and the next talk will start very soon.
I was waiting for Felix to come back here. All right. Hello. Hello. Love it when the audience shows up. All right. While I am getting set up here, I want to say a quick note to a lot of other speakers who have not done a gazillion talks. And that is, nobody's going to die. Okay? Nobody's going to hate you forever. It's not going to destroy your reputation. You know, we have people in this room whose families are in a war zone. All right? If you bomb your talk, you're nowhere near having the biggest problems in this room. So keep that in mind. Having a bad talk, it happens to everybody. And roll with it. You'll be fine. So with that said, you know, I'm going to take a cue from Felix here. All right.
I'll just give you a short introduction first.
Oh,
for
I'm sorry.
the people that haven't
I'm
met
Scott.
Scott before. Yeah, most of you that are like active in the community, you have definitely seen Scott around.
I'm Scott. A little bit about me. You really don't care about me. So that's enough about me. No, I'm Scott Stoll. I've been involved with Flutter since September 2017. That would be 006, I think.
It's quite a long time.
Yeah, well, I'm dating myself. Anyway.
All right, I'm going to get off the stage and give a big round of applause for Scott for coming all the way here from Ohio.
All right. So, like I said, I'm going to take a little cue from Felix. How many of you have heard of rows and columns? Okay, I would say that's good, but the truth is I can't see anything with these lights, so I have no idea if you put your hands up. All right. This crowd is a bit more experienced than this talk is usually for. There are good things for you, but there are other parts that we're just going to blow right through in the interest of time. So before we get going, is that not the coolest picture of Jupiter you have ever seen on my not full screen? No. Oh yeah, that's right. F11. You have to be smarter than the computer to know how to use it, to be able to use it. Okay, is that not the coolest picture of Jupiter? All right. So first question, where is this going? Now that, well, no, it is an important question. How many times have you been sitting in a talk and you're sitting there going, what the heck are they doing? Where are they going with this? I don't even know what the point is. Okay, so let's take a look at where we're going. And this is where we're going to end up. Now I call this the tongue twister. And it'll make sense later, I hope. But here we go. A flex is flexible, but don't confuse the fact that it can be flexible with an actual flexible. A flex fit has nothing to do with the fit of the flex. Flexes don't fit. Flexibles do. The flex of a flexible determines the strength of a flexible, except when it doesn't. You can set the flex to 9 kajillion. If the flex fit is loose, it's not going to do squat. The flex fit of the fit determines if the flex of the flexible will be allowed to flex the flexible so that it fits better into the flex. And lastly, don't confuse the flex with the flex, or you're going to end up. Were you thinking something else? All right. Let's look at some terms. Now, this is the part we're going to blow through. Terms. The flex. It's a superclass of row and column. Next, the flexible can force its child to be bigger, doesn't have to. Flex, the strength of the flexible compared to other flexibles. Then the flex fit determines if it's going to have to fill the available space. The fit parameter takes a flex fit, So let's take a look at a doc comment for a moment, okay? And right here it says the expanded. It is a widget that expands the child of a row or column or a flex so that the child fills the available space. Okay, that's not what that button is supposed to do. I don't know where the laser went. Oh well. The available space. Now, let's define available space. Okay. Available is supposed to mean leftover. Okay. It's kind of like the food in the fridge, you know, when you get done with that pizza. But let's take a closer look at this. Okay. A widget that expands the child of a row or column or flex so that the child fills the available space. Well, first of all, if you look at that carefully, the widget that expands the child of a row or a column, isn't the expanded the child of the row or column? Okay, that was a joke. You know, the child of the row or column is the expanded. So, anyhow, it says that it fills the available space. This, how do I put this? It's not exactly, that. Okay? It does not fill the available space. And this is where a lot of beginners and even intermediate developers get tripped up. It does not fill the available space. It fills the space that was reserved for it. And this is where we get into the algorithm. Okay? The flex layout algorithm is also known as render flex children have non-zero flex but incoming height constraints are unbounded. I've never seen this error before in my life. All right? Don't be this guy. All right? The laptop losing the magic smoke. Okay, this is where if you don't understand why we're having this talk at all, you're about to find out. Because we're going to take a good look at the documentation. If anyone has paracetamol, Tylenol, now's the time. All right, step 1. Lay out each child a null or zero flex factor, for example, those that are not expanded, with unbounded main axis constraints and the incoming cross-axis constraints. If the cross-axis alignment is cross-axis alignment stretch, instead, use tight cross-axis constraints that match the incoming max extent in the cross-axis. What? All right. Let's translate this into something a human can read. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to lay out all the children that have a set size in the main axis. They don't flex. They're set. 100, 150, 57.6. I don't care. It has to have a set size. However, we're not setting the main axis size actually yet. We're taking the children that have a set size and laying them out, but we're not setting their main axis size yet. This is what unbounded constraints mean. Okay, so now let's take a look at cross-axis alignment stretch. If cross-axis alignment is set to stretch, then force the children to be as big as possible in the cross-axis. That's all it means. So hopefully that's a little bit, it makes a little bit more sense. But notice, we still don't have the actual size set yet, even though there was a size set. That didn't come out right. Okay, anyway. Step 2. Divide the remaining main axis space among the children with non-zero flex factors, for example, those that are expanded, according to their flex factor. For example, a child with a flex factor of 2 will receive twice the amount of main axis space as a child with a flex factor of 1. Yeah. And people wonder why I need an asthma inhaler when I'm done with this. All right. We are going to reserve whatever space is left after calculating the things that have a set size. And we're going to divide it among the children that have a flex, and that flex is not 0. I have no idea why that's there because I've never seen a flex with that was set to 0 in my life. Don't ask, I don't know. Anyhow, what we're also going to do is take a look at what if you like some children more than others, you know. Parents never play favorites. Okay, and you want to give some more space than others. The way that you do this is flex. Not flex. Flex. Okay. Now, let's take a look at here. I hate to break it to you, but math is involved. Thank you. Yeah. 3 children, 3 different flex factors, 1, 4, and 5. 1 plus 4 plus 5 is 10. There's your math. The first child has a flex of 1. The total flex is 10. This child gets 1/10 of the leftover space reserved for it. It does not get 1/10 of the space. The second child gets a reservation for 4 out of 10, so 40%. The last child gets half. Doesn't actually get it, it gets a dinner reservation. Big difference, especially later on. So, first, then what we have to do is we have to calculate the DP. We calculate the actual number of the pixels that will be reserved for each one based on what their final share of the leftover space could be. All right, now what it is, could be. Next, we're going to get into step 3. Where's that inhaler? Lay out each of the remaining children with the same cross-axis constraints as in step 1, but instead of using unbounded main axis constraints, use main axis constraints based on the amount of space allocated in step 2. Children with flex fit parameters that are flex fit tight are given tight constraints, for example, forced to fill the allocated space, and children with flexible fit properties that are flex fit loose are given loose constraints, for example, not required to fill the allocated space. You figuring out why we're here yet? All right. Let us ponder. We're pondering. Each child's main axis maximum size limit, the constraint, is set to the calculated number reserved for it in step 2. This is the max, not the actual size. So the maximum size that it can be is the size that was reserved for it. We have still not calculated the actual size. All right. So in order to get a little bit better of a handle around that, let's look at the FlexFit enum declaration. The child is forced to fill the available space if you use tight. Okay. The child can be at most that maximum that we set based on what was reserved for it. But it does not have to be. It can be smaller. Okay. Now, again, for more beginners, you have to say this, but it's only in the main axis. This has nothing at all to do with the cross-axis. We haven't even started with that yet. Yeah, here comes that paracetamol. All right. Let's take a look at the flexible constructor, okay? The flexible constructor, let's not even bother reading all that. What we really care about right now is the flexible has a default constructor with FlexFit loose, which means it's not going to force the child. The child could be smaller, okay? Now let's take a look at the expanded. And actually, with this crowd, I'm going to go a little bit deeper into this. as you know, this is the constructor. We are passing this, okay, to the flexible. Now, the reason that's significant is when we get into the expanded, it extends the flexible, which means it has all the properties of the flexible unless we change something. But wait, there's more. What we're going to do here is in the super call to the flexible, we are going to set the fit hard-coded to tight. You cannot change it. All right? So the expanded is always going to be flex fit tight. That's how it works. What if you want it loose? Use a flexible. Not that hard. Okay, so I'm going to blow through this because I do explanations about what a super call is to more beginners. Okay, it extends a flexible, you know, blah, blah, blah. Okay, again, we're back to the default there. So let's take another look at that enum declaration. Okay, as we said, tight forces, loose does not. Like that. Now remember, this is using available space. What is the space available to each one? The space that was reserved for it. It is not, the available space is not the total leftover space in your row or column. That's very important to remember. All right, step 4. The cross-axis extent of the flex is the maximum cross-axis extent of the children, which will always satisfy the incoming constraints. Okay, I didn't need a big breath for that one. Although, when I was looking at this, I was beating my head on the desk for a little while because I didn't understand all the terms at that time. But I have this wonderful neighbor, and she has helped me so much. I would never have been able to understand this documentation, you know, without her. I'd like you to meet, you know, the amazing Wanda. Okay, so the amazing Wanda consulted the tarot, and she told me this, that the cross-axis extent of a row or column is going to be as big as the biggest child in the cross-axis direction. So it's going to make the entire row or column, you know, a row as wide as the biggest child. And then the other limitation, of course, is if the parent has placed constraints on the row or column. This is not that hard to understand when you translate it into something a human being can read. So, all right. Now, what if one of the children wants to be infinite in the cross-axis and the parent didn't give it a constraint? Well, box constraints forth infinite height or width. We've all seen that one. But the interesting thing with that is it doesn't say cross-axis. I kind of wish it did, you know, because that would help us know exactly what to go after. All right, step 5. Here we go again. Maybe I need a breath this time. The main axis extent of the flex is determined by the main axis size property. If the main axis size property is main axis size max, then the max axis extent of the flex is the max extent of the incoming main axis constraints. If the main axis size property is main axis min, then the main axis extent of the flex is the sum of the main flex is the sum of the main axis extents of the children subject to incoming constraints. I had no chance of doing that in one breath. But if you really think about what that documentation said, there is a normal human reaction. Yeah. Let's take this one step at a time here. All right. The main axis extent size of the flex is determined by the main axis size property. Yeah, no kidding. Why didn't I just say that? If the main axis size property is set to max, then it's going to be as big as the constraints coming from the parent. So to translate that a bit more into human, if it's set to max, which is the default, the length of the main axis of your flex is going to be as big as the parent is going to allow. Why didn't I just say that? All right. For box constraints, max height for a column, and for box constraints, max width for a row. Let's take a look at main axis size min. If the main axis size property is main axis size min, then the main axis extent size of the flexible is the sum of the main axis extents of the children. What? In human. Just add up all the sizes of the children in the main axis and use that. Was it really that hard? Wait. Subject to incoming constraints. What in the world does subject to incoming constraints means? What does it mean without an S? If it fits. If it fits. Why didn't I just say that? All right. Step 6. How many of you have seen the Twilight Zone movie? Want to see something really scary? All right. Available space means the space reserved for it, right? Like that. Now, my speaker notes are off. All right, let's say the parent is saying the max constraints are 900. All right. Now, the first child is 300. And if I remember correctly, in this one, it is, okay, no, I'm sorry, this one is a set size. So the next one is an expanded. It had 150, I'm sorry, it is 150. So you have an expanded with a size box in it, and you have set the height of the size box to 150. Okay? Then we have another child. It's a flexible, also set to 150. Now remember, these both did not have the flex value set. Because they didn't have the flex value set, they had 50-50 reserved for them. So we have something with non-zero, I'm sorry, we have something with zero flex on top. And then we had two things with equal flex allowed to split what was left. Well, what was left was 600. So what we had reserved for each one of these was 300. How big's your column going to be? No, I really mean it. How big is your column going to be? Anybody? Somebody? Where's like an experienced Flutter engineer? Felix? Okay. How big is the column going to be? He says 900. Anybody else? 750. I guess those are the only two choices, right? Here's the goofy thing, okay? There's 150 of empty space. Nada. Not squat. But here's the goofy part of this, all right? Flexes don't have borders. So when you're looking at this, all you see is this. And you say, why is my column short? It's not. It's actually the right size. It's just the problem is not only do they not have borders, they're transparent. So you're seeing whatever's behind it. And without a border, it looks like it's short. So if you put a flexible and an expanded in the same flex, what's going to happen, quite possibly, is the flex will not use all the space reserved for it, and it's going to look like your rower column is short, but it's really not. So everybody give a big round of applause to Felix for getting it right. Now we know why BMW and Eric hired him. All right. Let's take a look at step 6. Determine the position for each child according to the main axis and the main axis alignment and the cross-axis alignment. For example, if the main axis alignment is main axis alignment, space between any main axis space that has not been allocated to children is divided evenly and placed between the children. All right. Let's take a look at our main axis alignment options. Okay. What we've got here is start, center, and end, then space between, space around, and space evenly. Start, center, and end, pretty self-explanatory. I mean, you know, there's not a whole lot here. So either they're aligned center or they're on one end or the other. They're pretty even. So let's take a look at with space around. Okay, I'm sorry, notes are wrong again. This is space between. What we're going to be doing here is we take all of the space that's not being used, we put this one on the very end, and we put this one on the very end. And then all the space that's not being used is evenly divided for space between. Now with space around, it's a little bit differently, done differently. The first and last are padded by half the amount that's between the rest of the others. What? Space evenly, in order to get that to work, the best way to look at it is this. If you were to put another half here and on the other end, it's not going to look right. So in order to make the even spacing look right, you do a half here, a half, a half, a half, a half, and another half on the end. And that is what makes it come out looking right with that one. So an easier way to see that is this. Even. They're all the same. Right? Every single one is the same. Every single one has half on either side. That's how you end up with only half on the ends. So now let's really take a look at evenly. We're going to do the same exact space before and after every child. Okay? This is the one where you get the same amount on the ends that you get in between. So there's a little bit of a difference there, and you want to remember which is which, or just try which is which and see what works best. That's what I do. All right, so let's take a look at cross-axis alignment. This is the one that can hurt you. It can hurt your head. Of course, we have start, center, and end. Start, center, and end with cross-axis, actually also and with main axis of a row and cross-axis, main axis, of a row and cross-axis of a column. Most people think of it that start is to the left and end is to the right. Wrong. That's not the way it works. Start is at the beginning of the line in the direction of the language that the user has selected, which means start is on the left in most languages. However, it is on the right in Arabic. Okay, Arabic is written the other way. So if you are releasing in the Arab world, you've got to keep that in mind. So your start and your end are flipped in a right to left language. Now, stretch. It's going to try to force, okay, let me go back for a second. Do you remember when we said the cross-axis extent size is going to be as big as the largest child in that direction? lie. Okay, because if you set it to stretch, and I believe the docs did say, unless you set it to stretch, when you set it to stretch, it's going to force all of the children to be as big as the biggest child, or as big as the parent will allow, and it's going to take the max of those. So, let's see here. Baseline. Here come the next two fun ones. Baseline, in the cross-axis, we're going to take a look at a row. And what that basically means is we're going to take a look at putting the bottoms on the baseline. So if this is a row, everything's going to be lined up along the bottom. And we can take a look at the constraints that are coming in from the parent. Okay, here's the minimum constraints. Here's the maximum constraints. So baseline will not force to be maxed the way that a stretch will. But here's an interesting twist. What if the biggest child is smaller than the minimum constraint? And this is where it'll start to be painful, because it's going to lift it up off the bottom. You see where the min is? Over here on the left. The row is going to have to be minimum this height. Since it's not stretch, it's not going to change the size of the children. So what it does is it takes the end of the biggest child, slaps it at the minimum line, and then creates a baseline underneath all the others, which leaves them hanging in the air. Try it, it's not fun. Okay, so as we were saying, this will shift up. And in big red letters, max headroom, the baseline does not touch the start side of the cross-axis anymore. One more time. And that is for if you wanted to put it down low, what would you use? What would you use? Oh, come on, we've already covered this. Oh, end, you think? So, remember, we're not touching the start side anymore. Right? So if we want to bring everything down here, we don't want to use the end because the end's at the top. Okay, so what we're going to want to use is we're going to use start. Okay, but start already exists. It already aligns to start. All right. Baseline lets you float your baseline. Okay. Why? I don't know. I got nothing. I have no idea why you would want to use this. I don't know what use case, but you know, you could. It's kind of like Jurassic Park. You were so worried that you could that you didn't bother to think if you should. All right. So let's see if things make sense now. A flex is flexible, but don't confuse the fact that it can be flexible with an actual flexible. A flex fit has nothing to do with the fit of the flex. Flexes don't fit. The flex of a flexible determines the strength of the flexible, except when it doesn't. When doesn't the flex matter? When doesn't it determine the strength? Loose. Because it's not forcing it to obey the size. Okay. You can set the flex to 99 kajillion. If it is loose, it's going to be ignored. The flex fit of the flit determines if the flex of the flexible will be allowed to flex the flexible so that it fits into the better of the flex. Okay, boy, I'm losing speed here. Remember, if the fit is tight, it will allow the flex of the flexible to flex the flexible so that it fits better into the flex. But if the fit is loose, it's not going to do anything. So the flex fit determines if the flex of that flexible is going to be allowed to flex the flexible so that it will fit better into your flex, which is your row or column. Okay? And remember, don't confuse the flex with the flex, or you're going to end up all right. If you're as confused as I am after that, there are places you can get help. Let's see if these are current. The Flutter Dev Google group is a great place. I'm not sure if Eric still frequents that or not. He used to. Then we also have Reddit. It's Reddit. Don't always trust it. It's Reddit. You know, we like to say on Hump Day Q&A, this is YouTube, we have standards here. So the Flutter community on Medium, I checked, I counted last year, we had 1,200 articles. And these articles are from a lot of people like Felix, like Pooja Palmik, like Pawan. You know, I mean, they're written by people who know what they're doing. Then there is also the Flutter community page on Facebook, which has been badly neglecting, and it is totally my fault. I have to get on that. Twitter X, whatever they're calling it this week, is Flutter Dev, and then you can follow who that loser follows. You know, you can ignore me, but I follow some pretty cool people, which reminds me I've actually got to start following Phoenix. I don't know. I haven't got you yet, man. Then there is Hump Day Q&A. If you're not familiar with it, that is a live stream that we do every Wednesday. Simon Lightfoot, myself, Randall Schwartz, and Danielle Cox get on there and answer live questions for people in real time. And answering questions for a talk is easy, because you're limited to that subject. Hump Day Q&A, we are open to all comers. We have no idea what people are going to ask about. 1 minute they might be asking about when to use a container versus when to use a sized box. They might be asking, why is it important to make things constant? And then all of a sudden they're asking for a very specific thing in the fine print of FFI. It'll give you whiplash. So the show is awesome, not just because I'm on it, but I mean, he knows there's almost no question Simon can't answer. He has been doing this for 30 years. The knowledge in the man's head is bizarre, but it's also very helpful. And with that, I'm out of slides. So fortunately, I'm done talking at 1,000,000 kilometers an hour.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Scott.
Yeah. Oops, yeah. All right, nobody has any questions, right? I covered everything thoroughly.
Can we get this mic on? Yes, it is on. Perfect. So for this Q&A, we actually have a little bit extra. The person that gives the best question will get a dash. So get into the link and write your questions, and remember to write your names too, so we can know who to give the dash. Anonymous is hard to find. But I have a question to start with. Like, some of this is pretty confusing stuff. Have you just like sat down and learned it all, or have you like organically learned it over all the years you have been active in the Flutter community?
It's a little bit of both.
Yeah.
And the serious answer to that is I hadn't touched coding for 20 years when I started Flutter. And I had no idea what any of these terms meant, and that's a big part of the problem, is beginners go to the docs to try and figure out what rows and columns do, and they get pointed at this. And they get thrown all these terms: flex fit, flex, flexible extent constraints. Somebody who's brand new to Flutter in their first week is trying to look up how a row and column works. They run into this like a brick wall at 400 kilometers an hour. It's bad. As a beginner, I went through it. So after I finally wrapped my head around it, I realized what things meant, and I got very frustrated with why didn't they just say what it meant? And then I figured, you know, there must be a lot of other people struggling with it too, so I'll put together a talk on it. And then I actually researched it properly in order to put together the talk. So it's a both hand.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think, like, from when you begin with Flutter, everything seems so smooth and super easy. When you start building the apps, you're like, it's so fast. I think this is one of the first things that a lot of people run into, actually, as a big problem.
RenderFlex children have non-zero flex, but incoming height constraints are unbounded.
Yeah, exactly.
People have
like,
nightmares
what is this?
about that phrase. And it's, no, but in all seriousness, I'm sitting there looking at that error going, what the heck is a RenderFlex? I'm using a row or column. I don't understand.
Yeah. Where did it come from?
Yeah.
Can't search my code for RenderFlex.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you sit there and you do a right click, you know, find in files, RenderFlex. You get nothing.
Yeah. All right, let's take some questions from the audience here.
I thought that was.
Isn't baseline related to the text baseline, actually? Because text bottom is not text baseline, and it can avoid off by one pixel issues.
Yep, off by one. They say off by, that's my license plate at home, off by one. No, but that is absolutely correct. Thank you.
That was a question from Matti. Then we have Tom that wishes to gain some more knowledge on this. And do you have a model or sheet with the human explanations that you could share?
A what?
A model or a sheet with the human explanations of what you have.
You know, a handout would probably be a good thing for this talk, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Well, maybe later in the Slack. Who knows?
Yeah.
Why do we have expanded if it's just flexible with flex fit tight from Joachim?
Why do we have spacer? You know why we have spacer? Because Scott got sick and tired of writing expanded sizebox.empty, expanded sizebox.empty. No, it's a convenience widget. That's all it is. If you were, you could use, you know, flexibles with tight and loose all day long. That's all the compiler is going to do anyway. What it does do, and what spacer also does, is when somebody's reading the code in a quick pass, I imagine all of us have the constructors in a different color than a lot of the other things, so you can read down and just see size box, column, size box again, colored box, text, and you can and you see exactly what's going on. But if you use a flexible and you change the parameter manually, then as you're skimming the code, you have to stop at every flexible and check the fit. Whereas if you're using an expanded, you can just keep blowing right through without even slowing down.
Oh, makes sense. Then we have a question from Red. How to align one widget in the top left of a stack and another widget in the bottom right, while keeping the stack as large as a third bigger widget that it contains? I think we need a little whiteboard here.
Actually, that's not that bad, because I know it's not proper to do, and people might argue against it, but for me personally, I get frustrated trying to use positioned because I don't want to put hard-coded numbers in anything anyway. I use a line. I literally use a line in a stack. So for me, my answer instantly would be, how do you want to align it top left? Use a line with alignment top left. Really. And making it as big as possible. What stack is stack fit? It's expand? Felix? Yeah, it's expand. There is a stack fit expand which will make it match the incoming max constraints. So you've got it as big as possible. If you want to align it somewhere, align it there. You know, and if you want to place it halfway off center, use alignment positive 0.5. You know, So it makes my life a whole lot easier. I realize most people will use positioned. I know it was designed to use positioned, but you know, I tend to do things wrong anyway.
Good answer. And then we have a question from Moritz. Do you still just try randomly flex stuff until it looks right, like the rest of us do? I thought that was the official way.
Actually, very good, very good. I've got a shortcut for that. Always make sure that the total of all your flexes is 100, then you can just set it to a percentage and you're done. If it all adds up to a total of 100, then 25 is going to get 25%. So, and Simon always tells me don't bother doing that, and I'm like, shut up. Not everybody has a mind like yours, Simon.
Very true. From Enoch, are there any performance considerations / issues when dealing with many flexible widgets?
Not that I'm aware of. And even if there are some, that gets back into, I think the garbage collector is a good way to look at that. Eric Seidel did a podcast on, what was it, Software Engineering Daily, where he went into the details of the garbage collector, somewhat, not to the point that it would drive you crazy. But in short, I can't remember if it's 50,000, 70,000, or 100,000 small objects per frame can be cleaned up. That's one of the reasons that we can get away with a list instead of having to use an array or other things like that. I mean, this garbage collector is nuts. So is there some inefficiency perhaps? Yeah, if you don't use it quite right. Have you taken a look at the processors on a modern phone? So is it inefficient? Oh yeah. Yeah, most of what we do is very inefficient. I mean, you know, people who write graphics code would have nightmares over the way we do things. But, you know, and people who are writing game code that have to try and squeeze out 120 FPS. In our case, it's not even going to slow us down. It's really not. A modern processor, and we're just trying to hit a minimum 60 FPS. Okay, you know, that garbage collector will pick up quite a bit. Okay.
We have a question from Sten Erik. What is the minimal kit of widget classes one needs to do most any layout? That's a very broad question.
The minimum, I would say, is first of all, understand the difference between container and sized box, and container and the things that go into it in order to make it do what it can do. And the reason that I say that is you can't make a container constant. And I can't remember which it is, but there's only one parameter that's preventing that. So if you don't need that parameter, you know, just go build what you're doing. Like if you're going to use a container to do, I don't know, padding and a color, what you can do instead is you can put, say, a sized box, and then you have a padding, and then you use a colored box inside the padding, and then you put whatever child in there that gets padded. You don't have to use a container. Next, understand what constant is doing. Then after that, size box, colored box, text, row, column, of course, stack, icons, buttons, you know. I mean, it's really, I mean, this is a minimum kit. I mean, we're not getting into slivers or anything like that. If you really need to scroll stuff because you're hitting the end of your page, just use a single child scroll view, and then you might have to give it something that will give it some constraints. But you can do a lot with just that. You really can. And maybe not asset image, and maybe even network image. Cache network image is a good thing too.
All right. Last question. singular. Would you
What's for lunch?
contribute some of your explanations to the Flutter Docs website? The non-robots reading them would love that.
Actually, that is in progress. And Hixie, if you see this, I'm sorry. I'm under a deadline at work and it's slowing me down again. I had put in a preliminary PR. I got some feedback from the team. I started doing the changes and then life happened. So unfortunately, life is still happening. I am making a little bit of progress, a little bit at a time. We were having a conversation about that last night at dinner. Parts of this appear scattered all over the documentation. You can't just change it in one place. So someone was nice enough to mention that there's a macro for this that I have to look into. So it is coming slowly. I have a soft release on October 1st. The app I'm working on must be released by the World Series of American Baseball or like I'm a dead man. But yeah, I will get to it as quick as I can.
Yeah, the life of an open source contributor, right? All right, so Moritz, where are you? Because you won the question thing.
Yeah.
And welcome up Alek on stage, which he will tell us a little bit more how lunch will work.
Yes, thank you, Lucas.
Thank
Yeah,
you, Scott.
and thank you, Scott. So, lunch is served, and you're going to find it as you exit just to your right. So, there's going to be one line for everyone, and you're going to be able to pick between the meat option, pleskovica, and the vegetarian option. And there are also a few salads, like chicken Caesar salads for the ones who would like that. So we've put up some standing tables where you can sit. Also at 13:10, there will be a talk in here during lunch. So officially, the lunch break is until 1400, I believe. Is that right? I know, I should know this. Yes, exactly. So, and actually at 13:55, we're going to have a special performance here on stage. Am I off by 1 hour? Oh, yeah, 12:55. Sorry. 1:30. Off by 1. Anyway, you can all go and grab some lunch, and when you look to the right of the bar, you can put your utensils and your plates there, and also in the bar you can buy additional beverages. So if you don't like water and want something else, find the bar. And see you in a while.
Sa du något om Philips lunch? Ja, det gjorde du. All right. Let's welcome up Filipe for our lunch talk. Filipe is always destroying my forms, but he's also like finding all the bugs that I have put in there, if there are any like permissions or something. But then he also has the longest name that anyone could possibly have, so everything is just like, yeah, you have to modify all the designs for him. But yeah, he will have I'm sure it will be a very interesting talk, so give him a round of applause.
Thank you, thank you. It's not that big. Come on, it's just Filipe Manuel dos Santos Albuquerque Barroso. It's just my father name, my mother name, my family name. I don't get it. Thank you for being here. I think you were the first in line for lunch, so thanks. So I always like to start, even for me, with a bit of hero pose. So let's raise your hands a bit. Let's go. Come on, I can see you, so you better do it. Unless you're eating, I know. Thank you for eating here. I hope you enjoyed the show. I also like to have just watch a TV show while I work or during the lunch break, of course. So. It's a bit hard to miss, so this is me, okay? Maybe a bit more beer, and just to be sure that you're on the right talk, yeah? It's behavior-driven development with Flutter. And just a raise of hands who have handled with behavior-driven development before? Okay, so awesome. Just a lot of people still don't know what it is. And we are going to take it slow. It's a kind of boring topic, but I will try to make it entertainment as possible. Just a bit about myself. Yeah, that's my name, my shorter version. I've been a community organizer for many years now. I founded the Flutter Portugal community 4 years too. And software developer 10 plus years. You know what that means when someone says 10 plus something, right? It means I was a developer for 10 plus 1 month. So no, it's a bit more. I've basically, who knows, I belong to Android team as Singh task. You know, I had to use the Singh task while developing Android apps, so that was something. But nowadays, something back, you know, now we are Flutter developers, we want to be here and learn something new. And I'm just like you guys, it's you folks, that I see interesting topic, I apply it in my company, and I try to share that knowledge with the community. So that's what I'm here for. You can find me not here during the talk, but afterwards, if you want to reach out, just tap on my shoulder, scare me, and I'll be willing to talk. The talk is divided in 2 parts. Okay, we'll introduce you to behavior-driven development. It's a mouthful, and then just at the end, how you can apply it into your Flutter apps. Okay, and the reason behind some decisions about it. Okay. So, what's behavior-driven development? We need to start, of course, to state what is a behavior test, okay, before going into development part. So imagine that we are talking about an ATM machine, and of course, with the ATM machine, we don't want the account holder, the customer, to just have a bath of money, you know, just open the machine and even coins come out, you know, it's kind of weird. So we want to be sure that it behaves correctly as it should, right? So what can we do? So this kind of way of writing a test, that I will mention its name afterwards, is a surprise, that is quite straightforward in English, to those who know English at least. That is, you can say, okay, given a certain account holder that is approaching the ATM in this case, and wants to has a certain account value, he wants to withdraw a certain amount of money. And of course, we want to be sure that the cash machine has that money. So this is what we can assume the machine and the user and all of it. This is our context. Then there's a certain action. That action is really when an account holder requests that money. That's the action we are expecting. In the end, okay, we have the context, we have those actions. What will be the outcome? So in kind of this English is, okay, the machine will dispense the amount of money the user requested. The balance will be updated, and of course, the card that was inserted can be updated. Of course, this kind of test can go way more into details, a lot of nitpicking, but let's assume and simplify as this text. Roaa, there you go. Gherkin. I just introduced you to Gherkin. Gherkin is really a way of writing a test, more specifically, right? It has these common reserved words that are highlighted, and this is what we as developers, we try to teach non-devs to write, okay? It's in plain English, maybe there are even some solutions that you can use your own home language to write Gherkin. Gherkin is not something new, it's way old, but can be new to Flutter and can be new to the community. Hence, I realized there's an opportunity to share this knowledge. So, given that you understand, and it's plain English, right, what is a Gherkin language and how you can write one simple test, let's move forward to just analyze this text. Like when I was planning step by step, and you realize that, okay, there's 3 areas, right? You have the context, the state, the initial state of that test itself, okay? Just jumping and making a small bridge to Flutter. And then you have this event, it's what we call this, what it triggers the action, what is happening to the system as overall. And of course, the outcomes, what is the results, what is the expected behavior too, okay? Again, in this Flutter terms of testing. Okay, remember this, context, events, and outcomes. Because it's really as simple as it is. Every test will have these three areas, and if we have it in mind, really well defined, it's more easier to understand and explain to the non-devs. Because in the end of the day, we are trying to push a certain work to others, and this helps. Yeah. Context, events, and outcomes. So, in fact, it's really this. With behavior-driven development, we are writing a set of behaviors that the user can expect from the system, okay? And can be a bit tricky, but let me just also let's go on a special adventure of writing those user stories into behavior tests in the Gherkin. What's the reason behind this? Well, for those who kind of realize the context of domain-driven development, you realize that it's really important to have a common language between the start of the project to the development, right? And if we start in that horrible Jira to write, instead of user stories, we write the Gherkin format, it will make all our lives easier, okay? We need to be a proactive position. I tend to see people not being so proactive and try to push the company to adopt this kind of work. But in long term, it can be really helpful for the whole company. So this is a way of some companies do, and you follow through while writing stories, user stories, just when I want to and so I can, okay? So, and trying to compare this with the language, let's follow through. So we have the when, the situation, the motivation, and then the expected outcome of it. And it's quite as simple as that. And immediately at first, while reading this, you can realize that there's a direct match, kind of a direct match to the Gherkin language. And it's not by chance, okay? Even for this really reduced example, a user opens the app, you want him to see the login page because it's not authenticated, so he can authenticate. It's kind of, okay, the language can be weird, but given the situation, motivation, the expected outcome, you can easily translate it to a more behavior test. How can this translate to a behavior test? Well, you can say that the user is not authenticated, he opens the app, and then if he's not authenticated, he will be presented with login page, right? So he can authenticate. This is just a small example. but just for you to get bearings out of it. So being if you are trying to push BDD into or behavior tests into your company, it's important to understand how the user stories are written in your company. If they are similar to this kind of when I want, so we can. It will be way easier if there's another format you can. Normally, you can easily adapt to and teach. Have a small lightning talk, workshop, whatever inside of your company, so that they can start writing instead of these user stories. They can start writing the behavior tests. Okay, behavior tests. Another awesome opportunity about behavior test is really they can be written anytime. Okay. Before you write the codes, while you are writing the codes, you can add the behavior tests, and even after you have your feature implemented, you can write those behavior tests. It's not a big deal. What changes is really the mentality around it. It's just after it's like, oh my God, I'm not going to write tests. The features is working. I better just write the fix for that bug and write the tests for that bug. Then, okay, the telemetry will find it, right? I don't care about writing tests afterwards. But if the company already has those Gherkin tests written down, it's easy. It's really easy to write those tests to make sure that feature is running properly, even after the code is written down. A bit about that later on. However, if you write the behavior or you have the tests before, well, congrats. It's behavior-driven development, right? I mean, you can force on your company that you only write the feature after you have the tests, right? Because the idea here is you have a set of features you want to test, right? At first you have no code, but in fact, no code, no bugs, right? So that's awesome. That's a good start. And to try to keep that to try to keep that no bugs during your development, you simply, okay, you have all the behavior tests you want on the left for one behavior test basically for a feature, and as soon as you implement that feature, if the behavior test passes, one behavior test or multiple behavior tests, of course, to try to handle everything, awesome. You can now step into the next feature, and so on. It's a breeze to at least to write those tests, have those tests prepared, write your feature, and then okay, in terms of behavior, it's working as intended. Let's go. Great success. The great success. The great success. Yeah, that's amazing. So it's really, this talk is really more shortened. I hope you save your questions for later. Ask your questions on the app and website, please. Now a bit about BDD with Flutter. It's for those who try to use Dart for backend, realize my pain. That is, things change over time, right? But I'll a bit about that afterwards. So, just trying to insert behavior tests in the three types of tests we have in Flutter, right? We have our unit tests, we have the integration tests we have, right? The end-to-end GUI, and then the widget tests. And the behavior tests inserts in between these widgets and integration tests. Because with behavior tests, it's not expected that you mention the UI, okay? It's not expected that you say in the test, the user clicks that specific button. The user clicks that, no. We are talking about behavior of the user. It's just, if we are talking about clicking a specific button, you don't say that button. You say, user tries to log in, user submits the form, user does X, not the action precisely. So it's kind of this behavior test. About what I mentioned, the pains of developing Darts for backend, I mean, we had Aqueduct, we had so many good libraries around to build Dart for backend. Luckily, a company grabbed that missing opportunity and developed more library, really good library, really good, right, kind of very good, a very good library for backends. And so the same for BDD. When I submitted this talk and I went to check the library I used for this talk, I noticed it wasn't updated for the past year, more than 1 year. So, god damn it. Also because the company I was working before, we were applying BDD, then I changed company, and meanwhile, the library wasn't updated. And that's terrible to see, right? So of course, the mentality when we are coding a project is to minimize the amount of dependencies, we know. But for BDD, it's helpful to use a library. So after a long research, I realized that we have this kind of new library, BDD framework. The way it builds the tests into code is different, but I do agree with the maintainer. But who's the maintainer and why should we care, right? But, well, big names of our in Flutter community goes around it, right? If Felix writes a new library, we will flock into it, If Felix starts writing a BDD framework, I'll switch like so, right? So the background of the maintainers is important in our community. Of course, we have to give opportunities to new maintainers, but if you want to have codes in production, that can be tricky, right? And with that mindset, I was really happy to know that maintainer is Marcel Glassberg. Who is this one? Who's this fellow? And in fact, he wrote many libraries, but there's one article he wrote, but that I definitely bet that you read. Constraints go down, sizes go up, and parent set position. I mean, for me, it's like the holy grail to have one article published in the official Flutter Dev website, And when you do a background check, not a creepy background check, I didn't check there is Instagram or whatever, it's just follow his work on GitHub and all. I know it's a developer that I can trust, And this is really important. Mainly also because I started my new job really the beginning of last week. One of the goals is to apply BDD as I applied a previous company. So it's really important that I trust. I know where the maintainer lives. I'm joking. Marcelo, if you are watching, I don't know where you live. But it's important to know who you are relying with, right? So, and now about going back to BDD framework. It's different. It's really different than the other ways of developing BDD tests. I'm calling BDD, it's easier than behavior-driven development. So the thing is, if we have on your right, we have the gherkin, a certain specific, just a counter test, that you want to increment the article. So the main difference is it doesn't rely so much on code generation. And in fact, it was really a pain because I was using really a previous library that you just copy-pasted from Jira all the behavior tests in Gherkin. You paste it into a file called a feature, and then it will generate all the codes out of it. What was the issue with that? Well, the person who wrote those tests maybe wasn't really proficient. There were always some errors with the tests, so it was like, okay, he wrote the tests, I'm regenerating the code. Oh, some errors. Open a ticket, wait for him to be resolved, run again, fail, go and back and forward. So that was a pain. In fact, that's why after that company, I really kind of disregard behavior-driven development for the new company, for the new startup, because of it. Because it was really a pain to go back and forth between the non-dev, the functional guy, into the code directly. But here, as you can see on your left, it's more, you will have to write your own code. I mean, you have to grab the tests, the Gherkin test, and write it in the code directly. You can prepare some scripts. I'm challenged the community also to find a good solution to this. I'm thinking creating some snippets, really quick snippets. I don't want to use code generation. Sorry, Bill, but it's a one-on-one mention. And this way you can also avoid common errors when writing gherkin tests. Again, on your left, this is just one test. Usually you have 5 or more on the same file. And then if you realize the name of the file on the left is not underscore test, because you can write afterwards you can have a file with the suffix underscore test that runs every test you wish for a specific case, okay? So that's why I'm omitting that part. So it's really like that. So as you can see, we have the feature. It's also feature is a reserved word at the counter. And then you write, okay, let's assign it to a variable feature. Then you have this comment. You can write comments in the gherkin tests. In the code, it will be a simple comment. There's no function for it, no builder for it. So, but as soon as you go on, you can see that there's a scenario. You have the given reserved words. And of course, in between scenario and given, in the first example of the ATM, I had a lot of ands, right? And it's also possible in between. So you keep on building this until you have the final result that is a callback. But before the callback, I even have this highlighted example. What does it mean? For those who are paying attention, I have this value here. You put it in this minor and greater signs so that the platform, this BDD framework package knows that it will be inserted a certain integer, string, any type double, any type of Dart, you can use it in here. So you can have, it's quite powerful, the package, because you can run the same test multiple times for multiple values. I'm really trying not to scare you with this example, but when you go into the package, it's so beautiful written. You know, there's details for everything. The README is big, well detailed, but in fact too detailed. You can see tests written with many variables, examples, so you can see immediately that it's quite powerful, and it works. And when you look into the source codes, well, you might have not do that, but I did. It's understandable, you know. It's clear, it's not that big, so if you want to tweak or you have an issue understanding the code behind this, you can easily understand that, okay? Okay, and this example, I haven't written here, but you can have, of course, like I said, multiple examples inside, so you can have not only various types, in this case the value, but you can have common something, something, something. So it's quite powerful. In the end, we have this run. So we have this run callback, and here is where you finish your test. What does this mean? It means that it's where you call your state, where you mock everything you need. And at first I was skeptical because I don't want to write so much code. I want to be able of just write the behavior test and that's it. But the thing is, this brings so much power into and possibility to this framework because you can mock what you want. You can run the test. You can play with values you inserted to run. So at the end, you'll end up being okay. I'm kind of fine with this. Let's do this. I'm not using an example here because I'm not going to talk about state management here. So that's a different discussion maybe for later. But if you're interested in knowing more, I'll be around the whole day and tomorrow. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about tests. Okay? And that's it. This is how you write. Really simply, it's a builder way of building the feature, right? So, and it's quite direct. It's quite simple to do. So to conclude, and yeah, it's so. Pros and cons of BDD. Well, pros is really, okay, you write the codes, you know the rules of engagement, you know the gherkin language, you know what's the goal. It's understandable, it's clear English, right? So, and as soon as you build, if you use BDD, even the evolution, people say it's the evolution of TDD, you can commit with confidence, because it's just you write your feature and then you have the BDD there. So you start seeing the green lights, it's quite good. And of course the third point is you push the writing of the behavior tests to someone else in the company. But if you have to do yourself, it's also simple. And of course you have tests at the end. Who doesn't like tests at the end? And it's quite a pro. The cons, yeah, we can say it's slow to run these tests, but again, you leave it to CI/CD. Of course, you need to run them on your machine, but you are writing a feature, you are opening the PR. The PR will, you just open it, forget about it, because it will give you a green light or a red light in terms of passing through, and you can just wait for it. It's okay-ish gone. This second topic, for me, it's the more debatable one, because in fact it won't tell you precisely what is failing, right? It won't tell you that is the cause of that business logic line, that you are doing it wrong. You know, it just tells you the possible outcome. So in the end, you will have to match it with some unit tests for sure, you know, if you want to be sure. But maybe your company with the telemetry is good enough, and that's it. And third, yeah, maintaining that codes I show you on left. But by my experience, maintaining that codes, it's easy enough or more easier than the normal tests. You know, if the test is running precisely, I mean, if the feature is failing, probably it's not because of the test itself, right? So it's also a two-way. The final point, yeah, teaching non-devs how to write those tests. Probably or not, they are devs, they have a background in here, but it's kind of fun to see the look of their faces. What is gherking? What a terrible naming is gherking, right? So yeah, that was my quick talk. Thank you for those who are arriving and those who stayed. You have questions, I have answers sometimes. Meanwhile, those who are arriving, it was an amazing talk. You know, there was this feedback link out of it, so give it an extra. No, but be just on your feedback, please. There's the link there, and again, thank you.
All right, thanks a lot for a great talk. Unfortunately, we don't have time for any questions because we're running a little bit late, but I am sure he will be happy to answer them out in the exhibition area too. So yes, cool. He's easy to find. All black.
All black and small push keys. Just call my name. Filipe Barroso. There you go.
So thanks a lot again, Filipe. And now, for something a little bit lighter than a talk, we're just going to do a little bit of setup here, and I'm sure that you will enjoy this. I hope you had a good lunch, even though it was a horribly long line. Sorry for that. So I hope you have at least gained some energy so that you can handle our awesome afternoon that we have planned for you.
All right.
And it looks like
Jack
is
almost. Good.
All right.
Hello.
Give it up for Jack. Nothing.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you, Lucas and Alek and everybody else working on this. Alek asked me to be here. I've known Alek for a long, long time. Before he was doing Flutter, he doesn't want you to know this. He used to be doing native iOS development, which is what I've also been doing for a long time. So my name is Jack. I'm the CTO of Shortcut Sweden. Shortcut's a company doing apps in the Nordics and throughout the world. And yeah, enough about that. Because The reason I'm here is because I like to do this kind of thing. I kind of think it's fun to stand in front of a group of people and kind of make a fool of myself, which is what I'm here for now. And specifically me, why I'm here is, well, it's all because I built a lot of apps, all native. I built so many apps, all native. I built a ton of apps, all native. I built a lot of apps out of apps. Yeah, it's pretty clear. I made an app or two. I even put some books out to help you do it too. Oh, I already forgot the lyric. This is also a staple. Ray has seen this before. I always forget right away where I'm going. Breathe, Jack, breathe. To help you do it too. You guys, this is really embarrassing. Pretty clear, I made an app or two, and I put some books out to help you do it too. I work with cross-functional teams all day, all the right code in all the right places. I do my part in Swift, cause I'm an Apple guy, but we need Android too. How can we make it fly? I'll find a Kotlin dev, fix it up nice. Every feature in this app, but we'll just have to code it twice. Now Alek, he told me that working in Flutter's nice. No more code duplication to keep him awake at night. He just writes his app once and he pushes it to the stores. With all that time left over, he goes back and codes some more. But you know that I built so many apps, all native. I built a ton of apps, all native. I built 100 apps, so many apps, all native. I built a lot of apps, yeah. But what about React Native? Well, maybe we should go with that. No, I'm just playing. I know you think it's bad. But I'm here to tell you, if you build your app with JavaScript, it just might drive you mad. Yeah, well, Alek, he says, the building with Flutter's nice. No more code duplication to keep him awake at night. He just writes his app once and pushes it to the stores. And with all that time over, he goes back and codes some more. I think it's time for me to write an app with Flutter. 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 Yes, it's time for me to write an app with Flutter. For me to write an app with Flutter. For me to write an app with Flutter. For me to write an awesome Flutter app. Thank you very much. This is all I'm doing for now. I'll be back in about 3 hours to plague you all a little more, but thank you.
That was awesome, Jack. Thank you so much. And no, I did not see the lyrics beforehand.
All right. So, yeah, I guess there will be a computer here quite soon. Well, there is something special happening today, which is actually not only this amazing conference, there is actually a birthday person in the house too. And he's called Jan, I believe. Is he in here? Yeah, in the back. So if you see him out there, yes, say happy birthday to him. Happy birthday, Jan. And our next speaker has been at Google for like 13 and a half years, I think, and has been doing compilers with AOT and JIT, I think, everything compilers. And it's, everything's up, almost. Yeah. So it's mic number 2, I think. I think we're oh, maybe now? I think we're swapping mics here. And not material mic, we're doing the physical ones.
I have a strong voice. Oh, yeah, fantastic. Yes, perfect.
All right.
Thank you very much.
So give an applause to Slava.
Okay. Well, hello, everyone. I hope that the lunch has been slowly digested in your belly, and I will make a nice digestif for that, so the digestion goes perfectly fine. The organizers of this conference were very kind to give speaker training to all the speakers. I did not actually attend, so you're not going to benefit from it. But I looked through the slides a little bit, and one of the things that was on the slides said, you need to tell your audience who you are so that they know why the hell do they care about what you're saying. Maybe the stuff about hell was not on the slides, but the message was approximately like that. I joined the Dart team 11 years ago and has been working on it since. Originally, like I know, 11 years ago, I would give some talk. I would say that I'm a software engineer on the Dart team and then move on with my talk, something about compilers or virtual machines or something like that. But things slowly changed over the years, and I became a team lead and manager for a significant portion of the Dart team. So I stopped saying that I'm a software engineer because I am now rarely writing any software, and I'm mostly writing documents and telling people where to go and where to find the hidden treasure. But as I was preparing for this talk and making slides, I thought, well, this is all just labels. They talk about my, I don't know, day-to-day job. But in reality, I'm neither a software engineer nor a team lead. I'm a dreamer on the Dart team, and I dream about things. So this talk is about things I dream on the Dart team. Yeah. It has been suggested to me that I should put a small disclaimer here that nobody has actually seen on the Dart team, on the Dart DevRel or Flutter DevRel, have seen any part of this slide, so have reviewed this talk. So things I'm going to say here, they are coming directly from here into the machine here. And none of this actually reflects anything that Flutter or Dart team are planning to do in the future. Like the slides has the word necessarily, and this is actually the only slide that has been reviewed. I showed it to Michael Thompson, who is now doing a product management for the Flutter and Dart teams. And he said, you should remove the word necessarily because it definitely doesn't reflect anything that we are planning to do. So yeah, you are warned. Okay. To warm up a little bit, do you know what this is? Yeah, we're in Scandinavia. For people who are not from Scandinavia, I also prepared an additional slide. Maybe they would be able to guess it. Lego is an amazing thing. It's basically a bunch of bricks, and originally it was just 2x4 bricks, right? Here you can see a patent for the Lego brick from 1986 by Gottfried Christiansen. He's the original inventor, the son of a founder of Lego. And I was reading a book about Lego history, My Life with Lego. You should read it if you have not read it. It's a fantastic book if you're interested in Lego. And there was a very interesting story there that inspired me. Once, the Gottfried, who was the inventor of the Lego brick, he was traveling to some place And on the plane, he met a person who was running one of the big department stores in Denmark called Magazine du Nord. If you're from Denmark, you know what that is. If you are not, then you don't know. And that person complained to Gottfried that companies release toys to the market, but these toys, they never play with each other. There is no system in the toys. And the consumers would really benefit if there was a system and toys played together. And Gottfried was very inspired by this, and he then issued a memo with what's called Lego system in play, where he outlined what he sees the perfect kind of toy should be. I think it's very interesting if you take this and apply to software engineering, because it has such things as the toy has to be compact in its dimensions without limiting the free expression of imagination, and yada, yada, yada. It has to be simple and durable, yet offer unlimited variety. And I think this is something that all software engineers can learn from. So if you look at Flutter and Dart SDK, you see it as an atomic kind of thing. It's a construction. It's like an Eiffel Tower. But in reality, it is made from many, many small pieces inside, small Lego bricks, 2x4. And if you know what the bricks inside are, you can unlock your imagination and maybe make things that nobody dreamed about. Because from the bricks that make Eiffel Tower set, I know you can build the Death Star. Well, maybe that is not the most inspiring target, but you can build, I know, Taj Mahal or other things. Not just a weapon of planet destruction, but also very beautiful things. Yeah, so sometimes it's worth looking what's inside, what kind of bricks constitute, well, Flutter and Dart SDKs, and how you can benefit from that. And that's what I'm going to talk about right now in the beginning. So why bother? Well, I was reading Twitter recently, and I read Twitter all the time, but I also have been doing it recently. And Remy, the author of Riverpot, he posted a picture where he outlined this new syntax that you could use to iterate a list and have simultaneously an element from the list and the index available to you. So the old classic index loop is dated and boring and requires a lot of typing. And with Dart 3, with pattern matching, and with an extension on the lists, you can write this nice syntax down there. How many people know that this was possible? Yeah, okay, so I guess you all read Remy's Twitter. So, but then there is a question, which one is faster? So if you care about performance, how would you approach this question? Well, you can measure things, right? And specifically on native, because I'm not going to talk about JavaScript and other targets, but which one is faster on native? Well, you can go to your command line and you can type some commands, write a benchmark and compile and run it on your mobile device, on your laptop, and see what numbers are, and then say, well, this one is faster and this one is slower. Okay, this would be very easy. So we are not here today for easy things, right? We're going to do it the hard way. So we're going to first learn a little bit about how the Dart code runs when you deploy it on the Flutter, or I know if you compile the Dart code with Dart compile exe. How does it work? Well, in reality, there are these few small bricks that are involved, actually just two, here and here. You take your Dart sources and you give it to one helper program which parses that source and produces something called the kernel st. The name kernel is chosen to confuse people so that they don't figure out what I am talking about. It has nothing to do with operating system kernels. It's just a core representation of a Dart as a programming language. That's the reason for that name. And then you take that thing, which represents your program in some specific way, and give it to another program. Oh, here is a bug in the slides, but anyway, it doesn't matter. They should say gen snapshot. And you get a snapshot here, which is the binary representation of your program. So it's very simple. There are only two programs involved on this slide. And then the other part is that this AUT snapshot, it's a compiled representation of your program, which contains inside some data and some compiled machine code for the ARM 64 CPU that I shown here. You give it to the Dart runtime, and the Dart runtime can take a snapshot and create an isolate from this code. Okay, so far so good. Everything is clear, especially that machine code sequence there. It's pretty trivial. Okay, so if we were just writing the Dart code, then we would just do this. We say, okay, we import Dart isolate, and then we say isolate spawn URL, spawn URI, and we can give it a snapshot, and it will just run it. Not many people know that you can do it, but you can actually do it. And here the question is, okay, there is a chicken and egg problem. We're trying to run a Dart program, so we don't yet have any Dart running. So how do we get to this spawn URI? Well, the Flutter engine is written in C++, for example. So it goes not through Dart, but first you go there through C++. And C++ way is not that much different from Dart. You import some header file which describes Dart APIs for talking to the Dart runtime, and then you initialize this Dart runtime, and then you create a Dart isolate from the snapshot that you have. And from that point on, you are in the Dart world, and you can run the Dart code and do everything that Dart can. Okay, let's do a small practice run here. Oh, I have some Android emulator. It does not. I have some secret code you should not see here. So let's see if it's a good. Oops, I'm typing Cyrillic letters. Okay, so is it a good size? I can make it zoom. No, that's too much. Is it better size? Okay, is it readable? Okay, perfect. I have written a benchmark here, which has a classical loop benchmark, which just does some classical loop stuff. And then I have also written this for indexed benchmark, which does the other thing. And I'm going to compare them, right? So if I was going the easy way, I would just do Dart compile exe on the source code and run it. But I'm not going to do the easy way. So I will reset this terminal here. And then, how many people of you know Bazel? Okay, fantastic. So I wrote some Bazel rules to build parts of the Dart SDK that I would need to manually compile this to AIT without using Dart compile exe. And as I said, there are very few components that you need, very few bricks. We need the program to parse the Dart source, which is the Gen kernel thing here. We need this platform file, which contains the Dart SDK sources, like core libraries and things like that. I need Gen snapshot with a thing that can compile from kernel AST to machine code. And then I also need a runner to actually run this AUT snapshot. Okay, and now I press this and we wait. And things don't work. Why is that? That's because don't trust the completion. To make things nicer, I have renamed some things. Yeah, so it's doing something. It's compiling things a little bit faster than Shorebird did with the iOS build, so we are good to go. Yes, so that's because there is no Firebase as a dependency, as we know. Right? Okay, so now let's do the manual things. I will zoom in a little bit more. So we say, first we want to compile the Dart source to kernel, as I said. So we take this Gen kernel thing, we give it a platform. Hopefully it works here. I remove it now. I remember that this is a mistake, yeah. Then I say, I would like it to be compiled to kernel with AOT optimizations applied, so things like tree shaking would happen and not. And then I would like it to output the produced kernel ASTs into the file called loops.dil, and I give it a file loops.dart. And hopefully when I press the button here, it does something. Yeah, it did something, did not say anything, but we have this loops.dil here. Yep. So if we try to edit it with something, Like, what is those ASTs I talk about? Wow, that's fantastic, isn't it? Clearly, this was a Dart program once in its life. It's not readable. But among all the bricks that Dart SDK has inside, it has a thing called dump kernel. It takes these binaries that are produced from Dart programs, and it can dump them in a textual form that you can read. So you can actually see what came out of this first stage. Yeah, this is what came out. Now it's clearly some Dart code, right? It has like package Dart, loops.dart. The syntax is not entirely Darty, so you cannot parse it back, because it represents this more condensed, more simplified form of Dart. But all the things that we put in, they're here, like the classic loop benchmark. And they're more than that. So like, for example, the compiler figured something out, like we had some variable somewhere. It contained the list originally, but we ran this AUT optimization passes on it, and it figured out that it's actually not just list, it's a specific implementation of a growable list, of a list called growable list. So this is why tree shake in tree shakes, because it goes through the program and figures out more precise information about your program than you have written in. Okay. So we have this deal file. Now we do the next thing with it. As I said, you can give it to the gen kernel thing, not gen snapshot. Yeps. And I ask it to make a snapshot in the form of assembly and save that assembly to the file called loops.s. And as an input, take the deal file, which is a kernel AST file. Okay, fantastic. It also did not crash or anything. Now let's look at this file. What is inside there? Oops. Not like this. I like this. Oh, maybe not like this either. Let's do. It's a bit funny that I'm running VS Code, and then inside VS Code, I run Helix in the terminal window. It's a bit baroque. Okay, so here is the. It's just an assembly file, so it has all the functions. Oops, don't show again. It has all the functions that the program would need to run. Like, for example, if we try to find some classic benchmark stuff, like here is the classic benchmark run. And that's the machine code for that function. We don't actually emit human-readable assembly here because we don't need it for assembling. It's just a binary representation of some ARM code. OK. Then we need to assemble it into some binary. I can just use the GCC for that. I give it an assembly file, and I ask it to produce a dylib, a dynamic library. Press Enter. OK, again, no problem. And now the moment of truth, we run this run AUT thing, which is a very simplified AUT runner, which just takes this dylib and starts running our benchmarks. OK? OK. So what we learned from this is that we can actually run the code quite easily. This is how the AUT compilation in Flutter works. But what we also learned is that this new syntax is freaking slow. Why is that? And when I was preparing this talk, I was hoping that they would be the same speed and I would be done with this moment. But I ran this and I was like, oh, bad situation. So being in my heart a compiler engineer, I, of course, went to try to figure out what is wrong with it. And how do you do that? Well, that's also an important skill to learn, so I'm going to show you a little bit of a glimpse of how compiler engineers who work on Dart work. So we take this slow benchmark, and then we say, well, how about we profile it? And if I was on Linux, I would just profile with perf. Because any native tool, this code that got produced there, it's native code. It's a native shared library. So any tools that work on native shared libraries would work here. So I would just take perf or simple perf on Android and profile it. This is macOS. On macOS, native tool is called Instruments, and it's only UI available, and I hate it. But it's roughly the same thing. So we're going to try to use the instrument. So I found that there is a command line interface to at least record profiles, which I'm using here. I ask it to run the program and profile it and save the profile into some file. OK, then the file got saved. I can say profiles, launch AOT. Well, OK. Now I can open it. Boom. That's the instruments. And you see there is a it's not very visible, so I will zoom. I even had to learn accessibility key shortcuts on macOS because otherwise you wouldn't be able to see it. So it's like a normal profiling thing which you would, like in DevTools, you could do. So one thing we can see here is that this 4-index loop benchmark run is for some reason calling method for doing bitwise AND operator on ints. It calls list element at and also calls array length. This is a sign that something went really wrong, because if you're working with lists or arrays in Dart, you should never see these things in the profile, because they should be all inlined, and you should only see your tight benchmark running there. And if you look at the classical one, classical one is not even anywhere here that I can see, because it runs. It runs without all these problems. So what is the next step? So usually if you are a user of a language and you profiled your application, you saw these things on the profile, the next step is probably go on GitHub and file a bug, where somebody who works on the Dart team would look at this bug and say, something went really wrong here. And then we would go to console again. We go to this thing called gen snapshot here. And then we would do a little bit more magical flags. So it doesn't matter where I put them. So I say here, I ask it, say print flow graph optimized, print flow graph filter. And I say I'm only interested in a classic, is it classic? Yeah, classic loop benchmark run and for indexed loop benchmark run. OK. And if I run it like this, it produces a bunch of output. I'm scrolling through it just to check that I can redirect it somewhere. For example, I say I want to cache on desktop for reasons that will become clear later. So, OK, run it again. Now open it. No, I'll put it on desktop. I don't want you to see my downloads. Yeah, so it's a bit dense here, but what this is, like previously I showed you some machine code, it's a bit hard to read. This is an intermediate representation used by the Dart AOT optimizing compiler. It's much more readable because it's more high level. It's not machine code. It has operations that you kind of can relate to as a human. For example, unboxed int64. Yeah, maybe not. But things like load field, I mean, you can guess what it does. It has a list and it loads something from the list. So like this load field, this is a receiver, this of a call, and then it loads this and so on. So you have a chance to read it. As I was making this presentation, I remembered something from 10 years ago, which I made and have not used since. So if I go here, I exit the full screen. So if you go to my site and you say, Hydra here, you get to a tool here which I made long ago for V8, which is a JavaScript engine, and it has all this warning that you should not use it because it's deprecated and stuff like that. But it's a tool written in Dart 10 years ago, still working, uses Polymer Dart, if anybody remembers that word. It's a framework for creating UIs in web. No, where did I put it? Oh, desktop, yes. So you saw all my documents and all my downloads. Doesn't matter. Yeah. So it removes some of this clutter, so it's easier to navigate. So it's still a little bit hard to understand what's going on, but let's just look. So this is the classical benchmark. This is our loop, and it looks very simple, right? It's just loop that loops, and then boom, everything is done. If you go to the new, suddenly there is way more stuff going on. This blocks of code that the compiler has produced. It's a lot of stuff. That's bad. Then if we look at, try to find this, for example, what is going on here, you will notice things like, I'll zoom. There are things like static call index iterable, static call get iterator on the index iterable and stuff like that. So it means the compiler has failed to inline some of the code that has been invoked from the 4-indexed loop benchmark. And because it failed to inline, it also missed a bunch of other optimization opportunities, because if it cannot inline things, it cannot see what is happening in the target function, and as such, does not know how to optimize things. So let's go to slides. Yeah. Let's skip this all, blah, blah, blah. This just repeats. Yeah. So I looked at this and I noticed that there are these static calls for the construction of the index iterable, which is what happens in the source code, right? It says list.indexed, which constructs the index iterable. And all of this didn't get inlined. And as a result, it could not further inline this access to the element of the iterable. And that's why there are all these calls there. So how to fix it? This is actually something that if you encounter in your Dart code, you can fix it directly in Dart. You don't need to wake up any compiler engineers from their slumber. You can just go to your code where you know that the compiler missed inlining opportunities and plaster this annotation on them, which tells that an AUT compiler for VM should try, or JIT compiler for the VM for that matter, should do its best to inline this method when it encounters it. So I went in the Dart SDK sources and I put this annotation on there. Then I did the Bazel thing and run it again. And it actually helped because a lot more stuff got inlined. Profile got much better. It helped by 3x. So it's a tip that you can use as a Dart developers. If you encounter a performance issue in the pure Dart code, you can profile it, see if there are small helpers that are not inlined, plaster this annotation on them. You can also try to report a bug to us, because then we can try to figure out if we can improve inlining heuristics to work better. Okay. Then I started looking more into that code, and another thing I noticed, again looking at the dump from this intermediate representation, is that we are calling this bitwise end operator on an integer value, which is a very heavy operation. We're calling the whole method to get something done. But in reality, this should be just one CPU instruction that does bitwise operation. So that's a little bit harder to explain what happened, but in reality, the compiler got confused because this is a generic method on generic extension, and then it could not figure out that the element is actually an integer. So if that happens, which it should not really, you could try to fix it by putting an integer annotation where compiler got confused. You should not do it. You should report a bug. So the real fix for this is to go fix the compiler. And I have done that as well as I was preparing for the talk. That improved by another 2.5x. So we are almost there in terms of speed between these two loops. And then I went further looking what are the remaining things. I found that there is this very strange code got produced. Once compiler managed to inline and specialized everything, it still was doing a little bit of very wonky stuff, like doing a comparison, then storing it at some place, and then using that to branch on comparing that Boolean value to true, and instead of just branching on the comparison, which would be a much faster operation. Again, I went and made a patch to the compiler and so on and so forth. And that improved by another 15%. So we're still in a like 50% difference or so, but what we're comparing here is the loop basically does nothing except the bitwise operation, and the loop does a little bit more operations. If I took this intermediate language and translated it back to Dart, and that's what, after all optimizations, came out of that indexed loop. Basically, you can see it's almost what we would expect, just a little bit more. Like there is this variable that is not really used for anything useful, j, and it's always positive, but still somehow gets compared to 0 for some reason. And then there is an out-of-bounds check on accessing the list because due to this variable being present, compiler got confused and could not figure out that it can eliminate this bounds check. And these two things add that difference. But it's not as horrible anymore with all these overheads from the calls and stuff like that. OK. I also thought about how to fix that, and that's already getting into like compiler course classes, and I have not had time to do it just for the talk. So yeah, but I'm going to do something here. So I fixed all of these things. I will make a terminal. I'm not going to try to fix them live. Also, it would involve you reading a lot of following me through the C++ code that implements Dart. But, so I have some difference here. OK, I'm going to just commit it, whatever that is, it doesn't matter. Then I will do, so I have a bunch of fixes. I will just apply them on top. So I have force inlining, which does what I showed. I have improve type propagation, which I showed, and then improve fusing. Yes, OK. And now we go back to this thing. No. Oh, that's different. I was doing too many terminals. So build, yeah, I rebuild it. Then I recompile. We started a bit late, so I'm going to a little bit overrun. That's OK. And when I say a little bit, it's going to be a lot. So we run this. We run this. And we run this. Just to show that I really fixed it, right? And did not. I mean, I could have doctored it so that just. Oh, it actually did not fix. Anyway, it does not matter. I have. That's a very bit strange. I'm not going to try to debug it. Did I forget to do something? Yeah, does not matter. OK, it should be fixed, but it's not fixed. That means I have maybe one of the patches I did not apply. That's a bit embarrassing. Never do live demos, doctor it always. Yeah, OK. Let's skip this then. OK. Now, for something completely different. What else could we do? And once we know how the Dart runs AOT code and stuff like that. Well, we all know Swift, or maybe not. I definitely don't, but somebody should certainly know. Here is a hello world in Swift, right? What if you could just call Dart from hello world in Swift, right? How cool would that be? Well, how do you call Dart from the code in Swift? Well, you could take the C++ APIs that I have shown you and call them from Swift, but that's not very pleasant. It's a lot of complexity to do it. So you know Dart-FFI, right? Dart-FFI allows you to easily call back from Dart to Swift. So if you have a function in the Swift that you want to call, well, you just declare the signature of that function that is in the kind of in terms of C, and you declare a signature of function in terms of Dart, and FFI handles the rest. What if we had something that works backwards? If I had an annotation in the FFI which I put just on the Dart function and said, I want this function to be exported. And then in Swift, I could just call this like this. Well, let's try. What would happen if we do that? So if I go here, I have exactly that code. It highlights it as red because there is no such thing, right, in the Dart SDK. OK. And then I have a hello world view in Swift somewhere, which wants to call Dart. OK. Yeah, I want Dart, and then I say, hello, ask Dart. OK. And now, what's the chance it actually works? Given the success of the previous demo, I am now not convinced. I'm going to use this. Bazel run. OK, let's get really risky. So here, what's the chance? What's the chance? It's running, it's compiling some stuff AOT, it's compiling some Swift code. We're getting there. Oh, yeah, of course I don't know the Swift. We need to say input name here, because that's what the parameter was called in the Dart code originally. Try again. Okay, well, surprisingly, it actually works. How does it work if it's not, if this highlights it as red? Well, I'm building all pieces from scratch, so I could edit. I just implemented the support for that thing. I'm going to skip it because I want to free the stage for the next person, but I'm going to show you something more interesting. Yes, I'm skip. Let's imagine a little bit more. So what if we could do something completely outrageous? So Dart has many pieces, and one of the pieces that it has is hot reload. What if we could do the following? We say, we have this hello UI thing, which imports the Swift UI thing here, a Swift UI, and then makes some text here, okay? Let's try to run this. So we say hello. We kill this. And as you know, for hot reload, you need to run in the JIT. So we say Dart mode equals JIT. Okay. Yes, it's building things. It's building some DIL files because I imported a little bit more Dart code. It's running. Okay, now it's for some reason wants to accept some connections. Okay, it's good. Oh, I forgot to change the actual hook the UI. That's what happens when you run very fast, because this is still saying hello here. What if I could say dynamic view, and then I say factory hello dot make view, because that was the function name in the thing. Okay, let's try again. Because there is no hot reload for Swift code, so I had to recompile it. Okay, now it actually shows the UI that I wanted it to show, right? Okay, perfect. But if I edit things here, nothing changes, right? Okay, not so fun. Let's go to this terminal and say here, magic. And then we say, hello world. Well, what if we say hello? And then we say Swift UI, Flutter. Oh, no. Oh, now I'm nervous. N, again, N, friends. Okay. The suspense is killing everybody. It's going to work, it's going to fail like the previous demo. Wow, it reloaded. What if I say this red here? Wow, it works immediately. So how does that happen? Because it's actually Dart code being injected and rendering Swift UI there. No need for Flutter. Everything works. So yeah. Well, it's a thing that I have access to all the pieces that Dart has. The hot reload and Flutter is just an application of these pieces that Dart provides. I compile the hello world thing through something called frontend server, and then I have this driver that talks to the Dart runtime inside the phone that does all the things inside. So just 2 more minutes. Yes. And the thing is, it's not limited to Swift to iOS, of course. You can run it on your kettle if you want. And by kettle, I mean Android. So what if I kill this? I say, whoop. It's a Jetpack Compose app, which also says hello world. And then because it's a bit different, I say I want to forward one of the ports so that I can talk to it. And then I say the same magic. I'm not doing any other magic. I like my magic. Boom, it's reloaded. I can say, yeah, beat that hot reload, speed Jetpack Compose. So now it's the same code that was rendering Swift UI, just rendered as a Jetpack Compose UI with hot reload. How about that? So again, yes, there are some smoke and mirrors involved, and some of the smoke did not work, as we saw with the benchmark before. I'm really curious to figure out what went wrong. But the overall message is very simple. I'm going to skip this. The overall message is very simple. I'm a dreamer, but I want to have more dreamers in the Dart community or Flutter community. I personally dream about Dart being everywhere, where everywhere means where people who use Dart need it. And I want people to benefit from Dart being where they need it. Getting hot reload on their UIs, even though those UIs are not even Flutter, and things like that. Dart actually has all the bricks. They are well hidden inside the source code, but it's all open source. And we have a team that is happy to answer questions. If you have a questions, you want to put Dart on the kettle with a hot reload of that kettle, we'll be happy to talk to you. The only thing that we're limited in is imagination, because we're a fixed-size team. We're not an infinite-size team. So there are way more developers outside of the Dart team than inside the Dart team, or even the Flutter team, right? So the amount of imagination outside is definitely bigger than the amount of imagination that is inside. So please apply your imagination. Help us bring Dart everywhere. Dream big. And that's all I have to say for today. Thank you. I cannot answer questions because I am too keen on knowing why the benchmark did not improve.
Thanks a lot, Slava. That was mind-blowing. Holy shit. That was really cool. And yeah, we don't have time for any questions, but I think most people were also mind-blown because there weren't actually many people asking questions. Exactly. You'll find them out in the exhibition area, or yeah, or maybe on the party tonight. Yeah, it's gonna go fix some bugs first. Thanks a lot. And for the next speaker is someone I have met on a lot of conferences, and that you all met yesterday during our little middle school exam. I hope it didn't bring down your confidence too much. And yeah, if you ever stay very late at the party with this person, you might end up at a karaoke. Yeah. Okay, wait 1 second. One little note from Alek.
Yes, so as some of you might know, Mateusz is now hosting the first talk about Patrol and UI testing in the exhibition area. So if you're looking to see that, you can head out through the exit. And also for everyone watching the main stage stream, this is now where the exhibition stage stream starts. Thank you.
Thank you, Alek. And yeah, that's it. Give an applause for Dominik.
Hey there. Yeah, good to see you all. I must say, I was actually mind blown by this Slava's presentation, and I have one question. Maybe Slava will be able to answer that later. Can we hot reload WinForms? I would really like to use Dart with WinForms. So, welcome everyone. I'm Dominik, and I think I will have some common things with Slava's presentation. So Slava mentioned that he's a dreamer and he wishes like for some of these things to eventually land in Dart ecosystem. And I'm also a little bit of a dreamer, and I also want you to leave with a little bit of inspiration after this talk. And I must say that the story that I'm going to tell you today is mostly like about a small dream that came true this year for me as a developer. And it's like almost like changing tires while driving kind of thing. So I hope you will enjoy that. But also following the advice from somebody earlier, let me just introduce myself. So I'm Dominik. I'm a Flutter GDE. I've been doing Flutter for a while now. Before that, I was working, for instance, with Xamarin. So if there are any Xamarin developers, maybe former Xamarin developers, could you just clap now? Yay! So I'm happy for you that you joined Flutter, or at least are interested in that. And at the moment, I'm building a product called Visible. And Visible is an app that is aimed to help people with long COVID, chronic fatigue syndrome, and some other illnesses that just became quite popular after the recent pandemic. And this is a journaling app that helps people maintain their physical and emotional level. And we have a couple of cool features in there. So it's a symptom tracker as a free app. So people tend to use this to track their symptoms, to guide themselves through the day. They may use this with some medical advisors and stuff like that. And but at the same time, we also have a wearable integration. This is a premium subscription, and I'm wearing this right now, which is kind of cool because after the talk, I'm going to be able to see the profile of my heart rate during the talk, and I can feel that this is rising super quickly. So we have this, and this has been a major challenge for us, but we managed to solve that. And as we are quite small team, there's only 2 developers, we have a very thin layer of backend. This is just, so we are mobile first. We optimize for speed, time to market. So we have a quite flexible low-code / no-code backend using something called Hasura, and a bit of a cloud function, a bit of a Python, just to analyze some of the data that we collect. And I'm also super happy that the app is quite pretty and very well designed. So this project has been on my mind. I've been involved in that for more than a year now. And during this time, we took a lot of shortcuts. We wanted to deliver as quickly as possible. And of course, whenever you take some technical debt, you have to pay it off later. But at the same time, thanks to that, you are able to deliver quickly, get a feedback from your users without waiting too much, and so on and so forth. So today I'm going to tell you a story about how we had to actually just repay this debt at some point. So in December last year, we launched our public beta. It was like a very first initial version of the app that was capable of journaling and having some free features. We had early adopters, like 100 people group that was super invested into testing our application. And they were helping us. These were people from long COVID community that were helping us to just see if it actually works for them, if they can manage their illness, their symptoms with that. And the feedback was quite good. Like the initial 100 people stuck to the app. They wanted to use that. So in December, we had a public launch. $0 spent on marketing, just word of mouth, Facebook groups, WhatsApp groups, stuff like that. And it actually went pretty well. Like it became popular quite quickly. In just first week, we got thousands of users, and it became like, for us, 2 developers team. One of them joined like 2 months earlier. We were just starting up. We suddenly got thousands of users using daily the app. So this is a journaling app. So they come to the app at least twice a day. Kind of pushing the boundaries of what we have expected much higher. So for us, I'm not a backend developer, but we had to just work with that, what we have. So for us, it was quite scary. Like, will it survive? Will we be able to sustain the load? But in fact, what happened is like, it easily worked. Like, so for us mobile developers working in like the small screen factor, we tend to sometimes overestimate the impact of the load of like thousands of users, especially in the current era of like scalable cloud infrastructure and stuff like that. And again, I think it's getting super cheap right now. But still, like, we managed to get these users. They were not offended. They were not leaving the app. So they were using the app, and in like 2-3 months, we got to over 20,000 onboarded users, and they were using the app daily. The retention was super high, like 5-6 weeks easily at 90%. So we struck this balance. Like, we found like our product that actually worked for the people, and we were super happy. Like, everything was going so well. The feedback was amazing. We were getting App Store reviews. We were getting intercom messages, Facebook recommendations, Twitter threads. I mean, what else you could wish for? Like, it was super cool, and I must say that was one of the best times as my developer life. Like, after many products that would never launch or something like that, this was a super exciting thing. And I hope that you can see, even now, recalling that, I feel very excited and very emotional, because this was actually a great achievement for us and our small team. However, as I said at the beginning, we took some shortcuts on the way. We knew that we're gonna have to pay it off. We're gonna have to revisit some of the things that we had to simplify. And I must say, we were quite naive in many of the, let's say, modules of the app, because we wanted to deploy as quickly as possible. And in some cases, especially if you have a startup, maybe a product that you haven't verified just yet, that might be a good strategy. Of course, there's another spectrum, like point on the spectrum where you like prepare for many months, you build like an amazing architecture, you scale it from the day zero, where like probably you also will be very happy with what you've built. But here we are, we have to deal with what we have. We have to play with our cards, and unfortunately, there was one like a problem that actually started to cripple after we got to this like scale of thousands or tens of thousands of users, and we only had part-time one person as a customer service, and they were overwhelmed with the amount of messages and stuff like that. So the thing that we were seeing was just a massive amount of crashes slash exceptions. So in the screenshots, these are not necessarily crashes, because if you have 9,000 crashes a day as a, like an app crashing, you would just be banned from the Google Play and App Store. It's like Crashlytics just falsely reporting different exceptions as crashes. But we got like thousands of them daily, and it was quite overwhelming, and this was mostly due to the network issues that we were seeing. As a first resort, what do we do? Like, we are good developers. We can do whatever we want. So we try to do what every developer tries best. We just put error states. Many error states across the app. Like everywhere where something would fail, we just put an error state. We put like a snack bar, stuff like that. And I mean, this, we thought it's going to help. Like, people will have like a try again, so they will just try again. But in fact, it actually didn't work so well. So it only surfaced the issue, so that we would see like a lot of screenshots from our users that, hey, this doesn't work. I can see this error screen all the time. So what were the issues that we were seeing? And it was a little bit of a bummer and like a down, like emotionally very difficult time, because we wanted to build features, but at the same time we were facing a lot of the issues and exceptions and stuff like that. So we were facing random issues, but they were all like related to network connectivity mostly. So for instance, we would have an issue with a Firebase token that would not refresh when you open the app. So suddenly, because we were driving our app state on the authentication status of the Firebase token, it would suddenly just end up in a login page, not on the home page. And it would just happen, like, we couldn't reproduce that, and the token would just fail to refresh automatically using Firebase SDK. We were using GraphQL with Hasura, which is an amazing tool. It like sped up our development by months, but at the same time, we were actually over-relying, I would say. We were relying heavily on the GraphQL subscriptions. So we wanted to have like close to real-time experience. So you add your, you do your morning check-in where you put your symptoms, and we wanted this to be seen in other places where you see your journal. So we were just relying on like a round trip of a GraphQL mutation, saving data to the database, and then subscription emitting this elsewhere. And as you can see, like, at first, it worked really nicely. This is a shortcut that we took, and we were able to show it in like one day. But in a scale of thousands of users, it was just too slow. It would take seconds, if not even longer. The subscription would just fail sometimes, especially, let's say you're an elevator parking lot in a rural area. Like, it would just fail. And of course, like, as a good developer, you would try to add some retries, some timeouts, make sure to like embrace that, but again, it was not always working just like that, and we had plenty of features. They were not always built exactly the same way, and it just meant that it was quite tricky to, it was like a whack-a-mole game where we tried to solve all the issues one by one. And like, the biggest, I think, factor that contributed to that, aside from the, I would say, poor architecture, was that we as developers and product founders, we tend to either like live in a good network conditions, or we have like a fancy computers and phones with 5G connection, and typically we never actually have real connectivity issues. And once you get to these for instance, our demographics has this, like, they tend to live in smaller towns, rural areas, stuff like that. And if you think about it, how do you test for internet issues in your app? You would typically just, I don't know, turn on the airplane mode or turn off the Wi-Fi, stuff like that, which does not actually reflect what is happening when you have your phone in the wild, when you have your app in the wild. So this was actually one of the issues that we were facing. And so, of course, we started to test the app in much more difficult conditions, but it was still difficult to pinpoint all the issues. So we started patching things up. We spent a couple of days fixing the network failures, adding some retries, making sure that we do all the things more or less consistent across different modules of the app. So for instance, we added these retries, we added connectivity checks, so just to make sure that if there is no connection, we maybe delay a little bit, stuff like that. So many things were happening. I'm not going to get into details. And as I mentioned, we were using GraphQL, and GraphQL, as a really splendid technology, has many different things that are built in, like optimistic updates, caching, restarting, things like that, that you take, like they are just built in, and especially if you use some of the libraries like Fairy or GraphQL, they typically have these kind of things included, and you just need to configure them somehow, maybe provide ability to store this in some kind of local store. And it actually really helped us, like, to keep these things. We were seeing much less issues. But at the same time, we were still relying heavily on the WebSockets, so they were quite chatty, and we, for instance, were encountering like a lot of the bandwidth usage. We were encountering battery drain. So if you think about it, if you have a WebSocket and you tend to kind of update this every few seconds, and let's say you don't do pagination just yet, again, very early stage, first month or first 2 months of the app after release, so you don't think about pagination just yet. And so things start to pile up, and you're not a good citizen as an app on your phone, right? So you want your app to not be in the top 10 battery draining apps, right? You don't want your Android phone to notify you, hey, this app tends to take so much of your battery, maybe you want to snooze it. So we really wanted to kind of behave well, so we tried to think about other ways how to improve that. And also with time, especially after like 3 months mark, and we had like these thousands of users, it started to become quite slow. This amount of data getting sent all over again, back and forth. And back then we still had our server in US. It meant like it would take some time, especially when we're still relying on this round trip of the message from to the server and back through the WebSocket. It would mean that you would see your updates like 5 seconds later. So let me give you a quick insight into how it was structured at first, and then we're going to show you how what kind of changes we applied to this. So I'm following this very basic architecture where we just have a couple of layers, nothing fancy, but I think it paints the picture of what it looks like. So at the top, we just have this like UI logic kind of layer. We tend to stay in the Flutter block ecosystem where we have qubits and blocks, sometimes stateful widgets, like whatever works for a given use case. And they typically operate on the data that comes from the repositories. Repositories are glue layer between the UI and the things that tend to typically just fetch the data or send the data somewhere. So we may have a GraphQL client, but we also may have Bluetooth or like a device client that connects to my band. So I'm wearing the band actually right now, and the band sends data to my phone, and there's like a Bluetooth client that takes this data and saves it somewhere. And then if I want to see my data, I will access this through some kind of repository. Very basic, but I want you to kind of be up to speed of where we are. So one thing that you can do to improve this, especially with this chatty WebSockets and things going round trips, and maybe utilizing also optimistic responses, is just to add like a additional caching layer. And this is what many apps try to do as a first resort when you want to improve your offline support. You may add like a HTTP caching. We added a caching in form of a behavior subject in many repositories. So for instance, there would be like a major stream of data, let's say stream of users, stream of observations, stream of symptoms, stuff like that. And so anytime you change something, let's say you send a mutation to the backend, you would update the stream. And the stream then would emit this to any of the listeners, any of the qubits or blocks or widgets that would require that. And on top of that, we also used something called hydrated block, which is a caching layer that you can build, augment your blocks with. So whenever you open the app again, it will just read the state from the cache. And this is quite interesting. Let's say you may want to be able to read your preferences, or maybe you want to read your user before you get authentication, confirmation, stuff like that. So this, we thought, okay, we are done. It's going to work just fine. We're going to use these behavior subjects and stuff like that. So I'm going to my founder and say, all right, this is going to work. Let's just release that now. And I think it's going to be fine. Please test it out. So we tested this internally. We tested this with our devoted users. And then we get another batch of different error reports and intercom messages. And there's still like a wave of people saying, hey, it still doesn't work. It still fails to load the data and so on and so forth. At this stage, it was quite tricky and hectic because we have our goal to build more features, deploy new things into the production. We promised, or maybe not promised, but we announced some things. And you have only some time, like limited time to build things. So like one of the things that when we started digging deeper into what is actually going on was this one. And I wonder, in this room, how many of you have ever seen this kind of error message somewhere? I can see some hands. So I don't know if you ever read your error messages, but like this is something, and maybe Slava would be good to explain a little bit more what's going on with that. But it's a quite common thing, and I've seen many of the Dart, maybe not many, but a couple of Dart issues mentioning that, and there was never really a good way to reproduce that. It just happens sometimes where like just the header is not received or something like that. But underlying issue is definitely something related to networking. And I think it happens more often on iOS than on Android, but still it can happen at, I think, on any architecture. And there's ways around this, like using Cupertino HTTP client, stuff like that, but it was happening to us, and we kind of wanted to solve this in a bit more general fashion than just squashing this little bug. Then there was this one, and I think it is also quite common when you look at your HTTP client error messages. It just fails to find the DNS, fails to resolve the domain name and stuff like that. And the tricky issue with that is that, like, if you use like connectivity checkers, maybe you ping a server or something, it may indicate that everything works well. Like, you don't know that you don't have internet connection. It just, whenever you have this call, it just fails. And if there was a nice way to reproduce that, we could put a lot of try catches around this or something and just retry. But retrying is not always the best way to solve that. And even worse, we have this critical path where the user is prompted in the morning to open the app, do their morning check-in, which means you put your symptoms. Maybe you measure your heart rate with the armband or with the camera. And this is a very important part of the general experience. But the problem is, like, we want users to, maybe that's not a problem, but we want users to do this as the first thing in the morning, because we believe this will help them to have like consistency across measurements. But sometimes, let's say on iOS, I think it also happens on some of the manufacturers for Android. When you open the app, when you turn on your phone in the morning, maybe you didn't connect this to the charger, you will not have internet connection, just for a few seconds, like 10, 20, 15 seconds, something like that. But it's enough for us so that like when the app launches from the notification, the user is not able to fetch the fresh data, or when they try to send something to the backend, the loading state just spins and spins and spins, even though you try to retry, and the system doesn't actually openly tell you that you don't have the internet just yet. So it's like a very funny state, and it's also not easily reproducible because it's not like you can turn off Wi-Fi and turn on Wi-Fi. It's not this kind of situation. So this is the moment where we, like, after a few weeks of tweaking this and spending time and not being able to like focus on actual features that we want to deliver to our users, we decided just to take a step back, right? Just to like maybe release some like energy and kind of make sure that we approach this issue from a different point of view. And so this is when I'm saying we wanted to change our tires while still driving the car, because this was this kind of endeavor where we actually didn't want to stop releasing new things into the app, so we had different versions of the app during this time. And we also wanted to have backwards compatibility, so all the users that we gained, we didn't want to force upgrade them just because we changed some underlying infrastructure in the app. We considered that, but we realized we don't want to, especially because our users are not super tech savvy. The demographics is such that they may not even understand what does it mean to update the app, stuff like that. So we have to be very careful whenever kind of asking the user to do something like clear cache, right? It's not something that people tend to know. So offline first concept, it's like reinventing the wheel. I would say, like I've seen many talks on how to approach offline mode on various conferences. At any bigger event, there is at least one, if not two, different talks about this. If you search for that, you're gonna find thousands of different articles and videos showing how people would approach this. And I've been talking to many people, and I'm super happy to talk to you as well after the talk, like how you approach offline mode. Because what I'm gonna show here is just one example that worked for us really well. And we were super happy about how it came out. I'm spoiling this. Shit. But for many other apps, there's like completely different set of things that they would do. Or maybe they have a completely different architecture. Maybe they use Riverpod. Maybe they use even just native app. But the important thing is that these things have already been done. And I think if you go a little bit meta, I think in the Flutter ecosystem, I think this topic has never been properly introduced, properly taught. So whenever you are being taught how to do your first Hello World app, you may have a button and you do the network request and then you wait for the response. And I think that's nice to start, but at the same time, I think we should do a better job as a generalist community to show how we do this in practice. How do we actually do production apps that need to sustain much more different set of constraints than just a simple hello world tutorial. So what I'm gonna show you here is just our way, how we approach this. And I hope you're gonna share something with me as well after the talk or maybe through the Slido. All right, so the first thing that you always need to have with the offline first, some kind of local storage. Local storage for you is just to make sure that you keep your data whenever you don't have internet connection. And there may be many ways to do it. I'm not gonna go too much into the details here, but there's like, if you look for different databases for Dart and Flutter, there's like Couchbase, ObjectBox, Realm, SQLite, Hive, ISAR, you name it, like there's many more. And we had to set some set of constraints. So unfortunately, we crossed out the three first elements, the three examples here, because they are mostly NoSQL databases. And we wanted to limit the cognitive load that we have. So because we have a Postgres database on the backend, it would be nice to just like mimic what we have on the backend on our in our mobile app, so that we don't have to translate from one paradigm to the other. So we obviously went with the SQLite. And SQLite has a couple of other benefits compared to other solutions. So this is a solid choice. You will find a massive amount of materials about this. And it is cross-platform. It works from the native code. So as we have a lot of native integration, like with the Bluetooth band, with the camera, now with the database, we wanted this to be accessible. And also, like in the future, we want to integrate with the Apple Watch. We want to have Apple Watch extensions, maybe things on the Android watches as well. So having ability to access the same database from the native side, not only from the Flutter, this is a really big and important factor for us. And when it comes to the Flutter experience, at this time, like almost a year ago, maybe not only, but like SQLite had the best support for isolate, accessing the database through the separate isolate, which means that if you have a long query, or maybe you write a lot of data, a big batch of data into your database, you can just offload this to a separate isolate and don't see junk in your app. The UI does not freeze during this process. Whereas other solutions like ObjectBox, which is amazing, like they have, for instance, offline sync in the background, which like if you would use SQLite, you have to do it on your own. but object-box was not able to support isolate queries on things that have on objects that have relations. And one important thing that we had to do, and this is related to the fact that we were changing these tires during the car ride, was that we already had some models established on the backend, and now we were trying to port them to the mobile app. And it's not always one-to-one relation. So first of all, we wanted to limit this cognitive load. Just like, in fact, what I just did, I just opened my database on the left side, my VS Code on the right side, and I tried to go line by line and build the models manually by hand and see what works, what doesn't work, what do we need to have. But there is like one challenge that we had to solve, and again, this has been solved multiple times in the past, but we approached this, I think, in the simplest possible form, because we didn't want to change the schema of the database. I mean, we didn't want to remove things from the remote schema, but at the same time, we kind of wanted to maintain the backwards compatibility and stuff like that. So whenever we were sending things to the database would assign ID, and we would get the ID from the database back, and this would be the primary key that we would use for this entity. But the moment when you, and this is an important word, decouple the creation of an object from saving this to the remote database, you suddenly cannot get the remote ID when creating the object. You are creating a new observation, a new entity in your local database, and it cannot have the remote ID just yet because you haven't sent it to the backend. So what we had to come up with is just a local UUID, which now became our primary key locally, which I think is quite important to now switch from one model to a model where you have double IDs. You have the backend ID, you have a local ID, and then eventually they need to all match up. And this is important because now locally you cannot always rely on the remote ID being there, being present. And this is something that if you were to start with offline first on a greenfield project, you probably wouldn't have to deal with, but when you have a project that has been running for a while, this is something to remember. And also the relationships. We wanted to leverage the relationships. So thanks to the reactive nature of SQLite, you can, if you change one thing in one place and it's related to something else, we have a foreign key, it's going to be updated in the other place as well really easily. You don't have these, like, for instance, key value store where you change one key but it doesn't affect any other keys. And this is the only snippet in this entire talk. Is just a Dart class that was describing one of the models. And we were using a library called Drift to access the SQLite, which is an amazing library. It has a really nice syntax to create the models. Of course, you still need to run build runner, which I'm not the biggest fan of, but thanks to that, you can actually just write human-readable definition of your database models. And I've been teasing this for a while now, but we also needed to have a way to queue, to postpone all the user actions that they were doing for a later time. Let's say when they have an internet connection, or just to not couple the UI action with the network request. So this is quite important because, as I mentioned, we are taught often when you have a button, and even if you go through the blog, even if you go through the provider, you press a button, you have a big loading state, waiting for the request to process, and then after it's done, you have a response. And you can have multiple layers where all this complexity is hidden, but in the end, the button loading state is tied to the network that's going on in the background. So what we wanted to do is to decouple these, and when you press a button, something is saved somewhere, and then another process just takes it up in a few seconds and executes and then notifies whether it succeeded or not. So that right now, this unlocks a lot of the possibilities for things like optimistic updates, removing loading states, and such things. So let me quickly explain how we approach this in our quite, I would say, straightforward way, but also I think this can be scaled to much more complex cases as well. So I've been mentioning this morning check-in for a while now. So whenever you do this check-in, you put your symptoms into your app, and this gets saved through the observation repository. So This is like a conventional name that we use. And before that, it would just run the GraphQL mutation and wait for the response. Here, what we are doing, we are just saving this to that table in the database, table of observations, and it just stores there, like a new entity with new ID with no remote ID. Then, as a secondary requirement, we add the node or like an entity, which we call synchronization task. Again, the naming is completely arbitrary, but this entity has some metadata telling which object has been added, what has been done, like the object has been added, in this particular case, observation, when, if there would be many users by whom, and so on and so forth. So we have this thing. And then through the magic of debouncing of the stream, in few seconds, the other module that is responsible for like listening to all the new tasks. All right, so here's the new task. I need to execute that. And there might be some handler for this task, some definition how to execute this task. So in this particular case, for the task called add observation, you just need to call a mutation on your GraphQL endpoint and save it to the backend. And the cool part about this is that before that, the observation repository would call the GraphQL client, and now we completely decoupled these one from the other. And there's, of course, some linking there, but it's not like it happens in a sequence. There might be arbitrary long time between these events. So after the GraphQL client gets the response back from the backend, the observation is being saved, again, updated in the database. So anybody who would listen to this observation stream immediately gets information that, hey, this observation has been updated, and finally it just marks the task as done. The task is no longer getting picked up by the action queue, and then in a few days it's going to be just pruned and removed. So the process is quite simple. It's just like a one loop of things that happen one after another, but there is like this nice decoupling that I really like, and it just made the general concept much easier. And what you have to do is essentially need to find all the user actions that you have, which is basically all your mutations, and you rebuild them in a way where you decouple one from like the user action from the network request. And in cases like deletion or editing, it's going to be a little bit more complicated. But in case of just adding new stuff to your database, and we are talking basically about any other CRUD, this is how it works. The amazing part about this is that optimistic updates, you get them for free. So for instance, you may do your morning check-in, you added your sleep rating, and it's just there. You don't have to wait. There's no loading state at all. It's just there. And in a few seconds, it's going to be sent to the backend. And when you update that, it also gets visible immediately. And it may not be exciting, but if you compare it to the previous experience where you had to wait for the request to finish, loading, 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 you were in like a rural area, it would just fail, it would be super annoying. And as a developer, we had this tool just for us to show us the progress, right? So let me show it again. We would have like a queue of actions present, and you could just observe this, and we can remotely even debug a user by just sending the local database to us and see like if any action failed, what are the issues, if there's an error, we can troubleshoot that and stuff like that. So within few days, we were able, or like few, maybe weeks, we were able to spot some of the issues that people were having, and eventually we were able to solve most of that. Another thing that always pops up when talking about offline mode is the background synchronization. So theoretically, you can run the app now with no internet connection at all, like indefinitely, aside from some of the features that require network connectivity. But like things that are just CRUD-based, like CRUD-based, you just add, remove, edit, delete stuff, they can all work locally. But of course, sometimes you just need to have background synchronization. So what we did is we have like just a process that kicks off in the background using Work Manager. When the user connects to the charger, also in the morning when they open the app, things like that. So we had to remember to fetch the data from the backend and execute all the actions that are pending. Let's say if a user made a lot of actions and then swiped away the app, the actions would not be executed because Flutter is no longer running. So we have to have a way to run them in the background as well. Conflict resolution. Somebody would ask, what about that? We don't have to worry too much about conflict resolution because it's a mostly single user app. So whenever you add something or edit, you're the primary source of truth, and we don't necessarily need to worry about it. We use just last write wins. So whatever, if you have multiple apps, the last app the last request always gets the place, like they override this. If you want to learn kind of how to do this in a more serious manner, you will spot terms like CRDT, conflict-free replicated data types. And there is an amazing talk that I was inspired so much after from a few years ago from DroidCon, how Monday.com did this. And I mean, they have so much more complicated use case. They have a task app where many people can modify the same entity from many places at the same time. And they also implemented offline mode. But I remember, and I highly recommend this talk, because after this one, when I got back on plane, I just spent like 2-3 hours trying to implement what they did. And the funny part, of course, I was completely offline because I was on a plane, and I had to come up like with a thing that works with no dependencies and stuff like that. And since then, like I think 3 years ago, I've been kind of dreaming. Let's say this is a keyword for today. I was dreaming of implementing this in my own project, and I think that we actually were able to succeed. So this is the crash numbers, or like exception numbers after the release, a sudden drop, and this gave us a lot more visibility into all the other issues that we were facing. Big relief, and suddenly we were seeing issues that were not necessarily related to network issues. And what's even better, we were relying a lot on this low-code, no-code backend solution, which is not super pricey, but it's some cost. And due to the bandwidth and kind of sending the data back and forth, we were having like bills that were higher and higher, to the point that even the team behind the tool, they discovered that they were underestimating our usage. So at one point, they just warned us that, hey, from the next month, your bill is going to be 3 times higher, because we were not counting some kind of usage from your side. So this was a huge relief when we kind of just could drop like 90% of our WebSocket connections and just rely on some occasional updates. And like everybody was super happy. The users did not have so many issues, and the bill was much lower. And as a final takeaway, I just want to share like 2 thoughts with you, and I hope that these will be like inspiration. Like maybe as Slava mentioned about dreaming about what can be done with Dart, I have this dream about maybe Flutter apps. These are big words, obviously, but like if you can, you're starting a greenfield project, maybe you do some estimation, whatever. Just maybe think like if there is an opportunity to make it offline first in your preferred way. Like I think it's very exciting to reinvent the wheel in this way. Of course, you can use some of the industry standards like libraries. There are so many of them. And the other thing is like we have this tendency to like build POCs and MVPs where you press a button, the network request goes, and you wait for the response. But maybe you can decouple these. Like you press a button, and it's not necessarily need to be like you don't necessarily have to show a loading state like right in front of the user. Maybe you can do something else, and your designer is going to be much more happy because they don't have to design this loading state over and over again. And it also puts you in a different thought process, because now you don't think about action loading result, you think about action, and then somehow the result needs to come later. I hope that this gave you a little bit of a inspiration. Thank you so much for listening. And if you have any questions, any topics to discuss, I'm looking forward to. Thank you so much. You can share some feedback with me this way. And I hope you enjoyed.
All right. Thanks a lot, Dominik.
Thank you so much.
Let's do some of the questions we've gotten here. First one that I think you can answer pretty quick. What is a Flutter GDE?
Flutter GDE, it's a title, like honorary title, granted by Google, which means that you are basically an active member of the community, trying to share and share knowledge and the passion to the technology that we have. And I hope you can see that I'm passionate about this. So this is what I'm trying to do, just share the good vibes about Flutter.
Yeah, and it stands for, what does it stand for?
Google Developer Expert.
Thanks. How do you achieve a low bandwidth connection, like for example 3G, for doing quality assurance?
So there's a couple of tools to do that. Like on, I'm not gonna get too much into the details, but like on iOS, on Simulator, you can have this tool that will reduce your perceived bandwidth. I don't remember the exact name. Not sure about Android. I would have to check. Typically, I just go far away from my router.
Question from Red. How do you handle concerns like user privacy and handling potentially sensitive medical data? Did you consider adding an optional offline-only mode?
This is a tricky one. So we, of course, try to... We are not positioning ourselves as a medical app, but of course, collecting symptoms and stuff like that, they may be considered as a medical data. So first of all, there is like a local encryption. We encrypt everything in transit. We encrypt everything remotely. No developer has access to these data. But it's quite a vast topic legally. Like if you want to get into the medical field, fortunately, we don't have to deal with that. We are wellness app.
Thank you. From Moritz, have you thought about creating a library to basically do what you build for your app? Maybe on top of Hive plus Dia or something?
Yeah, I thought that. So actually the attempt at my during my airplane trip was meant to be like a library where you could have arbitrary storage for your actions and stuff like that. But what I've learned during the project is that typically, like in our case, the library would make things much slower. And the big benefit that we had by doing this, again, a bit manually, maybe it's not the most popular opinion, especially if you have a big team and so on, but like doing this manually, kind of bespoke for your own app, which is not a library, was actually much faster. We could iterate very much. And I mean, there's a couple of cool libraries on Pub that aim to solve this, but the fact that they are general libraries means that it may not always work for your use case.
Wow, there are a lot of questions coming in here. We're not going to have time to take all of them, but some more. Some from Tobias. How did you handle errors, especially displaying them to the users?
If anything goes wrong with the action queue, we have one, I would say, major thing, which is just retrying eventually. And we, I'm just getting alerts on Crashlytics if any action fails, so that I know basically that, hey, there's this user, and for them, the action doesn't work. And we typically would just get the logs and try to fix that. So that's like the long route. It may take weeks, of course. But if something fails, we typically roll back to, like, we just discard the action, and the user will just not see the entity that they added. If it was like add observation will fail, they would just not see the observation. Not the best experience, I would say. But at the same time, we made this choice that we don't want to spend too much time on error handling. It was like if they miss one symptom in one day, I mean, please don't repeat this to our users. Like, it's not a big deal among like thousands of symptoms that they track.
That makes sense. Thanks a lot, Dominik.
Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the show. Bye-bye.
Like, just like Dominik said and Slava said, we have talked a lot about dreaming here, right? And I know what you're all dreaming of now, and that is something in Swedish that we call fika, which Alek will explain a little bit more about.
Yes, so thank you, Lucas. So actually, the longer fika break was going to be in the next break. But right now, what I would encourage everybody to do is to visit our sponsors, and they have some snacks for you as well. So I spoke to AppShack. They have recently refilled their ice cream machine. Check that out. And Scandia has some popcorn. And I think the other exhibitors have some competitions as well. So see you back here in half an hour. Thank you, everyone.
All right. Hello, everybody. Sorry for the little confusion about the break. Apparently, I have written our schedule very strangely. But in an hour, there will be another break, or less than an hour now, I guess. But if any of you have used any native code, you know that it can be quite a pain to get everything to work like you want. And that's why we have brought Darja here, to tell you a safe bridge to the native side. So give an applause to Darja.
Hi. Can we have my slides up, please? Nice. So we've been talking a lot about imagination today and all of the nice things that we can imagine, but unfortunately I'll have to bring you back to the reality, and we will be discussing the actual state of communication with the native platforms. And my name is Darja, but in my native language actually, the way most of my friends know me and call me, it's Dasha, and this makes me name buddies with another small creature, which all of you already know. I'm a Flutterista and a Women Tech Makers ambassador. And I don't know why I'm using my computer if I have the clicker, sorry. Yes, and I started my developer journey as a native Android developer, actually, back in 2015. And then I happily switched to Flutter in the end of 2019, which makes it almost 4 years, I guess. Time flies really fast. And this transition was possible thanks to my work in Chile. I'm currently a mobile tech lead in a Latvian agency. And what we do is we make mobile apps. We started out as a native agency, but we switched to Flutter once we understand that Flutter is something that developers love and clients love. And one such application that we are working on, it's a long-term client, and it's a mobile banking application. And one day they came to us with a request for a feature to be able to add their payment cards to digital wallets such as Apple Pay and Google Pay. The thing is, in order to add a payment card to the wallet, you need to first tokenize it. And usually this is done by special SDKs that specialize in this kind of things. And this was the same for us. The client selected an SDK, they had a contract and so on, and it was all nice and well, until we learned that this SDK was available only for native platforms. And we had no other way except to go down back to the native platforms and write our own wrapper for this SDK. And today I will take you on my journey, how this all happened, what problems we met with meta channels, and how were they solved by using Pigeon. But before we do that, can you put your hand up if you have ever worked with meta channels or platform channels in general? Okay, wow, that's a lot. Did you like it? No. Okay, and what about Pigeon? Has anyone used it? Okay, much less hands, that's good. I think you will like it more than meta channels and platform channels in general. But even if you have never used those, it's not a problem. We will go over the whole thing, so no prior knowledge expected. Okay, and let's discuss a little bit about how, in general, Flutter applications are connected to native platforms. And this Flutter part of the app is usually called the client. And the native part of the app is called the host. And while we're here, a little disclaimer, I will be focusing only on mobile, on Android and iOS, because I do mobile apps. And yes, but those two parts are connected with the help of what is known as a platform channel. And platform channels have different types. One of those types is method channel, which uses a notion of method to communicate between the client and the host. There's also event channels that allow to stream events from host to client. And there's also a basic message channel, which is a bit more abstract version of a channel, and you can pass around any kind of messages between client and the host. And pretty much the same is relevant for iOS. Most of the code goes to app delegate, Android it's main activity, and my examples will be in Kotlin, in main activity, because that's my background, that's where I come from, but I will share a repository with code which has implementation both for iOS and Android, and you can check it out later. That being said, Yeah, lighting a little bit too dark, but we will be building an app. I'm really proud of this app because it's a pour generator. So I have 3 cats. Well, actually, my mom has 3 cats. I don't live with them anymore. But I miss them a lot. So sometimes I want to listen to them pouring. So this is an app where I can select a cat and play the sound of their pouring. And the thing is, to play the sound, we need to use native APIs. I'll try to show the demo, but I think the sound doesn't work, but we will try. So let's try with Charlie. Yeah, doesn't want to work. Sorry, but yeah, initially I planned for it to be pouring, and we would meditate all together for 40 minutes here and just have a good time. But I guess we'll need to dive into code anyway. And yeah, the functions that this application has is play and stop the sound, loop and don't loop, and continuously show the progress of what we're playing. And we will start out with very, very simple code base. The most of the things will be going on in the main activity for the Android side and the cat player page on the Flutter side. Okay, and how would we implement it in reality? Well, probably the most normal way would be to actually use a plugin, existing plugin. There are good plugins for connecting to a media player on the Android side and the audio session on the iOS side. Another way would be to use method channels, and the best way will be Pigeon, and you will soon understand why. Okay, but let's start with method channels. So step 1, in order to connect our Flutter app to our native part of the app, we need to create the channel itself. And this is done the following way in the Dart side. On the Flutter side, what we need to do is we need to create an instance of a class called method channel, and the next important part is we need to give it a name. We then do the same thing on the Kotlin side, on the Swift side, and so on. And the thing is, those 2 channels have to have exactly the same name, because if they don't, we will get this. We will get the missing plugin exception, because when we try to call methods and the channel names don't match completely, the method will not be found on the native side or on the Dart side, depends on from where you're calling from. So the problems with method channels start like from the very beginning, when we haven't even done anything useful yet. So yes, problem number 1, missing plugin exception if channel names don't match. But let's say we figured that part out and we managed to spell the channel names correctly and we want to implement some methods. We would do it the following way. We have our channel field, and what we do is we call the function called invoke method and pass, again, a string, which is the name of the function that we're going to call on the native side. And in order to get those calls on the native side, we need to override the method called configure Flutter engine on main activity. And then we need to set up the method call handler for our method channel. And the interesting things happen with these 2 parameters, the call and result, because the call is where we get the name of the method that's being called from. And again, this name is a string. And back. Yes, this name is a string, and it has to match, again, completely the same way that we called it on the Dart side. And the next parameter is the result, and result is something that we need to 100% call in order for our method to finish. Result is very simple Java interface. It has 3 methods: success, error, and not implemented. And if you don't call any of them on the native side, then your method on the Flutter side will not finish, and you will have problems with that. So we have problem number 2. The awaited result won't be returned if we forget to call result. And you would say, well, don't forget to call result. But we are people, and it's, first of all, easy to forget, especially when you are used to some kind of synchronous APIs. And this offers a bit of mind-changing. And another thing is if we, for example, call this twice, in one place we call success and in another we call error, we will get another exception, which is called illegal state exception, reply already submitted. And this all comes from this result API that we have to use in order to give the result back to the platform. So once again, yes, it's possible to avoid these errors, but it's also very easy to run into them, especially in runtime. Okay, but let's say we figure out how to work with result, and we now want to pass some arguments into our functions and not just call play, but actually pass the name of the file that we want to play, and we want to return some data back. This is what we would do on the Dart side, and I'll give you maybe a second to check out the code. So what we do, again, we call the invoke method on the channel, we specify the name of the method on the native side, and we pass a map of parameters. And then we await the result, and if the result is true, and we can check for that because result is actually dynamic, then we will update the UI on the Flutter side. So let's say we managed to spell loop correctly, and we match the functions on the Flutter and on the native side, and we want to check this argument. Where will the code go next? To if or to else? Put your hand up if you think to if. Okay, to else. Okay, so very shy. I see some trying to put your hands up. Well, if you take a look, we pass the parameter, which is called isLooping on the Flutter side and looping on the Kotlin side, and they will not match. IsLooping will be null, and we will end up here. Even though technically we think on the Flutter side that we have specified everything correctly and the code is compiling and everything works. So this is one of the main problems when working with meta channels. Passing around strings as parameter, as function names, as everything. And it's very easy to run into those problems, especially in the during runtime, because everything will compile and seem correct until you actually run the code. And it was very easy for me to prepare this part of the talk because I actually run into all of those errors myself while I was doing the meta channel implementation, because I'm usually used to compiler telling me something is wrong and not rechecking whether I said is looping or looping. And yes, because the result will be an error, the result will never be true, and we will never update the UI, but also even if the looping parameter is specified correctly, we will still go into else, result, success, pass null, it will still not be true, and will still not update the UI. So here there's also no type matching, and it's very easy to make more errors, more bugs. We love them. So yes, and if something doesn't match, we will get a platform exception that requires parameter is null due to name mismatch. And many other kinds of platform exceptions depending on what exactly went wrong with the type. So far, our experience with working with meta channels wasn't exactly positive, right? But when you come to think about it, we were working with languages such as Dart, Swift, and Kotlin, and there are many things that unite them, Flutter, for example. But what is more important is that all of those are statically typed languages, which means that we know the types of the variables. Well, in Dart, we can do dynamic, but the types of the variables are known at compile time, and we can work safely with different data types of different variables and be sure that what we expect from our code is happening in our code in terms of types. So we started thinking and researching, well, Googling, is there a better way to do this inter-channel communication between the platforms? And pigeons have been used as message carriers for longest time, for more than 3,000 years already, by ancient people and by people during wars, and even today there is still a possibility if something goes wrong to use pigeons, because pigeons have an innate ability to remember where they came from, where they live, and to deliver the messages back to that place. And even though we can think that this is like an old method of communication and we don't need pigeons to solve our communication problems, well, in Flutter, in fact, we can use pigeons. And Pigeon is a code generation library for making the communication between the Flutter and the native platforms type-safe and much more enjoyable for the developers. So how does Pigeon work? Well, 3 easy steps. We need to describe an interface in Dart. Then we need to run the Pigeon code generator. And then we need to set up the Dart and native calls. So let's take a look at that. Step 1, we need to configure the host interface. So, can you see it? Yes, Pigeon works with annotations, and we create a file in Dart, and we describe an interface which we will be using from the Dart side, and based on this interface, the Pigeon will generate code for the native side too. And we specified that the interface with the host API annotation, and there's also one special parameter called Dart host test handler, which we can use in order to generate test implementation too, but we will talk about it a bit later. And yes, so we describe the interface that we want. So we want media player API, which has 3 methods: play, stop, and loop. And we want to pass a class called media file to the play method. And this is where the first limitation of Pigeon comes in, because we can only, I did a mistake in my slide. Actually, the yellow thing should be on the import. So the only import that we can use in this file is the Pigeon library itself. So every data class that you need to use that in your interface has to be specified in this same file, and you also can't choose any other libraries. So if you need equality overriding or something like that, you also need to implement that yourself. Because if you don't, and you try to import a library and you run the Pigeon code generator, you will get an issue that unsupported import, because only Pigeon is supported. But okay, let's say we specified all of the code in our file, and we now want to generate interface from that, real code that we're going to use from that. For that, there is also configuration options in the very same file. We need to use the annotation called configure pigeon, and in here we can specify which files to generate where, like if we want to support Kotlin, if we want to support Swift, and testing, and so on. So this should be full paths. So I omitted them for brevity, but yes, these are full paths where the code that we will be using will be generated too. And then we run the command, and we need to pass one argument, which is the file with the interface that we have just described. And when we run the code generator, we get this output. This was the original file that we have created with the host API annotation, and these 4 is what was generated by Pigeon. We have Android, we have iOS, we have the Dart interface, and also an interface for testing. So, to sum this up, what we have done so far is we have generated Dart, Kotlin, Swift, and test APIs based on the interface description in our original file. And what this has done is no magic, actually, unfortunately. I'm not Slava, I don't know how to do magic. And the code that Pigeon has generated is very readable, and it uses basic message channels under the hood. It's completely almost the same thing as we would write ourselves, but it removes all of the boilerplate, and we don't need to use those APIs ourselves. And now that we have the generated code, we need to connect the client, the Flutter application, and the host, native platform. And before, we did that with the help of method channels. Now we won't, because now we have a Dart file, a Dart class called Media Player API that was generated for us, and we can use that instead without passing around strings. Let's see how to do that. Step 1, we need to import the generated file into the class that we're going to use it in. Then we need to create an instance of this interface. In our case, it's Media Player API. For demo, of course, I'm creating it in place. In real world, you would inject it, do proper state management, and all of those things. But for demo, this will do. And when we want to now call the play function, we just call play as we would do with play in Dart code, because this is play in Dart code. We pass instance of media file because it's a Dart class, and everything from this perspective, we don't even know that there's any native communication going under the hood because it's all Dart for us. Now back on the native side, this is Kotlin, and in Kotlin, this is a syntax to implement something. So we need to implement the interface, which was also generated for us by Pigeon. Instead of the method call handler, we don't need to set that up anymore. We just need to call the setup function of the generated class and pass the instance of it. Because we are implementing it in main activity, it will be this. And now we can just override the functions as if it was, because we're implementing the interface, and this is pure Kotlin code. There's no strings, there's no results, not anything like that. And we have, again, media file, we can return booleans and so on and so forth, and it's all Kotlin. So, with Pigeon, we have eliminated the missing plugin exception, we have got rid of the results exceptions and problems potential, and we have also eliminated a lot of possible platform exceptions. But if you do need some async operation on the native side, you can still return it, but you have to do it explicitly by adding the async annotation to your method. And what it will do, it will pass this callback as a parameter, and then you can, again, call success, error, and so on, in case you need to do that. Because I think this distinction of making it explicitly async makes the developer much more mindful of what they're doing and what APIs they're using. So, how does Pigeon ensure type safety? How can we use this media file class that we have written? But we need to think about first, how do we translate one type, for example, integer in Dart, to integer in Kotlin? And there are many ways. For example, we could do some JSON manipulation and just pass around again strings, decode and encode JSON. But platform channels have a special API called codec, and there are two main codecs, which is method codec and message codec, but they boil down to two methods, encoding and decoding. So we encode on one side, we send it over, and we decode it on the other side. And method channels use the standard method codec, and the problem with standard method codec is that it supports a very limited amount of types. So we have to support null on every in every language, and then there's also some primitives like booleans, numbers, and some basic collections. But if you want to go further and use custom classes in case of method channels, what we would need to do, is either do some JSON manipulation, so translate it to JSON, for example, or to any other encoding format, and then we need to transfer it into bytes, which also makes it a bit slower, or we can write a custom codec, but we would need to also do it manually and write the encoding logic for all of our custom classes, which Pigeon does. It also uses the standard message codec, but based on the classes that we have described in the initial file, it itself generates extensions, so we don't have to. And we can use those classes as they are and be sure that media file on Flutter is media file on Kotlin. And does it work both ways? Can we also call method channels from host to client? And yes, it does. Again, you describe the interface in Dart, run Pigeon code generator, set up Dart and native calls, and you're good to go. And steps are very similar to what we have done with Host API, except that you use the Flutter API annotation and do a little bit the steps in reverse. And we won't be looking at this anymore because that's basically the same code almost, but you can see the full implementation in the repository, which I will share with you in the end. And one more thing which Pigeon is good at is, well, not good, but better at, is error handling. And it enhances error handling in the following ways. All of the native calls are wrapped with try catch, and you can expect only platform exception from the Flutter side, so you'll note that no matter what happens, you will get only platform exceptions. And if you want to throw platform exceptions from the native side, there's also a convenience class called Flutter Error, which offers some fields which will be mapped in a predictable way, so you can be always sure that it's them. So now our usage of method platform channels has become much more nicer with the help of the Pigeon tool generator. But is it a silver bullet, and does it solve all of the problems with native communication? And obviously, if I'm asking, then it's not. First of all, the main limitation is that there is no support for even channels, because then if you use even channels, you have to continue using them, and Pigeon currently doesn't generate any code for that. All of the code has to be specified in the single file, as we have seen so far. And currently, there's also limited support for enums and inheritance. There are many details, so until just recently, it was impossible to return enums and pass them as parameters to functions, but just like literally a couple of days ago, a new version of Pigeon was released, and it adds primitive enum support, so I'm sure that all of those limitations with time will also be eliminated. So, to sum this up, type safety is our friend. It makes our code safer and more enjoyable to write, and it's better to catch errors during compile time and not during runtime. Pigeon helps with all of that because it introduces type safety, lays a boilerplate, much more happiness for the developers, much faster development itself, and much less bugs. And always remember to ask yourself when you're doing something and you feel it's uncomfortable, is there a better way to do it? Because if not, then research it until you're satisfied with the answer. We went from being not happy working with platform channels to being much more happier, and that's not because the cat wants to eat the pigeon. Okay, thank you. And there's a small feedback form. It will take you 15 seconds, after which you will find the repository, and thank you. Can dance, I guess, while we wait for Lucas. Probably enjoying his fika while we're all talking about Pigeon here. Welcome back.
All right, thank you. I was totally not zoning out there. They look happy still, so I suspect your talk was great.
I hope so. We'll check the quiz later, so I'll tell you the answer.
Oh, the quiz. There was a quiz
No,
too.
no, the feedback form.
Feedback
yes.
form, yes. Maybe it is a quiz. Like you can only answer one of them is right. All right, let's go with some questions. We have one from Bornold. Is there any way to implement event channels in Pigeon?
No. As I said, there's no. No, wait, not yet. I think I've seen either issues or, I think not pull requests, but issues definitely on the Pigeon repository, so it in the pipeline, I guess, sometime in the future, but not currently.
All right, thank you. What was it like to migrate existing method channels API to Pigeon?
Because we didn't have that many methods, and even not those many methods were already a pain. I was very happy to finally get rid of those and write proper code.
That makes sense. From Thomas, do you see any reason to use message channel instead of Pigeon?
Probably if you have maybe very simple single call and you don't want to set up the whole thing, but I would probably go for Pigeon every time, but I'm biased.
Nice. Is it possible by Pigeon to execute native and Is it possible by Pigeon execute native and establish communication with code on C++ on the Android side?
It supports C++. I'm not sure how it's going to work with Android, possibly, but I'm not sure. Not really. It generate well. It still has to support the existing platform channel communication. So whatever is possible with platform channel is possible with Pigeon, and not more. It just offers like this wrapper around it.
Right. Can we use enums with standard message codec?
Yes. I think previously it was that you could only use enums inside of the classes that you've written, but now with this latest support, I think you can also use them as return types from functions in general and also as arguments into functions.
That's nice. Can you use event channels?
No, no, you can't.
People really want to know. Can you use Pigeon along with standard method channels?
Yes, you can use both. The same way as you would use like many method channels, you can use Pigeon too, because it just generates codes.
Yeah, that makes sense. And that was all the questions we have. And now, if I have read my own schedule correctly now is the actual fika, and it will be half an hour. So give an applause to Darja. I think he's out there getting Albert. Oh, Albert. Albert is probably in the lounge. Alek, he was there. Yeah. Then we know where everyone is. Can I have somehow know? No, nothing. You answer your own question. That was quick.
Yes, because it's already from the lights.
Works. So it will be. You can wait like over there or something because it will be the performer first.
Men visst känns det som att under dagen har det tunnats av?
Stulka stora klubban.
Från alla håll och kanter.
All right. Welcome back from the fika, everybody. I hope you enjoyed it. And to not start with some heavy talk, let's start with a little bit more of a performance from Jack Nothing.
Okay, so let's get everything on. I'm going to adjust my mic a little here. I felt the last time I was kind of on my tippy toes, but I think this will be good. All right. Well, I'm the king of the cocoa heads, an Apple VIP. I reached the top and I had to stop, and that's what's bothering me. I want to make apps for Android like everyone in this town. I don't want to write the same code twice. I'm tired of monkeying around. Oh, whoop-a-doo. I want to code like you. I run VS Code, hot reload too. You'll see it's true. A native dev like me can learn to make Flutter apps too. Don't try to kid me, Alek. I made a deal with you. Give me a start at coding Dart to make my dreams come true. Oh, give me the SDK now. Clue me what to do. Material design has got to be mine, and Cupertino too. Oh, whoop-a-doo. I want to code like you. Use VS Code, hot reload too. You see it's true. An old dev like me can learn to make Flutter apps too. Can learn to make Flutter apps too. One more time, can learn to make Flutter apps too.
Thank you very much, Jack.
Thank you. That was awesome. And now on to the next awesome thing. A talk that I told them earlier that it's hard as a conference organizer to deny a talk like this that comes into the call for papers, because it has a little bit that everyone can enjoy and like get takeaways from. So welcome our next pair of coders from Lean Code that will be talking about their bank app. welcome on stage. Hello.
All right. Let me just check if it's working. Okay. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Flutter at Scale. To talk about how we built a large mobile banking app with over 25 Flutter developers working together on the same code base. It's kind of our lessons learned. So maybe you will relate to that. Maybe you had a similar experience with some clients. Yes, so let's introduce ourselves. I'm Mateusz. I'm head of mobile at Leushchenko, using Flutter since early beta, I guess. And in CABP project, because it's a Crédit Agricole Bank Poland, I was the leader of technical squad. You will know what I mean later in this talk. You can find me on Twitter X at this handle.
And hello everyone, I'm Albert. I'm working with Flutter since its very first public release, so the 1.0. In the Crédit Agricole project, I was working for something like 2 years as a leader of the overall design squad. Yeah, you can find me on Twitter.
Yeah, so let's start with setting some terms, because what it means for a project to be small or large. Let's try to somehow set this term. So small project, from our perspective, is a project that can be done approximately for 2 months with 2 people. And how to recognize this project? The project is small when you know almost every piece of code. You know this type of projects where you probably know everything about the project and every developer knows almost every piece of code, and you got similar business knowledge to your colleagues, and there's a big chance that a backend developer also sits by your side and you can communicate with them in real world, which is very, very helpful, and very helpful especially in this kind of projects. So what are large projects? In a large projects, I think the main differentiator is there's code that you have never seen, and there will be code that you will never see. This is very important, because you work on loans, but you don't know anything about loyalty club, so there are 2 different business domains from 2 different separate teams in terms of development. So there's code that you will never see, and you have to accept that, because there's hundreds of people involved from different companies. Each of them works in a different way, different workflow, different time zone maybe even. So let's tame it and how to work with that. But first, what was our project? Well, our project was over 200 people involved, not only in the development, I mean the whole project, also from business side. So in development, Flutter development, over 25 Flutter developers in more than 10 squads. We tried to list all of the squads, but they are changing over time, depending on the business requirements. But we emphasized 2 of them that are most important today, which is squad number 1, overall design, which was mainly responsible for the whole design system implementation and consistency, which Albert was the leader of. And squad number 13, platform and framework, also called the technical squad, which I was the leader of, and it was responsible for things that no one else wants to do, as you will see later. So when we thought, how can we deliver a large project, we thought of 10 key concepts, but today we will cover only half of them. If you want to know more, you can download our white paper on Flutter for Enterprise at linko.co. And you don't have to type this link, because at the end of this talk, we'll have a QR code for the ebook. So let's start with the first key concept, which is code ownership. It's a seemingly simple thing, right? In a small project, it's simple because we all own the code base, we all know anything, we are all responsible for it, we all develop new features, fix bugs, and maintain it. So the project has more than 25 Flutter devs that work on a single app in a mono repository on a single code base. And imagine that. And is everyone responsible for everything? Everything as in nothing? The answer is no, because there's always an excuse, and you probably have already seen this kind of projects where anybody can tell someone else is responsible for it. No one can actually check if it's true. So everyone can say, I won't maintain it. It's someone else's job. It's some other team, some other business domain. And no one is responsible for anything. So if we want that there's always a responsibility, we need to set some boundaries and impose some rules. So to disallow no man's land in our code, we have to introduce explicit code ownership. So let's set some rules. The first is every piece of code is owned by a team, not by a person, because people can change teams, squads, positions, jobs, everything. So it will break our rules, so we want to have every piece of code to be owned by a team, for example, payments squad number 7. And the team takes full responsibility of the code. What it means is they will maintain it, fix bugs in it, develop new features in there, but the most important thing is this. They will allow or disallow any new code in there, because still we don't want to stop you, we don't want to break your velocity. Imagine that you depend on other squad, and for example, you depend on some one method from some facade that's exposed by, I don't know, accounts team. And you know that it's a one line to be fixed so that you are unblocked. So we still want you to be able to fix that and just make this pull request. We just need this team to approve it explicitly so that we know that they've seen it and they put their own approval on it. That's why it's really important, so that you can still contribute to their code base, but it's still owned by them. And the third rule is that there are no exceptions to those rules. This is pretty important, because otherwise, like in any large project enterprise environment, the rules won't work, right? We have to enforce them. So we have the rules for some specific places in code, but how to define the boundaries between these places in the code. So I think that there are multiple tactics for that, but in our case, local packages was enough. By local packages, I mean Dart packages. We had 60 or 70 packages in our project, and each package is owned by a team. We have some explicit markdown document about that, and we know that this package and this package is being owned by squad number 5, for example. And it was enough for us. But you could say, okay, but there's always something common. This is correct. Actually, it's pretty correct. There's always something common. And it's not a problem as long as it's being owned by a team. So if you have any common packages, you can still have them and still have explicit code ownership. You can just, you have to assign them to some team, because we have no exceptions. And here comes the technical squad, the team that maintains code that no one other wants to. So we just took all the packages. If any squad was, for example, closed and dismissed, we just took the code and split it out on other squads. Or if no one wants to do it because it's not related to any business domain, we just take the code to us. So the summary of this part is someone has to be responsible for each piece of code. Okay, so let's go further. We have code ownership, and we want to plan some project structure. And we can look at project structure for a whole different, like many different perspectives, as you know from articles, books, and blog posts. And you've seen a lot of diagrams like this, probably. We have 9 classes in here. We have some pages, which is UI. We have some qubits, which is some application logic. We have some repositories, some data access layer, from 3 different business domains: transfers, loans, and benefits. And you could see many times that people use this layering in this horizontal manner. And you could have UI package with all your pages, application logic package, repositories package. Okay, but we have to ask one significant question. Who owns the package, right? Because who owns the UI package? So let's try to answer that. And we can refer to some very popular aphorism in computer science. That's Conway's law. And it states that any organization that designs a system will produce a design whose structure is a copy of the organization's communication structure. So let's try to relate to that. It means that the communication model of our organization will project onto our code, no matter if we want to. So let's try to ask ourselves, how do we communicate on a daily basis? And daily is the key word in here, actually, because we have daily meeting. So is there a repository squad daily? Is there a UI squad daily, application logic squad daily? No, in our case, there wasn't one. But it was payment squad daily, benefits squad daily, loan squad daily, because there are some payment business experts, people from other side of company that we depend on, people from other companies that depend on us, and the one and only thing that connects all those, I don't know, 30 people is that we all work on one business domain, that is payments and transfers. So let's try to project this communication model onto our code. So we can still have the same 9 classes. We can just group them in an orthogonal way. And as you can see, we have transfers package, loans package, benefits package, for example. And which is good because now I know who I should ask about this piece of code. Because I know, okay, this is transfers, this is squad number 7, for example. Okay, but you could ask, what about the package structure inside? So what about the files inside one package? And still, you can approach it in many correct ways. This is just the one that we took. We thought, okay, if we go domain-driven, still we want to go domain-driven. So we love feature-based architecture. We just have a directory of features. And for example, we have lending, which is about giving loans. And we have agreement documents because you have an agreement of loan and you have some documents to sign. And as you can see, all the code related to agreement documents is in the one directory. It's also helpful for onboarding new developers because in large organizations and large projects, you will have a lot of changes in terms of staffing. And when new developers come and you want them to look around agreement documents, you can just tell them this is the directory. And if they would imagine to try to search the whole code base for pieces of code related to agreements, it would be really cumbersome. So it's really helpful for also for onboarding and tutoring. But one question raises that was asked before when we made this presentation, how to do the wiring. And always remember that you have your entry point package that still has to depend on anything that you use in your project, even if you have 60 packages. So you can use those packages, this app package, as your connector, as your wiring, for example, to get providers from other packages and inject them into tree. Or, for example, inject some public interfaces like some facades to be used to other squads and so on. So the summary of this part is take a domain-oriented look always, because it really helps in terms of grouping and making decision about the project structure. Okay, so let's start actually working on the code, because we have everything on paper, but we don't really start coding. And we can see a lot of packages, and we think, okay, we have a lot of packages, and now I want to run tests when applicable. Or maybe I want to generate code only in packages that have CodeGen. It sounds horrible, but what we essentially want to do is we want to run things in a multi-package environment. So it means that we need a task runner. And there is something like that already. Fortunately, there is already something. We didn't have to write our own task runner, because there's Melos, a tool that's basically a task runner for Dart ecosystem. And this is really awesome. It's a CLI tool for monorepos, just like ours. And it's used by Firebase, Flutter team, Flame, Flutter community. And we used Melos. It's from Invertase, just to mention. And we use Melos for getting all packages, generating code, running tests, reconciling package versions. You just need a task runner. But one more thing about consistency is use one lint package in those large projects. You will thank us later, because probably you will have those weekly meetings with all the Flutter developers. When you agree or disagree on some new lints, you will migrate to another Flutter version, and new Flutter SDK has new lints, or new Dart version has new lints, and you will have to agree on, we activate this lint, we deactivate this lint. So you can do it in one package and just import it in all other packages, so it's much easier to maintain. Okay, so let's go further. In any large enterprise project, they will ask you about end-to-end integration testing, because they have some standards, some compliances, and they want you to prove that you can integrate test end-to-end the app. So we tried to do it, and back then we used Appium Flutter driver because the QA team already knew Appium, and they had Java code base, and they wanted to use that. So we tried to use Appium Flutter driver, but it was pretty unstable for us. We had to fork it to fix some behaviors. We had to fork Flutter driver to expose some APIs that weren't exposed, but the QA people really want them to be exposed. So we had to fork a lot of things. And now we created another solution for that, which is Patrol, which bridges the integration testing and Flutter test world of your Flutter finders with native site. So you don't have to go out of Dart code. And if you want to know more, you can approach us after the talk.
Okay, yeah, so if you have a project of this scale, you rather certainly need something like a design system because you want to enforce the consistency and reusability of all the work that your developers basically do. And just to remind you, we had rather a big amount of different squads that were working on a single project, on a single code base. And all of those squads, with the exception of the overall design or the platform and framework, were actually producing a business value, which was requiring creating, screens, the pages that the end user sees. And those screens need to use some components, some maybe material components, maybe Cupertino, and maybe our own design system components. And as a result of this Squad 1 work, we created over 350 different components, from very small ones to very complex and big ones, and almost every one of them had their dedicated page in the storybook. So given all this experience, a question arises: what do we actually need to do? What do we need to cover? What do we need to remember about to create a good design system in Flutter? And let's start with the basic stuff. With the tokens, and let's start talking about them from the designer's perspective. So to those who don't know, tokens are basically something like variables in your source code, but in Figma and Adobe XDR, whatever tool do you actually use, it allows your designers to not hard code the different properties of the text cells or other things every time they need to use something, but rather define only a specified set of the typographies of the text styles or other things, and then reuse it in the component. So we could have this headline 4, for example, with some font weight, font size, and other properties, and then just simply use it inside the button, simply referring to it as a token and not hard coding all of the properties that it had. And it's the same story with other things, like the colors. We also not hard code the colors inside our designs, but rather saved into our tokens, and also use those tokens in our components. And there are many different things that we can tokenize. With the latest Figma update, they actually introduced much more powerful tokenization features. But maybe the designers also use Token Studio, which also gives them plenty of different options, or other software. You can tokenize stuff such as spacings, some elevations, box shadows, basically almost everything that is reusable as a value, as a primitive, or as something in the designs. So this is how we have it in the designs. Now let's talk about the code, because we also need the same tokens inside our code to prevent developers from using some illegal ones, because maybe the developer made a mistake or the designer used some hard-coded one. And it also makes it very easy to spot and fix inconsistencies in our project. And for the typography, let's take a look at how we approached typography in the code. What we did is we basically extended the default Flutter text type class, nothing really fancy. We gave it this CA prefix so that whenever a developer sees anything prefixed with CA, which stands for Crédit Agricole, by the way, the name of the bank, they know that they are dealing with something that comes from our design system, from our common UI package. And what it does, it only holds all the values we care about, but it has very important aspect. It has a private constructor you could also make it internal if you like it more. And what it does is it makes it prevents the developers from creating instances of this CA text style outside of this file, outside of this library. So it's only you, the overall design developer, that can define all the different instances of this class. Like here, we have some CA text styles class, which basically holds all the different instances that we have agreed on with the designers, that the designers also have in the Figma. And in all of our components, we do use those CA text styles classes and not just the Flutter one, the text style, because we want to prevent developers from using anything they like and stick to what the design system allows them to use. And the typography is rather basic in this regard. And it would the setup would be very similar to other stuff like the spacings and box shadows probably, but in the case of colors, it gets a little bit more complex, because colors, you usually want to have some different kind of colors, some different color palettes, like the light and dark color palette. Basically, every application right now has something like this. Maybe you're creating your application for some government entity that needs to follow some very much stricter accessibility guidelines, and you need to have some high contrast color palette or something like this. And we approach it very similarly. We also create our own class that has a private constructor. We define all the different tokens that there were in Figma, and in different color schemes. We can have light color scheme and dark color scheme, let's say. You can even have something like a different color schemes depending on the context of your user, whether it's a company user or just a normal user. So we have those color schemes. What we need to do now is somehow pass them to the widgets, and we use nothing else than the inherited widget. Like the most simplest and most advanced thing in Flutter when it comes to passing stuff down the widget tree. We just pass the correct color scheme data to this and then retrieve it in our widgets. And how do you do it? How do you pass it to this inherited widget? We have somewhere at the root of our application, basically a place where we decide which color scheme we want to pass, whether it depends on the platform brightness when we have just the light and dark, or maybe we can have some dependency, and that's in the application logic between different types of users, where we can give the user some company branded color palette and maybe some consumer one color palette, and that's what we actually had in the banking app. And for using those colors, sorry. It doesn't really help here. And how we use those colors is it was as simple as calling context.colors. Whatever color you defined. The colors is just a simple extension getter on the build context, which retrieves the value from this inherited widget that we defined before. And I can give you a few tips right now about this stuff. So if you're having a text component, your own text component, which you probably have because you want to enforce using those your company text styles and colors, then it's very handy to accept the style and the color separately, because it's very rarely those two, the style and the color, are actually connected to each other, so it's more convenient. And the other one, related to defining the colors, defining the color tokens, and it's very important. I put 2 exclamation mark emojis here, not without a reason, is to think about your color tokens and how they connect to each other, if they are in context of each other or not, because if you won't think about it, you might end up in a situation where you have such design system where you have like this very simple app with 3 color tokens, the primary, white, and black. And this is our application. It all looks good. I mean, the text is legible. We have the proper contrast. But then our product owner comes by and says, hey, we need to have the dark theme now. So we have whole application already developed. So we just swap the values of the colors. Probably it's something like this. We invert the white and black and make the primary probably a little bit more dark. But then we end up with something like this. And this is because the primary and white color tokens never were meant to contrast with each other. They were just white and some branded color. This is why it's very important to use more contextualized color tokens like those. We have primary and we have on primary, which is a color that is always contrasting with the primary. We can have also some other states like on primary muted, on primary active, stuff like this, but they need to express this relation that they contrast with each other. And with this setup, it's very easy to create a dark theme, which is correct, which has all the correct contrast and the text is legible. And this approach allowed us to create such a beautiful experience in our banking application. And yeah, when we have so many different components, it starts getting more and more important that we are aware that those components still look good. That's when we modify one component that's used in a few other components, that our whole application won't break, or if one process in the application, one certain page won't break. That's where the golden tests come into the game and help us. And what are golden tests? Golden tests are something very similar to widget tests. Maybe I'll just use the keyboard. So you do what you do normally in your widget test. You pump some widget into the screen, but then instead of actually doing some expectations based on whether you can find some text, whether some callback was fired, you match against a golden file this widget that you just pushed. And what is a golden file? Golden file is basically the rendered version of your widget. That's a PNG file that's outputted by the Flutter test tool when you add some additional parameter like generate goldens, if I'm not mistaken. And golden tests are really helpful. It's a great tool because it allows us to spot those differences, those mistakes that we made along the way, or those places where some regressions slipped in, which also boosts our confidence when we do some more low-level changes. Maybe we change the value of some color in our design system, and then it's very risky because you can't be really sure. You don't always remember where it was used in what context. So golden tests can help you be sure of that. But they also have some limitations related to the CPU or the architecture on what platform they are being run on. And when we commit the golden test to our repository, then we also see them in our pull request differences, which is also helpful because your code reviewers can also take a look and visually tell whether your widget changed the way it was supposed to change. And there are also a few packages like the Golden Toolkit and Alchemist that help the golden test set up a little bit. This is one example. This is using the Golden Toolkit, and Golden Toolkit here helps us to create a different matrices of all the different devices that we run tests on, like the color theme. In this example, we have two different color themes, and the golden test generated those two goldens. We actually had only one golden test, and this generated the golden for those two themes. And it also outputs us very nice visual difference whether something failed. We can see what pixels visually failed, which also helps in debugging. And the last thing, Storybook. Storybook in our project was really helpful because it was a place for the developers where we could focus on the development of just this one component We didn't have to deal about all the surrounding business features, about all the different dependencies that came from the business logic. It was also a place for other developers where they could see how the components looked like before they get a chance to use them in a source code. Also, it was very helpful to use them in the storybook in sprint reviews. And for designers, or basically anyone involved, to check whether the components that we developed were working good, were behaving properly, and their appearance was as the designer told us it should be. And this is how our storybook looked like. Very simple. I mean, it was very simple. On the left side, we had the list of all the different components with some search. On the right side, we have a panel of different knobs that we had to define. Those were basically the parameters that we passed to the constructors of all the different components. We could also change the theme on the bottom right corner. And on the main portion of the storybook was, well, the component itself. And it was helping us not only with such small components, but really used everywhere, like the button, but also a very complex one, ones like this. The CA scaffold panel over, very fancy name, is probably the most advanced component in the whole application. And the storybook also allowed us here to play with it with our mouse or with our finger on the mobile device to check whether all the scrolling behavior is working nicely as intended. And back then, we didn't really, it was like 2 years ago, we didn't really have a very good solution on the open source market to achieve storybook like this. This is a very heavily modified Flutter_storybook or something like this. But now we have a very good open source solution that has all the features that we had to add to it out of the box, which is the widget book. Yeah, that's a rather old screenshot. Widget book guys are also here on the conference, so you can say them hi. They also have some cloud collaboration tools if you need it. And yeah, this was all when it comes to our presentation about creating Flutter applications in the enterprise environment, but that was certainly not everything on this subject. We have many more different topics covered in our ebook, which I heavily recommend you to download, to take a photo of it, follow the link, and that's it.
Very interesting, thank you. Especially for me, I have also been working on a banking app for like the last 1.5 years or so. And one of the gold sponsors out there, Skandia, I don't know if you talked to them, but yeah, they're also doing something similar. All right, let's get to some questions. Why not just use Flutter theme?
Flutter what?
Flutter theme.
Theme. Good question. I think this is because we wanted to not use the material components. We didn't want it to have those materials defaults and be impacted by the decisions that the Flutter team makes to the material components, which they actually do. Like recently, there was this material free update and some things changed. And when we had only our own theme, only our custom components, it was us that were responsible for basically 100% of the pixels that were seen on the screen. But it's not just the pixels. When you are creating your own design system and not using like the material or whatever from the Flutter under the hood, you also need to take care of much more stuff like like to make all of those widgets to be accessible. And probably many more.
This is, I think, very important that if the design system doesn't depend itself on the material design system, then we also shouldn't, because it would be harder for us later. You know, all the behaviors that are made in material are made because they are in such a way in material design system, and not every design system follows the rules of material design system. So that's why.
Makes sense, thank you. From Ayman, what's the advantage of creating your own design system rather than using the pre-packaged design system like Material, which is flexible as well? Almost the same question, but a little bit different.
Well, I think when you're dealing with big clients that have big budgets and big teams of designers, you probably want to have this brand recognition also inside your application, and the application should follow those brand rules so that when the user plays with the app, he knows that it's okay. It has the same branding, it uses the same colors, it has the same border radiuses that they use in the commercials in the TV, stuff like this. And this makes this connection between the user and the actual company that is giving the value through the application.
Yes, also I think that if everyone would use Material, every app would look the same. So that's why companies don't want to look the same as the other competition app.
All right, let's move on to the next question. Why not use a third-party state management solution? Did the use of your own testing framework inform this decision? From Mark Vidion.
We used mainly blocks and qubits for state management because we also worked with other company, like developers were from different companies, and block/qubit is something that's pretty much known for any Flutter dev, and it's flexible enough so that we could fit it in our architecture. And about testing, I don't...
Did the use of your own testing framework inform this decision?
Your own, like, patrol? Or
I don't know. It sounds like Mark thought that you had built your own state management. But
no.
I'm not sure.
No,
yes,
no.
is Mark here?
We used qubits blocks, but it's on the application logic layer, so you can actually replace it. You don't have to use qubits and blocks because we try to, every package has a public interface. It's another package, for example, accounts public, and it exports facades and interfaces to be used from outside this library. So it doesn't matter what the state management is being used inside the package because it's just a stream outside. So you can use, for one feature, you can use value notifier, and for other, you can use some other stuff like MobX. It only matters that you expose a proper minimal facade, and it's cool then.
All right, makes sense. What kind of CI setup do you use? Package-based workflows, etc.
Internal CI/CD because it's enterprise. So we had internal Jenkins. We have merge request pipelines because we use internal GitLab. So merge request pipelines when it comes to creating a merge request, editing it and stuff like that. And also, I think every hour there's build on the release branch about the setup. What do we do? We run Dart analyze like everyone. We also scan for vulnerabilities, especially now when Flutter and Dart is supported by OSV scanner, and you have access to GitHub vulnerability database and more. So we try to use that. Also, we used some license tracking, stuff like that. So a lot of compliance stuff that you have to run in the banking environment. But nothing fancy, I think, beside that. Also a bit of integration tests, because we have regression tests that are being run nightly, and we have 3 or 4 integration tests that just check if you can make a transfer, for example, something that's really necessary for a banking app. And if you can't make a transfer, then it won't merge or something like that. I'm not sure. I don't remember right now, but something like that. Just ensure smoke test.
All right, let's go
and
on.
running unit tests, of course. Unit tests on every, but it's something that's obvious, right?
Yeah. So from Alfred, how does the code review / PR process look when you have multiple teams involved within a new feature / bug fix?
If you touch code base owned by some team, a member of that team has to approve this. Yes, pretty much like this. And sometimes if you touch something that's global, then technical squad also has to approve it, kind of. But it's kind of implied from the first sentence. So yeah, the first sentence.
It's also because it's always the squad that is responsible for a given piece of code that has the knowledge to really tell whether the code that they are reviewing is correct, whether it doesn't fail to meet some business requirements they were developing before.
Because other devs from other squads can check the style or things that are related to development itself, but they don't know the domain. So we also require that one person has to be from the same business domain, because they can, check the domain rules.
All right. Last question from Slava. How was your IDE experience with so many packages?
Horrible, to be honest. But it's not like we complain so much. It's just I think that we still would go with so many packages because it still is better than having all of those 60 packages inside one package. But if we had to do it again, then we would make more example apps like the inside project so that people can run only one window in VS Code. Because, we try to work it around, because the main problem is with Dart Analyzer that we have 60 packages and everybody goes out of memory in, 10 minutes after starting work. So you can either kill all Dart in the terminal and restart 10 minutes, or you can wait 10 minutes for auto-completion, which is also not so bad, like in comparison to other solutions. And you can also exit the workspace. And I don't know, I know that Dmitry from Dart Code Metrics told us that why it happens, but essentially you can open, because normally you work on 5 packages, probably max, in the same feature, I mean. So you can open those packages in separate windows, and then everything works super good. But sometimes you want to have all the workspace open because you want to search through all the code base and stuff like that. And this is really bad. But I know that the Dart team is aware of that. There's an issue about the context and stuff like that. So I know that they work on it. And I know that Dmitry from Dart Code Metrics also found some solution. So I know that there are workarounds, and now I think that there are also solutions in progress. So I think that this is one of the most important things from the perspective of developer experience in huge projects, because we also on FlutterCon we spoke to other guys that had a talk about bank. They had 200 packages, and bank from Mexico or something like that, and they said that they had to just make example app in every package so that you don't have to open many packages. But all those are workarounds. When we have the solution for that, I think that it will be perfect.
Yeah, and actually, it's not that all of our developers were working only for 10 minutes and then a coffee break.
Sorry.
But we
exaggerated.
In the IntelliJ, there's this feature where you can actually exclude packages. So if you were in Squad X and you will probably also need to deal with Squad Y and Z, then you have the analyzer enabled for those, but all the other 55 packages are simply excluded, so the Dart analyzer doesn't waste your RAM over them.
Also, some people don't want
to use IntelliJ. To cut there, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thanks a lot to Albert and Mateusz. And next up, you will also be able to join a workshop from her tomorrow if you get, well, only if you have signed up for it. So if you get very interested from her talk now, then you have to, I don't know, kill someone on the attendee list and take their place. Oh, there she is. Come. We can put up the computer first, I guess.
me see the speaker notes.
Maybe there are two displays already. Does it stay mirrored? Oh, oh yeah, it does. Presentation over there. I don't have your speaker notes there. All right. Give an applause to Akanksha that is going to do the next talk.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for staying for the last talk of the day. And I know you all are exhausted, but I hope this talk will be useful. And there's a workshop tomorrow in case you want to play around with the things you learn in this talk. So do attend that. And I'll start with a quick story. So last year, I went to my cousin's place, and my niece was trying to get my cousin's attention, who was busy with some work. And she's 3 years old, and because she was not able to get her attention, she just screamed, "Hey Google." So that was quite funny and surprising that "Hey Google" is like the word which is one of the first words kids of today's generation are learning. Like before even they learn a lot of basic words, "Hey Google," "Alexa," it's like very common for them. And they think that if they call their parents, like scream like that, and they will get their work done. So that's quite something I was surprised about. So yeah, the talk is gonna be about enabling voice features in your Flutter apps. So let me start with a quick intro. So my name is Akanksha Singh, and I'm a software engineer at JP Morgan. I'm a Flutter developer, and I love doing hackathons, and I'm a community person, have been part of a lot of student communities when I was in university, and still try to get involved with communities wherever possible. And yeah, that's about me. So the agenda of this talk is I'll start by answering some basic and important questions, and then I'll move on to discussing the future of voice user interface and why is it needed. And then we will look into the basic building blocks of how the voice user interface works, and after that we'll look into the implementation on the Flutter end. And yeah, that's what the talk is going to be about. And starting with the first question, what is voice user interface? As a lot of you might know, it's an interface that allows people to interact with devices with just their voice, and there's no typing involved. They don't have to touch their device. They can simply speak and get their answers and get their work done. So that's what basically a voice user interface is. And if we talk about why is it needed, so the first thing, it just makes things quicker. Stanford study says that speaking is 4 times faster than typing, and it's very efficient. You can simply speak and get things done, especially like when you want hands-free action, like when you're driving, you want your Google Assistant to help you with navigation. Maybe you're cooking something, your hands are busy chopping vegetables, and you want to know the next step of the recipe. So you can simply ask the assistant to guide you. Multilingual expansion, so it just voice recognition breaks all the language barriers. It makes us very accessible for people with different languages. There's support for tons of languages, and that makes it much more efficient and better. Unstoppable evolution, because the advancement in this field is continuously growing, and with this, it will just keep on evolving and growing, and voice user interface will become a way of life pretty soon. So yeah, they make it very easy for consumers they can simply interact with the app, and yeah, these are some of the features that voice user interface offers and makes life easier. So who would it benefit and how? So we'll just look at the types of people it will benefit, and it is still benefiting. So if we talk about people with no special needs, people like me and others who don't have any special needs as such. So people like us, as I talked about, the convenience that voice user interface provides and the time we can save by doing that. And hands-free operation, so whenever we are driving, cooking, or a lot of times when we just want voice user interface to interact with. So that's one thing. We have multilingual support, which is amazing. Efficient data entry. A lot of times people just don't know the spelling of, maybe they are looking for like I'm here in Stockholm and I don't know Swedish. So I might have heard some phrases from someone and I want to just look into what the person said, and it will be easier for me to Google with just the voice part of it. If somebody is talking to me, I can in the real time I can translate it and understand what they're saying. And it's entertainment and information. So we all use Spotify, we all use a lot of assistants, and just ask them to play music for us, turn on the TV, change the channels, increase the volume and stuff like that. So that makes it very easy. And the social media interaction, we can simply ask our assistant to check our notifications. Maybe there's a friend request that we want to accept, but we don't have our phones with us right now, and we just got a notification. We can simply ask the assistant to do that for us. So those are kind of things that people with no special needs, like voice user interface, helps them. But if we talk about people with special needs, so if we talk about people who are visually impaired, so a blind user can ask voice assistant to read a web page. They can search for content online, and they can even navigate through the app very easily if they have a voice user interface. So people with motor disabilities, so using voice commands to maybe control a wheelchair, and people with limited mobility can even navigate their environment independently. They can use the voice user interface to do a lot of things that people with no special needs can easily do. So voice user interface will make their life a lot easier. If we talk about cognitive disabilities, so just receiving a voice prompt about taking medicines for people who have some cognitive impairment, they can simply get their daily tasks done if they have an assistant to help them, who can remind them of things and stuff like that. And the aging population, so elderly can easily put their reminders, medicine reminders, and a lot of seniors can maintain independence if they have a assistant, or it can definitely ease their life, not make the like they definitely need somebody to look after them, but having a voice user interface will definitely make their life a lot easier. For example, like my grandmother, she doesn't even own a phone because she finds it hard to even type and just even to call somebody. So for people like her, it will be very easy to just use an assistant and just say, call my granddaughter and stuff like that. So for aging population, it's very beneficial as well. So these are, and the neurological conditions as well. So people who have a cerebral palsy or ALS, they can use voice user interface to interact with people and also get their needs fulfilled by communicating using this interface. So those are some of the types of audience that voice user interface can target. It not only includes people with special needs, but it also includes people who have no special needs, and it just makes everyone's life a lot easier. So if we talk about the future of a voice user interface, so the speech, there's a rapid market growth. It's continuously evolving. Speech and voice interface market sector is on track to hit $24.9 billion by 2025, and that's a lot. So, and integration in everyday life, so it will play a more significant role. Right now, we already have devices that can control our smart homes, turning on lights, turning on TVs and stuff like that. But as we move ahead, they're gonna be more and more involved in our lives in terms of smart homes, cars, healthcare, and even in public spaces. And the advanced natural language processing, as it is continuously evolving, the devices will be able to understand the context, nuances, and everything a lot easier. So this will make the assistants more conversational and intuitive. So this will also help. The voice user interface will continue to play a very important role in enhancing the accessibility and inclusivity. So those are some of the things that the voice user interface, the future of the voice user interface holds. And yeah, let's talk about the building blocks of any of these voice user interfaces and how they work. So the first thing that these voice user interfaces have is a wake word, which is a word especially for that assistant. Like for Google Assistant, it is Hey Google, Okay Google, and for Siri, it's Hey Siri, for Alexa. So these are the wake words. When these devices and assistants listen to these words, they get to know that the user is gonna ask something. So when the wake word is detected, the device or the assistant, it starts listening, and then the speech is converted to text, and the string then is passed through a natural language processing algorithm, and that gets the context about like what the user wants, and after getting the intent, it is passed through the business logic, and then whatever the result is, whatever the answer is going to be, that is converted from text to speech and is given to the user. So that's basically how most of these assistants, I mean, these are the things that goes in the background. So yeah, that's the building block of any of the assistant. Now, if we talk about how we want to implement something like this in Flutter, so how we can have voice features in Flutter. So there are three ways we can enable voice features in Flutter. Either we can use an existing platform. So if we use an existing platform like Google Assistant, Siri, we can integrate these platforms with these platforms and do a lot of things in our Flutter apps. Another way will be using packages. So there are a lot of existing packages that one can use. There are plugins like Alan AI that we're gonna look into today. There are packages for converting speech to text, text to speech, that can be used for building these conversational assistants. And yeah, these are some of the packages that are available. And the last way to build something like this is to completely build it from scratch. You can look into existing, or you can make your own APIs. You can build over the existing NLP models. And this way you will have a more customized solution based on the business requirements. So yeah, these are the 3 ways in which you can enable voice features in Flutter. And we're going to look into some of them today. So the first one is, if we see, either you can enable voice features inside your app, and that will help you in navigating different screens and doing different tasks inside your app. Or you can control your app from outside, which is using Google Assistant or any of the other assistants. So these are 2 ways, and we will look into each of them. So if we want to control our app from inside, so we need to build something like an assistant inside our app. So for that, I will be going through the Allen AI. So it makes it a lot easier to integrate an assistant inside your app, and we'll look into some of the examples and how it works as well. So yeah, so the first step, if you want to have an Allen AI assistant inside your app, is to writing script in the Allen Studio, and I'll show you quickly how it looks like. So this is Allen's website, and you just sign up there, you create a project, and when you create a project, you will have a screen like this, where this part that is highlighted, this is where you write the code or the commands. And the next part is the debugging chat, where you can test if the commands that you wrote will work the way they should. So this is what that looked like. And if you want to have it in Flutter, so as for most of the packages, what the first step is to add the dependency and import the package. And the important step here is adding the Allen button. So with this button, you will have the like a similar to Google Assistant button, like you will have a button inside your app, and you can give it commands, and then it will respond accordingly. So just an example of the code or like the commands and how they are given. So here you can see the like the hello world command. So here the intent function takes hello world. So when the user says hello world, the next line p.play, it means that the Allen will respond as hello or hi there. So this is basically how it works. Like the intent takes the user input, and the play function is the response of Allen assistant. So yeah, and if you see this one here, if I say my first name is this, or I can pass any value, and then the assistant will get the first name from here using the JSON that we pass here. So the text here will be p.firstname.value, which is the first name given by the user, and then it will just say thank you and the user's name. So here we can test. We have a debugging chat in the SDK in their platform, so we can just simply check if it's working the way it is, like it should. So if I say my first name is Emma, then it will identify as the first name, and it will just tell me that it was able to do that. So after writing these commands and the responses, if on the Flutter end, what we need to do is the first step was adding that button. So after you have added that button, you can write the handle command function, which will handle all the commands. So I'll show this demo for this one. So here I have created, written functions for getting the first name, the last name, address, and phone number. So it's a very simple code. So what it does is when the user gives their first name, last name, address, and it's just for filling the form. So this will be handling, and I'll play this. Will it be audible?
My first name is Emma.
Is it audible? No. Is there another mic? Maybe I can try.
My first name is Emma.
Your first name is Emma.
My last name is Watson.
Thank you. Your last name is Watson.
My address is 280 St. George's Road.
You address as 280 St. George Road.
My phone number is 346-579-8892.
Your phone number is 346-579-8892. Thanks.
Yeah, so that was just a basic example of like how a person can fill the form, which makes it a lot easier for instead of typing, they can simply say those things. And as you must have noticed, like it's very specific. My first name is this, and the pattern. But in Alan, like you can also have multiple instances, or the way user would say, or how the Alan assistant would respond. So you can have different patterns, and it is trained on natural language like algorithms. So it will be able to identify easily the context. So that was just a quick example of filling the forms, and move to the next slide. So it was pretty easy to do it with this plugin. And what else can we do with it? Let's look at some other examples. So if you want to call functions inside your app with the assistant, so if you say do something on the screen, so suppose increment the basic incrementing the Flutter app.
Increment the counter.
Is that audible? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it will just increment the counter. So that's the basic calling functions. You can call any function inside the app using the assistant. So this one is also pretty simple, just based on the, like, if the command is incrementing or decrementing, it will just handle accordingly. And this is on how you will write it in Alan. And another example I had was voice routing. So if you want to switch screens, you want to go to menu or any other just switching and routing. So that's also an example of how it can be done. So I'll just quickly show the code maybe. Yeah, so the code for this is also very simple. It's just going forward and backward for this example, but you can navigate to different screens and menus. And this is how it should be on Alan. So here you can see when I say, can you go back, or go back to home screen. So these are just the multiple ways of saying what the user wants to say, and then it'll just go back. So those are some of the commands. And if we talk about the features, the voice commands also have like customizable slots for user inputs. So it's easier to get the exact user input and get the context of what the user wants to say. And also it allows seamless data sharing between the voice assistant and the application. So you can share the data from Alan to your app and from your app to Alan, and just you can just do whatever you want to do with that data. And it's compatible with various development platforms. It's for like React and Flutter, and it's for a lot of other frameworks as well. So yeah, other packages that one can explore for this is Pico Voice. There's Flutter Text to Speech and Speech to Text that one can use. The Google Speech, Whisper Dart. So yeah, these are some of the other packages. So that was how you enable voice features inside your app. Now, if we want to talk about outside the app, if you want to control your app from outside, so I would like to discuss actions, like app actions, which makes it easier to integrate Flutter apps with Google Assistant. So if we see like how the Google Assistant works is when the user gives the query, order a pizza from example app. So it goes to Google Assistant, then it processes the user input, and it recognizes the intent, and then it fulfills from the intent whatever it gets, fulfills the query, user's query. So if the Flutter comes here, we can use method channels to communicate what we want. The similar way we do in Android, we can just do the same thing in Flutter as well. And yeah, these are some of the companies that already use Google Assistant. So it just makes user experience a lot better if you can simply ask Google Assistant. Maybe a lot of times you don't have access to your phone, and you can have your smart device that you can give a command to, and it can do things for you. So yeah, some of the terminologies to start with for app actions. So intent is a goal or the task that user wants to do, such as ordering coffee or finding a piece of music. So intent can be set an alarm at for 7 a.m., order something from Amazon, turn on the lights, tell me today's weather forecast. So these are all the intents or the goal or the task that user wants assistant to do. And there are built-in intents from Google. So there are a lot of built-in intents. So they have they are trained on phrases, and they trigger the action associated with these intents. So you can also create your custom intents as well, but there are a lot of built-in intents that you can explore, and it will be easier for you to integrate those. And if we talk about the capability, so declaring a built-in intent as a capability registers the support for the semantic intent in your app. So whenever you say your app has a capability of doing something, it means that your app can understand the context and can respond to it. So that's what basically capability means. And then we have fulfillment. So fulfillment is basically the logic that handles an intent, and it carries out the corresponding action. So, and then the entity, which is just a representation of a real-world object. And yeah, those are some of the basic terminologies in when we talk about Google App Actions. So we'll have a look at the code and some walkthrough, so it will make it easier for you to understand. The prerequisite of integrating Google Assistant with your Flutter app is to have a Google Play account. And you need to have the latest version of Android Studio, and the Google ID that you use for Google Play account should be also signed in Android Studio as well. And you need a physical device or a virtual device, and the app actions test tool. So there's a test tool that you can use to test it if you don't want to do it right away in your physical device. So it's like a 5-step process. The first step is to identify the in-app functionality that you want to trigger, and it's matching built-in intent if it exists. And if it doesn't exist and you want to create one, then you can do that as well. The next step after identifying the functionality that you want to trigger is to provide the fulfillment details for the built-in intent. The next step after this is to push the shortcuts for your app action to the assistant, and then you can preview your app actions on a test device, and you can create a test release and request app actions review and deployment. So it's like a 5-step process. To start with, I'm just going to take an example of a simple built-in intent, which is open app feature. So as you can see, it is just for using it is used for launching the app, and you can see the language support. So if you explore all the built-in intents, you can see the locale support and example queries. So here you can see open YouTube history and open example app, example feature. So it's for opening the app, and also if you want to navigate to some other screen. And the step 1 in this process, if you want to use this built-in intent, is to create a shortcuts.xml file inside your Android resource folder. So you need to create an XML folder and create a shortcuts.xml file. And this is what code for that XML would look like for that shortcuts.xml file. So here you can see we have a capability, which is open app feature intent. So it is just to link and tell the assistant that this open app feature intent is linked to Android, and this will be triggered when the Android intent, this will be triggered when the assistant is given a command. So assistant then passes the built-in intent parameters to fulfillment intent, and that's defined in the capability. The next part which you can see here is to match the query that the user has given. So here we have the capability binding and the parameter binding. So if you want to just open YouTube, you can simply have YouTube, but if you want to open history in YouTube, so this is where it just matches what feature you want to access, or what parameter it is linked to. So this is that is what the shortcuts.xml would look like. The step 2 in this process is to configure your Android manifest.xml, and here what you need to do is to add your shortcuts.xml link so that it knows that there's a file, and then you also need to add the intent filter. And yeah, that's the second step. So first step was to create the shortcuts.xml and create the capabilities and the intent. Just attach the intent, and the second step was to configure the Android manifest. And the third step is handling the intent. So for handling the intent, we will be going to our main activity.kt, so in the Kotlin file. So here we create some features, some method channels to get the intent, and also then we can just call them in our Flutter code. So that will just like if we want to open our example app and some other menu or some other screen in the example app, so then we can use these method channels to do that. So yeah, that's basically all the steps that are involved in integrating a built-in intent in your Flutter apps. And now that you have created that, now you can test your action. So for testing, you need to have this app actions test tool, and you can get it from here. And the app actions test tool, it looks something like this. So for using this, the important thing is that your app needs to exist on Google Play Store. So even if it's not published, you can put the release version there, and you can use that. So before testing, you need to do that. And you also need to be logged into Android Studio and Google Play with the same Google account, so that it knows that your app is linked to the Google Assistant. So those are the important points for testing your app action. And yeah, so that's basically what it was about. So you saw how you can have voice features enabled inside your app, and how you can then have something from the outside. So same for if you want for iOS, there's Siri shortcuts that you can explore to you like open your app or do things using Siri. So if I just go through the recap, so what we discussed today was what is voice user interface, why we need it, and who needs it. And that included not just people with special needs, but people with no special needs, and because it just makes everyone's life easier. We saw the building block of voice user interface and ways to enable it in Flutter. So we can integrate with an existing platform, we can use packages, or we can just simply build everything from scratch. Then if we want to control inside, want to have voice control inside the app, then we saw LNAI examples. And if we want to have voice control from outside, so we can have app actions for Android and Siri shortcuts for Siri for iOS. So yeah, that was a quick recap of the talk. And just to conclude, I would say the voice user interface will become a way of life, and it will be used a lot more than it is being used today. And it not only eases lives of people with special needs, but also in general, everyone's life is eased by reducing the cognitive burden that comes with typing. And the important thing is that not all the apps need assistant or a voice feature, but having some of the voice features can definitely improve the user experience. So yeah, that's my take on voice in Flutter. And these are some of the resources. When I share the slides later, you can go through some of them if you want to. And yeah, there's a workshop tomorrow, so if you want to play around with what you learned today, so we'll be discussing that, and we'll be building something cool. So yeah, do join that. And that was all for this talk. Thank you, and yeah.
Thank you. Very nice. That makes me want to build a voice-controlled flame game. That would be cool. So I think we only have time with one question, and that's from David. Do you have any idea what Alan costs? Because I can only find a free plan and an enterprise plan with an unknown cost on the web.
Okay, I think I didn't look much into pricing, but I think for basic functionalities, it should be easier. Sorry, but I really didn't look into the pricing models. So
yeah. Makes sense. We can take another question from Bornold. Is integration with Google Nest easy? If you know.
For Google Nest, I think you need to make apps for Google Nest, Flutter apps for Google Nest, which from what I know is, from what I saw, or what I researched, I didn't find any ways for that. So this is basically Google Assistant on mobile apps. So if you are using, for Android, you can use Google Assistant, but I don't think as of now, I don't think there's support for building for Nest or Home.
All right, thank you. Big applause for Akanksha. And now we're going to start to set up for the panel discussion here behind me. And a little bit of information about the workshops tomorrow. So the workshops will be held in 2 different locations. One at Devo Team and one at Noah Consulting, which is the AppShack people, if you talk to them out there. And you can see on the site in the schedule which place you should be at. And please don't go to workshops where you haven't signed up, because then all the logistics will be all messed up. And yeah, so we'll have a panel discussion here with 5 people, and Alek will facilitate that. So I guess he can give you some more information.
Workshop
Thank you
every
very much.
day.
Actually, I don't need. I have my own mic.
First one today.
Thank you, Lucas. Okay, so how's everyone feeling? How's your energy levels? Way! Okay, great. So this is the
And
last
that's like
session
+50.
before we've done with this packed day
Oh my God.
of speakers. So I think you can already hear some of them. So I could give it up for Anna and Felix and Roaa and Slava and none other than Majid. Welcome up on stage.
Oh, it's so bright.
Welcome, welcome. So this panel discussion is going to be about the role of community in the Flutter community, right? Because I think often in panels, we often have maybe many Googlers on stage, and we talk about what's coming next in the next release of Flutter, next release of Dart. But today, I would like us to focus on what we can do as a community, because outside of what Google is doing, we have, as we've seen today, a lot of different tooling and frameworks and packages that all of us here are contributing with. And of course, everyone here is a Flutter developer. We have our different problems when we work as developers and different issues. So I'd like to start off with the first question. So what do you think are the current biggest challenges for Flutter engineers?
Okay, I will start with one, because it's been hitting me like for last year probably. It's hiring, and it's the problem that there is a high demand for senior Flutter developers, and there are not enough of them. And at the same time, I see a ton of questions from juniors, whether your company does any internship, how do I get the first position in the technology? And I don't have an answer to this question, to this problem, but I heard of some initiatives like collecting all the positions and talents together in one place to make them aware of each other and start collaborating. But at the same time, I understand that overall in IT and in the world, we are facing the recession where it's overall hard to find the job right now.
That's a great takeaway. So I see plenty in the panel are nodding in acceptance. So do you experience the same thing?
I do actually. I think, in my opinion right now, I totally agree. So I think finding a job, especially for a beginner in Flutter community right now, is a bit difficult. It's not about though the market itself. I think it's about a balance between the growth in Flutter and Flutter community and the adoption of the framework itself. So when we say like hiring junior, if you look at like the pattern of recruiting, at least based on my experience working in enterprises and also like startups, so hiring like to balance the team, hiring for bigger teams, like in enterprise, having senior and junior is likely because you want to make a balance in your team. But when you have a startup, you have 2 people developing an app or 3 people, it's a bit harder to say, oh, I'm going to have 3 junior to develop my app, and then tomorrow I want to demonstrate it to business. It doesn't work, you know, or it works, but not the way that I want. So enterprises, I feel, and also at the same time, enterprises adapt something new very slowly. It takes years. Like after 5 years of being in this community, I see right now some big enterprises have started developing app or considering like building app in Flutter, right? And that was expected. We don't really expect like an enterprise having 30,000 employees in day 1 of releasing version 1.0 of Flutter or any flying framework, jump in and say, oh, we're gonna just build everything with this framework, right? It just takes years. And this is happening right now. This is getting fixed, I think, but it just takes time. And depends on the market also, that's very varied. Like, I feel like in some part, like especially in Europe, let's say, if you look at like the market in Germany or some country in the middle of the Europe, the market for Flutter developers, even juniors, it's much better than like maybe here in Nordics. Or if you look at in India, it's way better than maybe US. So that's about this balance, which hopefully as time goes, it gets better.
So I think you struck an important point there earlier as well, as we see many companies that are kind of like now seeing that, oh, you can actually build serious apps with Flutter, and they're looking to slowly transition over. And often they have already their own in-house mobile native team since before, or even React native, God forbid. And when they're looking to switch over, they need someone to come and like take the lead, to show them how it's done. That's usually a senior person who can do that. And meanwhile, the other engineers on the team are slowly learning Flutter themselves, which creates this kind of problem where there's a big demand for seniors, but the juniors are kind of the ones that are moving over from other platforms and frameworks. So do you think that this is something that's going to be like solved by itself over time as Flutter matures among companies and enterprises? And is this just a temporary problem, do you think?
I actually think that this is probably a little bit related to how new Flutter is relatively. So like if you're a senior, then you had to have started with Flutter like not a lot of time ago. So I think right now there's an imbalance with a lot of junior devs, like compared to senior devs who have started earlier. So I think it's also an issue of too many juniors compared to seniors because they have started just recently, because it's now getting popular, now getting more and more stable. So that would make
what should you do as a junior dev?
Yeah,
if you're
exactly.
Coming up?
Yeah, they won't be senior if they were not hired. So this might be an issue. So it might fall on the community to help get them the experience. But also, I think by time this factor of Flutter being new will at least go away.
So do we have any tips or recommendations to somebody who is going into Flutter, who perhaps have a good understanding of Flutter but can't find a job right now? Because if this is a problem that's going to be overcome with time, what can they do right now?
Show their experience in any available way, like open source contributions and personal projects that they can include in the portfolio. That's the best way to showcase your skills immediately.
Yeah, I was going to say, I remember recently seeing some posts, maybe it was on Reddit or somewhere else, where people are like, oh, there's no job post for Flutter. Does that mean Flutter is dying? Like, I see all these posts for React developers, like, what's going on? And I think that the best thing we can do as a community is, if you know companies that are hiring, put it out there. I know there are people in the community that are trying to compile lists, like you mentioned, and job postings and all those things. But also, when I was at VGV, there was a big demand for training programs for Flutter. So companies they wouldn't just come because they need an app built. They would come, to your point, to like skill up their engineers so that they can go off and then be sustainable on their own. So I think offering more services like that will benefit everyone in the long run. But I do think that it's just a matter of time. It's like one of those things where it's a new technology and it will hopefully work itself out. But I think that it's hard because you don't want to see discouraged people who are giving up on the technology. So hopefully people use Flutter because it's fun and you can find ways to use Flutter even on the side if it's not your full-time day job. But yeah, it's a tricky problem in my opinion too.
But I also think it's a great point that you mentioned with consultancies being like a great enabler in the community for juniors to have training programs, etc. Because you have more different apps and perhaps more maintenance work that you can train juniors on. So it's great that community members like VGV and other consultancies are offering training programs for juniors, and that's I think that's really something that should be encouraged.
I have 2 points also here, if you allow me. One is that a lot of like the definition of junior and senior companies to companies are different. So we say now junior. I am junior in something, maybe not in another thing, right? So all of us at some point are junior in one thing, right? So that's one thing I want to mention. And when you see a senior job posting somewhere, it says senior, don't really think that it's not for me because I feel I am junior. Sometimes you need to apply and go to interview and you figure out, no, actually, I'm actually good for this job. You know, maybe the job description is not good enough. And that's what I want to say. Like if you are a developer here and you have an HR, they're writing a job description out there because they found it on another job posting and it has like something that it doesn't make sense.
What are 10 years of experience?
Yeah, just tell them, please. Like, why would I need like inside out of this library? Well, if I know the engineering or like the whole concept of Flutter and I can build an app, I can learn that library. Why do I need to be senior in like X or Y? These are the things I think also a part of mistake when we are posting about jobs, and part of it is also on us to inform those who are hiring. Say, hey, please fix this. You know, this doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and I think it's a good point also that to encourage people to apply to everything, to interview, because just going through interviewing is very like has a great effect on their experience.
Yeah,
so
absolutely. Absolutely.
So let's move on to a different topic. So Slava, you're here kind of the lone Googler in the room. And from your experience and being on the Dart compiler team, what do you see coming from the community that people want out of Dart, which maybe Google shouldn't produce on their own, but is more suitable for communities to pitch in with?
Okay. Yeah, that's a loaded question. I think, strictly speaking, community can produce everything. But I guess the question is what should the Dart or Flutter team float to the community? And I think there are problems that can be classified as deep problems when you need a particular deep knowledge. And there are problems that are wide problems which require end-to-end integration with ecosystem. And these usually are the problems that should be solved by the core teams, because nobody except the core team has all the wide context or deep context. But everything that is in neither of these categories, I think, can be solved outside of the core teams. So I encourage people to find problems and solve them. And we can see a code push is one example, right? It's a problem that the core team declined for various reasons to solve, and the community has rose in the form of Shorebird to solve it. We see Dart code metrics as another example, as a customized analyzer for Dart code, so on and so forth.
Yeah. So why shouldn't Dart code metrics be a part of Dart, for instance?
Well, because I think it's a very customizable, and it's many things for many different people. It's also a sponsor, so that people who want to use it, pay for it. So they also get service for it, things implemented specifically for them. So I think these two reasons are the main reasons why it's not part of the core. It's very custom. It solves very specific problems. It's not for the whole community. It's for specific things.
Yeah, that's.
I think on top of this, having packages or libraries, services from community also diversify the way that we're building things. It's also generally good for the health of community. We're not relying on just one player. And regarding the creativity, I think it also helps because like I can imagine like Google and Google team and like enterprises in general. They are creative. I'm not saying they're not creative, but I think like having smaller team working on a specific problem, they can create more things faster. They can deliver faster. Generally, this is good for health of the community. And if you look at the other communities, like for example, JavaScript, you see, or PHP or Python, they are the same. Like players, small players are creating amazing stuff. And it's not just tied into one vendor. So many other players that you can rely on.
So do you think that this can be like both a blessing and a curse? I mean, as an example, we all know the current state of state management, right? And like this issue around state management or app architecture, it exists not only in Flutter, it exists, I think, on every single platform. And like with web, you have RX or you have NVVM and different paradigms as well. So there's been discussions out there, like shouldn't Google have one preferred way of doing app architecture or state management? What are your thoughts on this?
I mean, I can speak as a state management maintainer. I think that the reason why it's so controversial is because there is no one way. It depends on what you're building and where you're coming from and how big your team is. And I think that it makes sense. I see why you wouldn't want to, as someone like Google, come up with a prescriptive way of doing it, because then people will come and say, well, for my use case, this doesn't work well, or this feels clunky, and it's going to be really, really difficult to come up with one solution that works well for everyone. I think Provider was very much that attempt, and I think that that's like a great starting point. So in that regard, I think Google does have recommendations and different paths that you can take, but I think in that regard, like, it's really hard to solve a problem like application architecture or state management, or I don't know, like there's just like these core things that very much depend on what you're building, that there's no one solution that really will help everyone. But I think to answer your question about the package ecosystem, I feel like that was one thing I was going to bring up earlier, that one area of improvement I feel is it's hard to find in the sea of packages like what is good, what is trusted, what is well maintained. I think that I would personally love to see more red flags and things that are good surfaced by pub or some other place where package maintainers can kind of like collaborate a bit more, and also people can pool their effort a bit better. Like, do we need to have 5 different audio packages or 20 different audio packages? It might be nice to just have one that everyone kind of collaborates on, and that's like the trusted solution for the community. But it's also good to have options, so it's, yeah.
So does everyone agree, or anyone has a different view on this?
If we have one package for audio, it will always have this critical flaw. It's not written by someone specific.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem with, I wouldn't want to speak in absolutes and say you shouldn't have diversity, and like it's really good to have the freedom for anyone to create any package, and I think that that's one of the things that I kind of get sad when I see people put other people down when they have said, I've open sourced yet another state management package, because like, who cares? If you don't like it, don't use it. No one's forcing you, right? So it's good to let people have that freedom. But I meant more in the sense of like, as a company that's building a product, it would be nice to know, like, if you need to integrate Bluetooth, what should you use? Like, what is the trusted, current, like, most well-maintained solution that you can be confident that you're not going to have to rip it out of your code base in 6 months and build your own solution? I think for like the larger companies, that kind of ease of discovery and kind of support and confidence is maybe lacking in some areas. And so I know when I was at BMW and we were starting off with Flutter, there was no Google Maps, there was no web views, there was no like any of these things, and you're just kind of working off of all these assumptions that someday this stuff will exist. And it's a big risk for companies to take, I think. So that's one area that probably would help a lot of larger companies just de-risk the choice to use Flutter. But
I think the Flutter favorites are like an attempt for that a little bit, but it's still not so
it's
enough.
like, it's progress for sure.
Yeah.
Having so many of these will make, you know, when we have competition, so like a couple of different state management, audio library, whatever, it's like authors of those packages trying to improve and make it better and better and better. So this is also good. So I think we still don't have enough state management packages compared to JavaScript frameworks.
Yeah,
so like every day you wake up in JavaScript, you have a new framework. So state management is still better in that sense.
Yeah, so if we come back to Roa's comment with Flutter favorites, I mean, that's an attempt from Google in itself. But shouldn't this really be run by the community if the packages are from the community?
Yeah, actually.
Probably partially community has a voice on it. Like whenever picking a package, I would also check the number of likes and number of stars on the GitHub itself, along with various other parameters.
I think I see the Flutter community badge in some packages. That's also sometime, so it's already done sometimes by the community, I guess.
It is actually one of the biggest example is Plus plugins that we took over from Flutter team 2 years ago. I was part of that transformation. It took a year working at the time. It was Chris Sells, probably many of you know him. And that was a good example of how community can help grow the packages. So we took over all the Plus plugins, like the plugins that we name it right now, Plus plugins. For example, Device Info Plus or Connectivity Plus, Network Info Plus.
Sensor Plus.
Sensor Plus. So these are the packages at the time when we took it over. It was only supported in iOS and Android. And within like around 6 months or 7 months, all of those packages, I think it was 9 packages, we supported all platforms for all of them. And that's another way of like how community can help to grow. And this was one of the biggest examples, which at the end, we took it over, they depreciated the original one, and they send everyone to these packages.
Yeah, I think that's an awesome example. So how would, if we circle back again to also the junior devs, how would they be able to contribute for the first time to these kind of plugins? Because even though like it's great that we have a lot of state management solutions, we don't want every junior dev to create their own state management package, right? There's also a big problem in the open source community that packages are so heavily reliant on one single maintainer who does a lot of hard work. How do we make more people contribute to the existing packages that are out there?
Just contribute. I mean, we always talk about it, but if you really, I've seen many projects that they are forking open source, put them in the local environment, and just use them, but do not send back a PR to fix that problem in the open source. Why not? Just do it, please. I mean, authors are just developers as us. They are doing something in their free time. So the best thing that we can do, if you find a problem, now you're working with the packages, you find a problem, you're fixing your local, app or whatever you're doing, send back a PR, and they are gonna be happy, for sure. That's one way of doing that. Another way is shout out to them wherever you can, sponsor them. $2, $1, one coffee, whatever. Many of these authors have this sponsorship. This is like not a lot of money, but it's a motivation for authors. They're spending their free time to make these things happen. And if they see oh, like I have, I don't know, 10,000 downloads per month, not even $1 sponsorship, and everyone is just coming to issues and shouting on me why this doesn't work. This is a way of attitude that we need to fix among developers, I think.
I actually like that you mentioned the sponsorship. I recently watched the presentation by GitHub at We Are Developers World Congress, and they mentioned something surprising to me. Through their sponsorship programs, the biggest contributors are not the individual sponsors, but the companies with tens of thousands of dollars. And probably that's something that companies using Flutter don't have this culture yet, but probably we can raise the voice about it.
Absolutely.
That's a great point, I think, and something that everyone in the audience can, of course, take home with them. So I'd like to finish this panel with one last question, and it's a quote from Slava's talk. Dart has all the bricks, and you have the imagination, which was an amazing quote. So what do you imagine for Dart and Flutter?
Well, I have the bricks, no imagination. So, I'm happy to give them to anybody who asks.
Metaprogramming, maybe?
Well, that's... yeah, metaprogramming is coming at some point. In some parallel universe, but maybe. Who knows? We will figure out in which of the lines of timeline we are eventually.
All right. Well, with that last comment, I'd like to finish this panel. So thank you very much all for coming.
Thank you. Thank you.
And with that, we have reached the end of the program. So Lucas is here with me on stage. We'd like to thank all of you for joining us today. Of course, after this, we go to the after party. It's at Slaktkyrkan. You can take the Metro Green Line, and we'll be there at 7:30. And we're going to have a great competition of Flutter in the dark. We're going to have DJs, and there's going to be a flame game there to play, a photo booth. It's going to be real fun. And then finally, you have the opportunity to mingle in peace without us coming and bothering you and getting you over to the stage again. But thank you all for coming once again. Give yourselves solid applause. Oh. Also, we'd like to welcome up all of the speakers up on stage. And meanwhile, we'd like to, of course, thank all our sponsors, both the exhibitors that have been with us today, and also the sponsors we had through the stream and in other means. So thank you to all the sponsors.
And thanks to all our amazing volunteers. You've done a great job. You just fixed so many things that we would never have had the time to fix otherwise. And we've had some super awesome technicians up there for the sound and light and screens and stuff, so a big shout out for them too.
So we also have a special something to each speaker. So I'll start over here. Here you go. Oh, yeah, sure. There you go. Yes. Thank you very much. Was that all? We didn't miss anyone?
What? Did we not? Oh well. Maybe not everyone is here. I'm not sure.
So please give it up to all of the speakers and workshop hosts. Woo! And of course, remember the workshops tomorrow. So you've already signed up for which workshop you're going to go to through the attendee survey before. So please check the app which location you're going to be at, because we're going to have 2 locations, at NOAA and at Devo Team. One is right around the corner from here. The other one is a bit further away. So please check the app where your workshop is held at. If you forgot to sign up, then let us know in Slack, and we'll take care of it. All right. Did I miss anything, Lucas?
I don't think so. I know you're very tired now, but make sure to make it to the party. It's going to be so much fun.
Yes. All right. Let's party hard.
Woo!
Let's go. Thank you again.